Today we will be recapping 5 slow burn romance anime to help you fall asleep. So lie down and relax. Our first story begins with Makabe, a fat loser who fell in love with his childhood crush, who rejected him for looking like a Discord mod. However, his life takes a turn when he hits the gym and becomes the Chad that all girls want. Now he have the mission to make his old crush fall in love with him so he can clap her in revenge. One day, after Makabe finishes up his workout, he finds Chinatsu in his room while striking poses in the mirror. This pisses him off and he scolds her for coming into his room without consent. After the two argue for a while, she finally makes him pipe down and they head down for breakfast with his mom. He meets another dilemma as the food served was full of calories, which would destroy his summer body, and when he refuses the meal, his mom goes into a frenzy. After this, he sets out to school and on his way to school, keeps admiring himself in every reflection like a narcissist. He also reminds himself of his ideology about physical looks being everything in life, and as he walks into school, the ladies feast their eyes on his chiseled jawline. Just then, he takes a moment to learn jiggle physics from the female tennis players in action, and unfortunately gets caught. Just as he thinks he's toast, they walk right past him and start interrogating a poor soul beside him. Feeling relieved, he decides to slip away but gets cornered by a flock of babes, as one of them notices he's the new transfer student. They start glazing him and asking him to join their practice. As soon as he realizes he is the main character, he begins acting like a douchebag, which for some reason works on the hotties. While walking to class, he meets a crowd of students spectating the loser version of Minato making a public confession to the most popular girl in school. After making her entrance, she proceeds to roast him like a Thanksgiving turkey, revealing the cringe things he does which make everyone's skin crawl. Witnessing this, they're all reminded why they nicknamed her the Cruel Princess, and Makabe is scared out of his mind as it's an eye-opener to how cruel the city is. Later in class, while drooling all over his table, Makabe has a nightmare and screams as he wakes up. Even when he thinks he's lost some aura points by doing so, he realizes he has gotten away with it as the class rep still talks to him normally. While they're talking, Shuri walks in and hands him part of his lunch, and although he appreciates the dude, he realizes he has to put in some extra sets while working out later to burn the surplus calories. Shortly after, the cruel queen barges into their classroom and turns her attention to his classmate, who wrote a love letter to her, tearing him to pieces along with his letter, then walks out on them. Makabe is pissed off by how rude she is, and Shuri explains that she is at the top of the food chain at the school with both beauty and brains, but has a rotten attitude, and makes some mockery of guys that ask her out. He then mentions her family name, which immediately triggers Makabe, causing him to rush after her to stare her down, excited that he didn't expect to meet her so soon. Later on, while having lunch at the cafeteria, Makabe channels his inner Joe Goldberg, making notes about Princess Cruella to find out what she likes, and he finds that she surrounds herself with only girls, as they seem to adore her. However, he finds it weird that she doesn't eat lunch with them, and starts tailing her, hoping to get some dirt on her. After a while, he spots Yoshino sneaking around and follows her to an abandoned warehouse, where he sees her handing Aki a lunchbox. Just then, he spots a spider, and screams out in fear, blowing his cover. To manage the situation, he apologizes for eavesdropping, stating that he understands she may have a diet as she is very athletic, seeing the high-calorie lunch she's eating. He soon realizes he may have struck gold, as he notices 3 empty lunch boxes beside her, and that she's still hungry as her stomach chants for food. Seeing his expression, she goes into a frenzy, explaining that she has an abnormally high metabolism that makes her hungry all the time. And as he tries slipping away, she threatens him if he tells anyone about what he saw. A couple of days later, during PE class, his friend lets Makabe know about the rumor of romance between him and Aki, as they've been together most of the time for some days, but in reality, Aki is just making sure he doesn't let out her secret while also using him as a slave. Just then, he gets hit in the head with a ball and his attacker warns him not to be full of himself while the hotties rush to check on him. This makes his spidey sense tingle and he suspects he can take advantage of the situation. Later that day, as Aki heads home with her butler, she suddenly craves a quick snack and sends her butler to get something for her. Soon after she leaves, Aki is confronted by the guy she had ripped apart like a jigsaw puzzle, and while she still mocks him, he angrily grabs in hair, intending to cut her hair. However, Makabe stops him just in time and scares the dude away. Even though his hands hurt like crazy, he tries to aura farm, keeping his composure, and walks off into the sunset, thinking back on how he met Aki when they were kids and she broke his heart, calling him pig feet, and his resolve to get back at her. The following day, Makabe does his usual cool guy act, impressing all the girls around, and when he opens his locker, he falls off with pig's foot written on it, which makes him panic. While in class, Makabe becomes paranoid like he's a medicinal snow addict, trying to figure out who sent the note, and he starts suspecting everyone in the class, but can't figure out any of their motives for doing so. He gets so worked up that he almost has a heart attack as he thinks of how he'd be treated if word got out of him being a fat kid in the past. Meanwhile, everyone worries about him. It gets so bad that he can't even focus in class, and later on while hanging around the school hall, he thinks of how he'd have wasted 8 years of his life getting hot and changing his last name if Aki were to find out his secret, putting more pressure on himself. Just then, a mob of students rush to get their lunch from the cafeteria, and Makabe spots Aki's underling struggling to get past the crowd. She is spit out of the crowd, and Makabe gets to see a bit of heaven as she falls in front of him. When he checks on her, she hands him the list of what she wants to get while talking like a crazy person, and the sump can't resist helping a damsel in distress. After getting her lunch for her, he decides to tag along while she delivers the food to Aki. To find out if the note is from Aki, she initially tries sneaking away, but he traps her in a sus way and teases her a bit to convince her to let him follow, promising to not get her in trouble with Aki. So she agrees. While on their way, seeing how terrified she looked, Makabe thinks of her as Cinderella being maltreated by Aki the stepmother. Later at the warehouse, while Yoshino rushes out to get drinks for Aki, Makabe barges in and he is amazed by how much food she has consumed. They chat a bit and he lets her know of the struggles he's experiencing, from the wound he sustained while saving her, to mess with her head and expose if she sent the note, but he is disappointed to find that she didn't. Just then, Yoshino walks in and trips on the door, falling into a yoga position, and Aki harvests Makabe's eyes so he doesn't see paradise. After this, Yoshino hands him a drink as consolation, which makes Aki scold her, pissing Makabe off, and he puts the moves on her to tease her, telling her to rely more on him before walking out. Seeing how flawlessly he executed his act, he becomes excited as his time spent studying his sister's romance novels wasn't wasted. Meanwhile, Yoshino seems to get an uneasy feeling about Makabe. Later that day, while Makabe makes his way home, plotting his next move on Aki, he gets caught in a trap, and Yoshino shows up, calling him Pig's Foot, and asking if he wants to get into Aki's pants. Confused as to why she would know his nickname as a kid, he soon realizes that she was always with him as a kid. And after freeing him from the trap, she explains that her family had served Aki's family for generations. This makes him realize she was never maltreated but Aki's loyal lapdog, and he gets frustrated as he realizes his plans for revenge are ruined. He lets her know that he wants to give her a taste of her own medicine, and he is surprised when she tells him to go ahead with his plans, even offering to help him. Later on, Makabe still has his doubts about Yoshino's proposal and tries to figure out her intentions, but he makes up his mind to go ahead with his plans anyway, starting with getting her email. Just then, he spots Futaba, and the two talk about him adjusting to the school. He then offers to help her carry the paper she was holding to the teacher's office, and decides to rehearse getting a girl's contact using her. However, reality hits him as he has never done this before, and he immediately chickens out as he finds it difficult to ask for her contact. Following this, he meets his best bud, asking if sharing emails would expose the number of contacts he has, and he is relieved when he replies it won't, since Ali won't find out he has never asked anyone for their contact and ruin his plan. While thinking of a way to get her mail, Futaba reveals that a member of Aki's beautification committee just quit, and Makabe immediately volunteers to join as it's the perfect opportunity for him. However, as he tries meeting with her after school, she simply ignores him, which hurts his ego, making him think twice about joining the committee and triggering his low self-esteem, making him doubt if he can make a hottie like Aki falls for him. Just then, Futaba walks in on him, apologizing for bugging him with the club's activities, stating that she knows she's not like him, as he always offers to help with hesitating. Seeing the kawaii expression on her face, Makabe immediately realizes she's feeling him, and she asks if they can see a movie sometime. With every fiber of his being, Makabe turns her down as his main objective is Aki, and she apologizes for asking him out so. Suddenly, before running off, this makes Makabe realize he is the school's popular hot guy, and while he is smiling from ear to ear, he notices Aki standing behind him, who has seen everything that happened. While they talk, he notices some jealousy in her tone and explains that he doesn't care for just any random bimbo. In response, she asks who he would like to go out with, and without hesitation, he asks her out, thinking it's the perfect time. To his surprise, she simply thanks him, and when he asks for her email, she immediately agrees to give him, which stuns him. She, however, asks that she give it to him during their next duty as her phone isn't good at the moment, which he agrees to. On the scheduled day, Makabe ends up waiting for a while before finding a note that leads to a chain of hints leading right back to where he started, only for him to see her standing in the school compound with a banner that says, "I decline," which pisses him off. The following day in school, Futaba rushes in to announce that whoever fails the midterms will have to go for supplementary classes for a month while they're on holiday, causing everyone to panic. However, Makabe looks so cool and he says they'll be fine, but soon swallows his words when he finds that his best bud is in the academic danger zone. While Makabe consoles him, Futaba's face turns into a tomato as she's lost in Fantasyland, shipping the guys together. During lunch break, Makabe takes him to the library to tutor him and meets Aki there, who reveals that she's tutoring Yoshino. Aki then states that she's shocked that the bird brain can teach anyone anything to mock him. And this gives Makabe the idea to place a bet based on who'll score the highest between both pairs. And if he loses, he'll have to wear whatever nickname she'll give him on his back for the rest of the school term, but she'll go out with him if he wins. They both agree to this, and Makabe feels confident, thinking Yoshino would back him. Later that evening, while Aki tutors Yoshino, she finds out he is way smarter than she thought as Yoshino reveals that he got a perfect score on the entrance exam. This shakes her up a bit, but Yoshino promises to have her back all the way, handing her some sort of love picture album as their last resort. Meanwhile, Makabe is busy taking a million years to call Yoshino, and he almost passes out when she calls him first. She tells him she can't help him win his wager as he didn't consult her before placing the bet, and Makabe begins to panic. The next day, Shuri's scores don't seem to improve even when he claims to have studied hard, but Makabe tells him not to worry too much while passing by. Ali tests him with some questions which he answers easily, but he realizes he has to work twice as hard as he can rely on Shuri. The next couple of days, Makabe works his bum off tutoring Shuri and studying, which shocks his little sister since she expected him to be working out while his mom supports him by bringing him meals. On the day of the test, Makabe asks if Shuri is prepared, and he replies he is confident thanks to him. Makabe then decides to get something to drink, and he meets Yoshino at the vending machine, who apologizes for not supporting him. But he says it is okay since he started the fight without consulting her, adding that he worked hard and is confident he'll win. While handing him a drink, she replies that it doesn't matter anymore, and runs off, which confuses Makabe. As the tests begin, Makabe suddenly develops a running stomach and thinks Yoshino put laxatives on the drink she gave him. He becomes pissed as he thinks she wouldn't stoop so low to win the wager, but when he rushes to confront Amu in her class, he finds that she was absent from school, which automatically wins him the bet. Afterward, he discovers that the cause of his running stomach is the breakfast his mom made and ends up taking the supplementary class with Aki. Although their bet ended in a draw, Yoshino still sets up a date for Makabe and Aki to go out, then mocks him for giving up so easily when he gets surprised. On the scheduled day, Makabe is shocked to meet Aki wearing what looks like a fairy costume and saves her from a creep who is harassing her. When he asks what she's wearing, she claims he isn't experienced in the dating field, and it's a usual thing for girls to wear costumes on their first date to break the ice. However, he soon finds that Yoshino convinced her to wear that, as she'll believe anything she tells her, and Yoshino tells him to trust her plan, while he makes up his mind to give his all to score some points with her. Afterward, Makabe meets up with Aki, and when he expresses his surprise that she agreed to go out on a date with him, she defensively says that Yoshino put her up to it since he was so heartbroken from failing the test. After watching a movie, the two hang out at a cafe, and Makabe is amazed by how much food she is consuming. Just then, a little kid confronts her about her dress, and before she can make a fool of herself, Makabe runs off with her. He then explains that Yoshino lied to her, which upsets her, and they decide to get her some clothes at a mall nearby. While changing, she lets out a scream of frustration, and Makabe rushes to check on her, but gets a knuckle sandwich as a reward. Aki, however, watches over him while he's passed out, and he realizes that she hasn't changed that much since they were kids. After apologizing for barging in on her, the two go their separate ways, and while Yoshino gets an update on how the date went, she reveals that she is backing his plan to help Aki learn a bit of humility. The next day, after he had studied his sister's rom-com mangas for pickup lines to use on Aki, Makabe feels fully equipped to enter the next phase of his revenge plan on Aki like he's Batman with prep time. When he arrives in class, he specifically sits beside her, which gives her the ick, but she continues doing her thing. He, however, does not stop staring at her, and when she asks why he's being a creep, he drops a whack line about having eyes only for her, draining the life out of her own eyes. After school, Aki gets impatient while waiting for Yoshino to get her umbrella as it is pouring heavily, and Makabe shows up out of nowhere, handing her an umbrella, then drops another whack line that makes her skin crawl before rushing into the rain, thinking he nailed it. However, Yoshino meets up with him later on to let him know that Aki thinks his lines are hot dookie, which triggers him as he spent a lot of time mastering those lines, and she advises him to switch things up, give her some distance by being cold to her before she heads back home. Her advice does not sit right with Makabe as he thinks she may end up hating him, or just stop talking to him altogether, destroying the progress he's made so far. The following day, when he runs into her in the school's hallway, he fights the urge to talk to her and just walks by her even when she tries returning his umbrella. Then he keeps treating her like a ghost for the next couple of days, staying far away from her like she had a new strain of COVID-19. And this hurts him a lot as he thinks it'll go on like that forever. This continues until she decides to confront him, and her attitude seems more aggressive than he expected, so he tries to bail on her, but she tosses the umbrella at him and blocks his path. Finally, he finds an escape route, but she tackles him to the floor, asking why he has been ignoring her, so he assumes his wish of making her fall for him is over. However, he is surprised to see her in a very vulnerable state and decides to give up on his ignoring act, telling her he did it on purpose. Although she says he's awful for doing so, he sees this as an opportunity to come clean and confess his feelings. But before he can complete his confession, she asks why he likes her. He thinks of all the reasons he likes her, but refuses to tell her, giving the excuse of not thinking it through before running off to Yoshino. When they meet, she is disappointed that he hasn't thought that far, and he begs her to tell him that perfect line that'll make her heart explode. The following day, as he's about to drop a letter at Aki's locker like Yoshino advised, Aki runs into him, so he hands her the letter containing his feelings for her, but she tosses it in the trash, claiming she hates him. He tries explaining himself, but she shuts him up, stating she sees through his playboy act and then runs off while he tries to stop her. Just then, Yoshino meets him and he expresses his confusion about her mood since she was so cute the previous day, which made him think things were going well. When Yoshino says she'll take it from there, he becomes giddy, but his happiness is cut short when she tells him to butt out of her plan since he can't even tell a girl why he likes her. This hurts him deeply, and he decides to not be a loser by taking matters into his own hands. Meanwhile, Aki is feeling heartbroken at a park close by because she had seen him run off to meet Yoshino the last time she met Makabe, which made her think there was something between them, and she felt played as she thought he was two-timing them. Just then, Yoshino meets her there, and Aki asks why she didn't tell her about her thing with Makabe, trying to put up a tough act. In response, she explains that she met Makabe to advise him about his relationship with her, also adding that he emailed and called her, but she still acts like it wasn't getting to her, claiming she can never be hurt by a loser like Makabe. However, Yoshino sees through her act, but Aki says she won't get hurt by a guy again, unlike in the past, and she's not going to fall in love with Makabe. Yoshino then tells her it's okay to let her guard down as Makabe has eyes for her only, and she knows Aki likes him too. But before Aki can deny this, Yoshino pulls a Batman disappearance on her. On her way back home, she keeps thinking about how she had kept her distance from people to protect her heart, and while lost in thought, she walks into the middle of the road. Before a car could run into her, Yoshino pulls her away and scolds her for putting herself in danger, as it almost gave him a heart attack. Seeing how much he cares, she almost tells him how she feels about him, but gets interrupted by some bimbo who almost runs her over. The chick suddenly runs into Makabe's arms, claiming she has been longing to see him, confusing Makabe as he doesn't know the chick. While Makabe drools over her like a bulldog, the mysterious girl thanks God for reuniting her with him. Although he thinks she has the wrong guy, then the girl's bodyguard takes her away, leaving Makabe confused. This makes Aki almost blow her head off in anger, and even when he tries clearing up his name, she leaves angrily without believing him. The next day, while thinking of a way to pacify Aki, he suffers through the lunch crowd to get Aki a lot of snacks to bribe her, since she won't be able to refuse to talk to him if he gives her food. But when he arrives at the gym storage room, he is ambushed by Yoshino, who reveals that she has the order not to let him get close into the warehouse. When she asks what he did to piss her off, he tells her what happened with the mysterious girl, and that also angers Yoshino since she doesn't believe him either. She accuses him of being a greedy douchebag and that he doesn't understand the situation, before leaving him to fend for himself. Seeing she has forsaken him, he tries coming up with tacky lines to deliver while giving her the food, but ends up leaving them at the door, and as soon as he turns his back, Aki grabs them without him seeing her. While trying to figure stuff out, Makabe doesn't sleep even a little that night, and develops dark circles under his eyes the next day. But he still can't stop thinking about the mysterious girl, which makes his friends worry about him. Suddenly, the mysterious chick enters the classroom as the teacher announces the arrival of a transfer student, and she introduces herself as Neko while the whole class glazes her. Later on, Makabe decides to talk to her before the next period, but she is soon surrounded by a bunch of her girls admiring her, and during the next break gives it another go, but the crowd of bimbos block him off. After a while, his friends come up with the plan of sending Shuri in to infiltrate the fortitude of girls, but Makabe gathers the courage to move in regardless of the crowd. Before he can utter a word, the girls let out a scream and tell him that according to the new girl, she transferred schools because of him, which catches him off guard. She then narrates how 3 years ago she was asking for donations for charity on a cold winter night, and Makabe gave her his jacket to protect her from the cold, and then donated to her cause, rizzing her up. Since that moment, she said she has been hooked on him, and the girls get excited by the story. However, Makabe is in shock as he was still a fatty 3 years back. Meanwhile, the whole class eats up her lies, so he decides to run with her somewhere private to confront her, but she soon trips and starts coughing up something red, which makes him freak out, looking for help. However, when he's about to call an ambulance, he spots a ketchup sachet fall from her hand, which triggers him. He then asks why she lied to their class, and she says she's too embarrassed to tell the truth, further confusing Makabe, and while he digs further, she just says that she has been yearning for him. Even though he finds Nico very cute unlike Aki, he rejects her because he must focus on his revenge and tells her that he likes someone else, which saddens Nico. However, she asks him to show her the girl in question, and he takes her to Aki's classroom, thinking that upon seeing Aki, she will give up on him. On the contrary, Neko sees Aki and thinks that it will be easy to get rid of her, then enters the classroom to introduce herself to Aki, telling her that she envies that she has Makabe's affection. Suddenly, a gust of wind lifts Nico's skirt, revealing that she is in the ranks of the commandos, which makes Makabe's face red. Seeing this, Nico meets him and says she's just glad that she was able to meet him. And this makes Aki more upset with her, causing her to storm out of the class. Immediately, Makabe chases after her saying that he doesn't know Neko, but Aki doesn't believe him, and accidentally punches a teacher while struggling with Makabe. Later on, as punishment, the teacher sends them to clean the pool, and Aki is still angry with him, so she gets as far away from him as she can, which pisses him off. So he sprays her with a hose to annoy her, and to get back at him, she fills a bucket with water to throw at him, but slips and falls into the pool, making Makabe glad. However, he notices she seems to be drowning and quickly jumps in to save her, but later finds out that her feet can touch the bottom of the pool. She mocks him because he didn't want to get wet, and he says that his body jumped on its own, then yells at her, saying if he said he saved her because he liked her, she wouldn't believe him since she has her guard up. Just as he is about to give up on her, she says that if he likes her, he should prove it to her, and when he asks what he could do, she replies that he could kiss her. Meanwhile, Yoshino is stuck waiting for Aki in the school compound, and Neko meets her there, asking where she could find Makabe. In response, Yoshino asks why she thought she knew his whereabouts, and Neko says she had a hunch that she'd know them. The two sit there in awkward silence. While in the pool, Makabe panics because he always believed that his revenge plan would end with asking him to kiss her and rejecting her. But now, she wants him to kiss her in the middle of his plan. She mocks him as she notices him hesitating to come close to her. But since he must do it, he imagines that she is a ham and tries to kiss her. But she panics and punches him, which makes him confused and pissed. Fortunately for both of them, Futaba and the swim team show up asking what they were doing, so he explains that they were cleaning up the pool and decided to cool off in it for a while. They then ask for the pool for practice, and before leaving, Aki tells Makabe that she now believes that he likes her, but she doesn't care. After that, Makabe goes to the schoolyard to dry in the sun, and Nico meets him there. She pours him a cup of tea containing supplements, which he finds weird at first, and she explains that it is to warm him up since it is not good to lower his temperature. She then starts blabbing about the benefits of teas and electrolytes, but as a gym bro, he couldn't care less, making her pout, which he finds cute. Unexpectedly, he throws her a trick question, asking her what she likes about him like Aki asked him, and it is something impossible to answer because she didn't know anything about him, so her wrong answer will give him a chance to easily shoot down her feelings towards him. To his surprise, Nico says that she likes that he is so modest that he doesn't know his charms, telling him he's a nice person, and with that, she walks off, leaving him mind-blown. Later on, Neko is followed by Yoshino as she has a bad feeling about Neko and wants to find out what she is up to. But when they arrive at Makabe's house, Yoshino is discovered by Neko's butler, who wants all the smoke from Yoshino, but Neko tells her to stand down. Even in that situation, Yoshino still tries to act clueless, but gives up the act when Neko says that it must be hard being Aki's assistant. Yoshino asks what she wants from Makabe, to which Neko insists that he saved her a few years ago, generating more distrust from Yoshino, but just then, Makabe's mother sees them outside and takes them into the house. Meanwhile, as Makabe is on his way back, he plans on using Nico's reply to his question about Aki the next time they meet, and when gets home he thinks that he came to the wrong house because he meets both Neko and Yoshino cooking in his kitchen, but snaps back to reality when he sees his mom. After freaking out for a while, he suddenly takes Yoshino to his room and asks why they're in his house. So she explains to him that his mom saw them and immediately went into a frenzy, thinking that she and Nico were his fans running around the house, and decided to teach them how to cook fried shrimp. After hearing this, Makabe gets into panic mode and wants to get them out of the house as quickly as possible, but Yoshino is more concerned with exploring his room, which is full of exercise machines. Suddenly, Neko enters the room too and says that it is a perfect room for rehabilitation, which scares Makabe, who immediately drags her out of there, after which he takes them down to eat. When they get to the table, Makabe becomes stiff with fear as the food is so high in calories, and to not be rude, he takes the fried breading off the shrimp to reduce the calorie load. Meanwhile, Neko just eats a bunch of supplement pills and vitamins with tea, which angers Makabe's mom, but she soon calms down because Yoshino seems to be enjoying the meal. Shortly after, Chinatsu suggests ending the night by playing with fireworks in the yard, although Makabe thinks they should leave immediately. However, the girls proceed to put on yukatas, and while Neko helps Chinatsu with her yukata, Yoshino trauma dumps on Makabe, telling him about the firework experiments Aki used her to perform, making him pity her. Later on, after watching the fireworks with Neko, Makabe's mom brings out some watermelon for them to munch on, and while they are having fun, Makabe internally thanks his sister for taking the girls out of the house, and can't stop admiring Nico as she seems like a kind of pretty girl. He thinks maybe if she wasn't a pathological liar, he would fall for her, but that doesn't matter because he should focus on his revenge plan against Aki. Later on, Neko's butler picks her up and Makabe accompanies Yoshino to the main road to take a taxi, and she asks him not to get entangled by Neko. Meanwhile, back at home, Makabe's mother and Chinatsu are overjoyed to see him doing well socially. They had always worried that he might grow up to be a lonely boy, withdrawn and isolated, especially given his quiet nature and rocky past. Now, watching him interact with others and form bonds, they're pleasantly surprised. His mom in particular feels a strange sense of familiarity when she sees one of the girls he's been hanging around with. She's almost certain she's seen her before, though she can't quite place where or when. The next day at school, Makabe gathers his courage and corners Aki for a private conversation. With a sincere expression, he tells her that he admires how modest she is, so much so that she doesn't even seem to recognize her own charms. Aki, however, narrows her eyes at him and responds coldly, saying that she's not fooled by such a cliché line. She knows her worth perfectly well and she refuses to fall for empty flattery. Yoshino, who overhears the exchange, is visibly irritated. She can't believe Makabe would be so clueless as to recycle a line that Neko once used, especially on Aki of all people. To her, it's a foolish move that only complicates an already tense dynamic, and she's starting to wonder what exactly Makabe is trying to accomplish. Days later, they finish up with their exams and summer finally begins. While in class, Aki suddenly barges in, yelling at Makabe as he had continued with his plan, by plotting to spend the summer with Aki, and previously he left Aki a pamphlet, inviting her to the beach for some alone time together. However, she rejects him, saying that she's going to spend her summer on a remote island. And to make him jealous, she invites Shuri to come with her, but poor Shuri panics and hugs Makabe, saying that he will go if Makabe comes along. This gives Makabe the upper hand, saying that they are a packaged deal which frustrates Aki, and to make matters worse, Neko and Futaba invite themselves. Seeing this, Makabe dares her to say no since she'll spend her whole summer alone on the island, and Aki is forced to agree to let them all go with her to the island. Days later, everyone takes a yacht heading to the island, and Yoshino decides to have a chat with Makabe to tell him that she has been investigating Miko for days and was unable to find a connection between him. Even with this, he doesn't give it much thought as nothing explains her attachment to him and says she should not worry as his revenge will not be shaken by Neko. However, Yoshino warns that if he does not make any progress with Aki on the island, she will tell the whole truth to Aki, which scares the crap out of him. On arrival at the island, they are greeted by Aki's father's secretary, who looks kind, but inside, she's an angry woman who just got her heart broken, and seeing Aki with a boy triggers her. Meanwhile, Makabe can't stop thinking about Yoshino's warning, so he decides to be bolder and takes a huge risk by introducing himself to Yusaki as Aki's boyfriend, thinking it'll score him some emotional points with Aki. This leaves everyone speechless, and Aki sends him flying from her embarrassment. To Aki's surprise, Yuzaki says that she's glad Aki is over her boy-hating phase, and that a boyfriend may help her get fat in the right places, making Aki blush. Suddenly, Aki takes Makabe somewhere private to talk and complains to him about what he did, but he slightly says that she could have refused to go along with it, but she didn't. He goes on to say that it's because she likes to keep up appearances, and Aki does not deny it, instead says that this will all be an act, and if he takes advantage of the situation, she will deny the relationship in front of everyone. Later on, they all put on their swimsuits and head to the beach. On arrival, Makabe shows off his body but is embarrassed as everyone ignores his showboat except Shuri. While he chats with Shuri, Neko pulls up to meet them and clings to Makabe, then starts flirting with him, which makes him panic. Fortunately or him, Aki appears and separates them, reminding Neko that they are dating, and if Yuzaki sees her offering herself that way, she will think that Makabe is a cheap playboy and Neko will be seen as the girl who got played. Something embarrassing to her family, making Neko back off for now. After that, Aki takes Makabe to another side of the beach, away from the others, and orders him to bring her some food, which shocks him as he was expecting her to get all lovey-dovey. But she says no one is around, so she doesn't have to put on an act. Even though he's pissed off, Makabe heads out to get the food as he's already used to it and meets Yuzaki already preparing a meal for Aki. Yuzaki then comments that he must truly love Aki since he's running such errands for her, and he just sighs. Then he asks what things they can do on the island for fun. In response, Yuzaki lists a number of events and with an evil smile tells him that they can take a courage test, which Makabe thinks will be a great idea to make on Aki. While he returns with the food to Aki, Yuzaki plans to use the courage test to keep him away from Aki, and thinks back to when she started working with Aki's family. Soon after she arrived, she met a very sad Aki because her plump friend had just left her without telling her anything, and this caused Aki to hate all boys. Seeing Aki reject all advances made towards her is something that pleases Yuzaki because she hates men too, but she is worried that Makabe would lead Aki astray. That night, everyone gets together to enter the haunted house, where Yuzaki recommended and Makabe plans to play the night in Amour, intending to make Aki fall for him. Waiting for them, there's Yuzaki with a mask to scare Makabe, and make him look ridiculous in front of Aki, but everything goes wrong because she runs into Yoshino, who is also wearing a mask. She gets scared and runs away horrified, then sees Neko, who spills some ketchup from her mouth, but Yaki thinks she's a ghost, making her run into a pole as she goes into a frenzy. When she opens her eyes, she's being carried on Makabe's back, and he confesses that he asked Yoshino to help scare Aki so that he can save her and look like a hero, which makes Yuzaki feel guilty since apparently Makabe is a good boy and really in love with Aki. A few days after, the trip on the island comes to an end, and Makabe is unable to advance with Aki, but fortunately Yoshino tells him that she will not tell the truth to Aki, saying that he improved his relationship with Aki, but tells him not to slack off. Back in the city, while Makabe admires his body after a workout session, he receives a call from Aki which leaves him so surprised that he takes a while to answer. She says that they should meet because he forgot some clothes on the island, and she wants to return them to him. That same night, he goes to meet Yoshino and tells her the good news about Aki wanting to see him, since it shows he made progress with gear, but she gets worried, asking him to process the situation carefully before acting, because a little slip-up could destroy all his efforts. Upon returning home, he starts doing his summer school homework, and realizes that the photo of him with Aki is not in his drawer, which makes him freak out. He soon figures that Neko is the culprit. The next day, Aki meets up with Makabe at a cafe and she returns his clothes, stating that she wanted to mail them, but Yuzaki forced her to hand them to him personally, making him happy since he knows he has an ally in her. While they talk, he can't stop thinking about the lost photo and that Neko would recognize Aki in the picture, but he isn't sure she'll know he's the fatty in the photo. While he continues not paying attention to Aki, she tells him that Futaba invited them to go to the pool, but she gets angry because he doesn't respond to her. So she leaves suddenly, saying it seems she's bothering him, which bothers Makabe. This makes him realize he's getting too distracted, and just then, he receives a call from Neko, inviting him to the pool with her, but suddenly changes her mind, asking him to meet her right now since she's alone. The simp couldn't refuse her invitation and rushes to her place. When he arrives at her house, he gets so nervous to go in since he's not used to visiting girls, but he finally grows some balls and forges ahead. She asks how he came so fast and he makes up an excuse of just being in the area, which she gobbled up. While she boils tea for him, he then asks for directions to the bathroom as an excuse to find her room to recover the photo she took. He finally finds her room since her desk is full of pills and vitamins, but he also finds his favorite manga, and while he's distracted, she unfortunately enters the room. She says she got to know about the manga since she saw it in his room, and this confirms she took it. So he stops pretending and asks her for his photo. She immediately owns up to taking it and pulls it out of her bouncy inventory, telling him that she stole it because he looks so cute. Although he doesn't believe her because when he was a child he was very chubby, but Neko doesn't care about that, which almost makes him cry since no one ever told him that. Then she suddenly moves closer to him and kisses him. This is the virgin's first kiss, and he can't believe how soft a girl's lips are. While he's still processing everything, she throws him onto the bed, making him rethink all of his life decisions about revenge and life. She then climbs on top of him after assuring him they'll not be interrupted. He lets her do it since nothing matters for a tiny moment. Not even his revenge, but the memories of his hard childhood and the assault he experienced as a fatty brings him back to his senses, and he moves away from her. Before leaving, he tells her that he realized that she doesn't really like him, as she doesn't know how deep he suffered, and she doesn't know how to answer him, which shows him that it is true. He gets up to leave, and while walking away, she accuses him of choosing Aki over her, confess that this is his revenge. Neko then lies there crying and wondering if this is the famous heartbreak that she read so much about. The next day, all the friends meet outside the pool, and Makabe shows up looking like crap, while Futaba tells them that Neko won't come because she feels sick. However, Makabe feels a little guilty and thinks he's the major reason she didn't show up. They spend the entire day engaging in various fun and lighthearted activities, enjoying each other's company in what is supposed to be a cheerful and relaxing outing. However, despite the seemingly pleasant atmosphere, Makabe remains visibly uneasy and on edge throughout the day. His discomfort doesn't go unnoticed, especially by Aki, who begins to pick up on the subtle signs that something is clearly bothering him, although she doesn't immediately confront him about it. Later on, feeling overwhelmed and needing some space, Makabe quietly slips away from the group without drawing much attention. He finds Yoshino and takes the opportunity to speak with her privately. During their conversation, Yoshino brings up the topic of Neko and pointedly asks Makabe what exactly happened between the two of them. Despite her curiosity and concern, Makabe remains tight-lipped, choosing not to disclose the details of what transpired. The situation takes a sudden turn when Neko's bodyguard unexpectedly arrives at the pool. She confronts Makabe in front of everyone, accusing him of having done something to Neko, who, to everyone's surprise and concern, has been missing since the previous night. The situation becomes even more serious when the bodyguard reveals that Neko had left without taking her essential seizure medication. This detail shocks Makabe, as he was completely unaware that Neko suffered from any kind of medical condition. His surprise quickly turns into confusion and distress as he begins to question why she would keep such an important part of her life hidden from him. The tension intensifies when the bodyguard further claims that she knows for a fact that Makabe and Neko had met alone at her apartment the previous day. This revelation stuns everyone present, leaving them speechless. With all eyes on him and nowhere to hide, Makabe feels cornered and emotionally overwhelmed. Realizing there's no point in continuing to avoid the truth, he finally speaks up. In a moment of raw honesty, he admits that he had indeed met with Nico and that he rejected her confession, making it clear that no matter what, his heart will always belong to Aki. Even with his reason, Aki didn't like that Makabe and Neko met alone in her apartment, so she completely ignores his confession and makes a plan to look for Neko, splitting the group into two, leaving Makabe to wander around alone, which really hurts him as he thinks she doesn't give a crap about him. While the girls stick together looking for Neko, Makabe searches for her alone but cannot find her. So he heads to the school thinking that maybe she is there, and to his surprise he runs into Aki, who had the same idea as himself. Also, he is shocked that she is so committed to finding Neko when she doesn't even like her. But Aki says that she feels bad for Neko because it sucks to be rejected by the boy she likes. This confuses Makabe even more since she rejected him and gave him a horrible nickname. She still currently continues to break the hearts of the boys who offer their feelings to her. He then decides to ask her if she remembers the nickname Pig's Foot, but she doesn't seem to understand what he's referring to. But before he can confront her, many paper planes suddenly begin to fall from the school roof, and Makabe figures that it is Neko since she was reading his favorite manga, and there is a scene where the protagonist is rejected, then makes paper airplanes with the love letters that she was never able to send him. Immediately, he dashes up to the roof and finds Neko with many letters that say, "I love you." She then tells him that she knew he would find her there, and he tells her not to do such a thing again, as she may not have the energy for that, which she proves correct as she suddenly falls in his arms. After that, Neko is taken to the hospital, and the guilt consumes Makabe since he rejected her without thinking about her feelings. He was only thinking about his revenge. While he's still overthinking his decision, her bodyguard tells everyone that Neko is stable and wants to talk to Aki alone, which stuns Makabe, causing him to panic more. After a while, Aki tells Makabe that Neko is waiting for him, and when he meets her, she says she's ready to come clean about everything. She reveals how she was very popular in her previous school, but people treated her like a charity case because of her ailment, and it turns out she was scheduled to have surgery abroad at her grandfather's request, but she asked him for time, telling him that she wanted to fall in love first. So she chose a photo at random from a bunch of candidates, and that photo turned out to be Makabe. However, he does not remember having a photo with her and can't believe that this is all due to a random choice. Following this, she tells him that although she didn't manage to have a relationship with him, since everything was based on lies, he gave her the experience of a broken heart. Then she tells him that lies are always discovered, and thanks him for all the lovely memories they had. Then, she says goodbye to him, since she will surely have to go away soon. Meanwhile, just outside of Neko's hospital room, an emotionally charged moment unfolds as Futaba gathers the courage to open up to Yoshino. With a mix of hesitation and vulnerability, she confesses that she, too, harbors feelings for Makabe. Despite the depth of her emotions, she admits that she is fully aware of the reality Makabe's heart belongs to Aki. The confession seems to weigh heavier on Shuri, who stands beside them, completely frozen in shock, her expression unreadable and her thoughts evidently racing. In the midst of this charged atmosphere, the door to Nico's room opens quietly. Makabe steps out, his face clouded with sadness and an unmistakable heaviness in his demeanor. He doesn't say a word to anyone. Without making eye contact or acknowledging those around him, he silently walks past the group and heads straight out of the hospital. Back inside the room, Neko remains seated, her bodyguard quietly approaching her with a concerned expression. He gently asks if she is truly okay with letting Makabe go, clearly aware of the emotional weight behind her decision. Nico, holding back her emotions, softly responds that it's the right thing to do. As she speaks, her gaze drops to a photograph she clutches in her hand, an old picture from their childhood. The image captures a moment from a formal family gathering, a party where both their families were present. It is then revealed that this is where they first met, though heartbreakingly, Makabe has no recollection of that day or the bond they once shared. Later at night, Aki can't stop thinking about Neko and how she assured her that she was totally rejected by Makabe, convincing her to accept his love. While thinking about love, Aki can't help but remember her crush from the past and how he was plump and cute. She thought of how she loved him so much that she blushed just thinking about him. Just then, a plump figure appears out of the shadows, introducing himself as her long-lost love. Meanwhile, Makabe's mom panics as he decides to leave home, but he claims her down, explaining to her and Shifuyu that he's just going on a camping trip to gain new muscles and reformulate his plan to make Aki fall for him. Back at Aki's house, the plump dude asks to talk to the head of the family, but he is greeted by Aki's father's assistant. He then hands him a letter which has been written by his grandfather, containing a promise from both families. This promise consists of marrying Aki and Gasu, which stuns everyone. Meanwhile, on a distant mountain, Makabe trains relentlessly and finally gains a higher-tier physique. A few days later, the second term begins, and the students meet again. And as soon as Aki arrives at school, a boy asks her on a date, and she rejects him, earning admiration from her Girl Scouts who all praise her ability to crush hot guys. However, one of her disciples calls her out about Makabe and how she took him to a private island, spending lots of time with him, but she tries denying that fact. Just then, Gasu shows up and Aki starts melting like ice on a hot summer day. Seeing this, Aki's fans don't understand why she treats him kindly, as they expected her to torch him like the others, and they are shocked when Aki agrees to taking him to her private island someday, causing them to think she's just into chubby guys. On the other hand, Makabe arrives more toned than before and is shocked to meet Neko at school. She explains that she already had the surgery and the 1-month rest she took was enough for her to recover, which makes Makabe wonder why he was so worried about her in the first place. After that, he goes to look for Aki to give her a gift from the countryside, but is left speechless when he sees her talking to a chubby boy. And to make matters worse, the boy says that his nickname is Masamune, but he can call him Gasu. Not only that, he reveals that he and Aki are engaged, which destroys Makane. Hearing this, Makabe runs to talk to Yoshino, and she tells him that she tried to call him several times, but he had no reception on the mountain. She then informs him that she verified the letter with calligraphic tests, and the letter is real, adding that the worst thing is that Aki took it well, and she acts as if she is in love with the chubby dude. During the rest of the school day, Makabe observes Gasu and realizes that he is intelligent, kind, gets along well with boys and girls, and makes Aki blush, something he has not been able to achieve with his muscular body. After seeing all this, he meets with Yoshino, ranting about how he doesn't understand why Aki gets along with Gasu when she gave him hell for being chubby when he was a child, so Yoshino apologizes, but he doesn't put the blame on her. On the other hand, Aki's fans gather to talk about Aki's strange behavior, as she used to hate boys, but now she is stuck with Gasu. Just then, Hasu walks in and joins their conversation, confessing that he's engaged to Aki, but for him she's a goddess, and he does not intend to touch her or kiss her, and that calms the girls who decide to protect him instead. The next day, Makabe is distracted thinking about how to get to talk to Aki, which earns him a scolding from Futaba, who reminds him that they are choosing what to present at the school festival. He says that he'll agree to anything, and without knowing, he agrees to be the prince of the play where Shuri will be Snow White since he is prettier than the girls in the class. Later on, he tries to talk to Aki, but she easily gets rid of him and leaves with Gasu. The whole thing is observed by Aki's admirers who want to get rid of Makabe, since their goddess Aki will be safer with Gasu. The next day, the student council receives the proposals from the second grade students and notices that Class A and Class B have proposed doing the Snow White play. Since there cannot be two plays with the same theme, one of the classes must change the proposal, but both their representatives refuse to change. Since an Akai fan group member is in charge of the council, she turns down Futaba's proposal, and while she argues with the Aki fan, Ake shows up claiming that a Sleeping Beauty show where only men leads would be disastrous. They go back and forth, and Makabe intervenes, saying that both classes should present Snow White, then put it to a vote, and whoever wins will get to host their play, which they agree to. He then pulls Gasu aside to make a wager that whoever wins will get to dance with Aki at the afterparty, and Gasu accepts his challenge. The days go by, and Futaba becomes more and more irritable with Shuri since he doesn't know how to act like a girl, and the play is the next day. Being tired of so many scoldings, Shuri runs away, and when Makabe goes after him, he runs into Gasu, who makes fun of Makabe, saying that he doesn't know how to treat girls unlike him who treats Aki so well, that she's falling in love with him more and more, giving an example of how he gives her chocolates every break, then scolds him for triggering Aki by wall slamming her, just because he saw it in some magazine. This crushes Makabe, who doesn't know what to say since it seems like he's getting advice from a pro, but he just makes up his mind to win and takes notes of what he said. At the end of the day, Aki and Gasu walk home together, and he tells her that he ran into Makabe, but that puts her in a bad mood. So he quickly apologizes, which warms her heart, and she says while smiling that he has always been kind, which makes Gasu feel a bit guilty since he's not the chubby friend Aki remembers, and in reality, he comes from a very poor family. He thinks back to a year ago when he ran into Aki, who was still hung over Makabe at the time, and it occurred to him to use Makabe's identity to improve the living conditions of his family. But the only problem is that the real Makabe is getting in the way of his plans. At night, Makabe works out relentlessly in the cold, and even when his mother and sister try to cover him up, he's as stubborn as a donkey, trying to prove he's the peak of health. The following day, the whole school gathers for the school festival, and Makabe can't stop sneezing, because last night he climbed on the roof with little clothes to show his mom that he wasn't sick. But it was pretty chilly outside. Seeing that he may be falling sick makes him panic a bit, and just then, Neko meets him, Sweets talking him into following her to the infirmary to rest since the Battle of the Snow Whites will soon begin. She tells him that it doesn't matter if he does it wrong since she will be his dance partner at the afterparty, which she claims is a joke, and after covering him with a blanket, she goes to buy tea for both of them. On the other hand, Gasu mistakenly enters the girls' changing room to put on his clothes and immediately realizes that he made a mistake as the girls turn into Gatling guns, chasing him out. Suddenly, a strange figure shows up and tells him she knows a good spot for changing, which Gasu believes. Meanwhile, as Nico buys a drink for herself and Makabe, she runs into Shuri, who now has a crush on her. He tries to act manly but soon gives up on, and accompanies her to the infirmary to check on Makabe, but they're stunned to find that he has disappeared. Immediately, they run to tell Futaba, who begins to panic, but what they don't know is that he was taken by a Class A member. She tells Makabe that she plans to keep him there until the festival is over, which will mean Aki and Gasu dancing at the bonfire, which triggers Makabe. Meanwhile, as Class A's class rep think her plan has worked, Yoshino reports to Aki that Gasu is also lost, and the rep is frustrated because she thinks that Class B thought the same as her. This news makes Aki sad, and she thinks that he has left her for the second time before an important moment like many years ago, although no one suspects that Yoshino was the person that guided Gasu to a storage room and locked him there. Meanwhile, Makabe's captor tells him how she met Aki, stating how she was once defeated by a guy who cheated, and when he went to declare his love for Aki, she rejected him by calling him a coward. From that moment on, she had always admired Aki, a girl who can defeat someone with a single word. To guilt-trip her into releasing him, Makabe tells her that she is also cheating by keeping him locked up there, and she agrees with him, so she unties him. But suddenly she receives a call from the rep who wants to talk to Makabe. The rep tells him that she proposes a tie between both plays on the condition that Makabe releases Gasu quickly, and Makabe figures that Yoshino was behind his disappearance, so he tells Mary that he does not accept the tie since Class A's play is about to start, while HEA class play will start in the afternoon, giving him a lot of time. With this, he is sure that his friends will find him, and he cuts off the call, which greatly frustrates the rep, and Aki talks to the rep, telling her that she will do the play alone since she has never needed a prince. On the other hand, Makabe manages to escape from his captor and tells his friends that they are about to win the battle of plays because Gasu is lost. But Shuri tells him that Class A's play has already started with Aki acting without a prince, causing Makabe to rush to the theater. Makabe enters the theater and is mesmerized by the play of Class A as its stage, and costumes are better than those of his class. Even Aki's performance is impeccable, and he tells Neko that they can't win, so he wants to ask Yoshino to free Gasu. But he soon discovers she's one of the 7 dwarfs who is on the stage. With no other option, he asks Neko for a favor, sending her to get his costume, then rushes behind the stage where he meets the rep. Immediately, she spots him. She asks if he just wants to mock them and blames everything on Makabe, telling him that Aki carried the play alone on her shoulder, even though she knows that her prince will not arrive. Meanwhile, Aki gives her all until the scene where she falls asleep in the coffin, holding some flowers, and she remembers how in the past, she picked up a bouquet of flowers in her house and waited all day for her friend Masamune, but he never came. This makes her think that this situation will be the same, and the play will end with Snow White never waking up. As she accepts her fate, Makabe suddenly appears wearing his prince's suit, ready to save the play of Class A, which shocks everyone, and although he is very weak due to fever, he tries forcing himself to last until the kiss science, so the show would be a success. Fortunately for him, the dwarves understand that he is very sick and cover his lines, supporting him as he struggles to meet Aki. In the end, Yoshino gives him the final push so that he reaches Aki, who does not understand why Makabe is helping them, although she just wants him to complete the play, and she was expecting him to give her a fake kiss, not knowing she would receive a real kiss from him, shocking everyone in the crowd. She is so surprised that she punches him, launching him across the room like a ballistic missile, and everyone is left speechless. But Neko and the crew begin to applaud, and soon after, the audience follows them with the play finally ending. The next day, Keiko brings them together at a karaoke bar, announcing that Makabe and Aki won the awards for Best Heroes of the festival. This makes Futaba cry that her script was ruined without Makabe, and Gasu tries pointing out that he would have replaced Makabe. But Futaba immediately shuts him up, saying Makabe was a perfect pair with Shuri. After Aki calms them down, she asks why they're in such a small room for the after-party, which triggers Futaba, and Makabe steps in to prevent any fights, saying it is the only room available. Keiko suggests they have a singing competition as a way of truly settling the cultural festival beef. Just then, Aki becomes jealous as she spots Neko grabbing Makabe, and angrily says there's no need for the competition since they're sure to win. This makes Futaba crash out, and she says they'll participate in it, adding that the loser has to pay the tab. Following this, Keiko kicks off the competition, and Futaba volunteers to go first. Meanwhile, Makabe struggles to find a song for himself, and Shuri tries helping him out, but Keiko senses something is up with him. Futaba puts on a beautiful performance, getting a high score on the machine, which amazes everyone. This earns her a compliment from Aki, and she feels very proud of herself. Then Aki decides to go next. She sings better than Ariana Grande, topping Futaba's score, and everyone is left speechless. Afterward, they all start glazing her, and one by one, the rest take their turns. Soon after, Neko's turn arrives and she says she's singing a heartbreak song because that's how she's feeling at the moment, making Makabe spaz out. As she sings, he feels very awkward. And in the meantime, Keiko notices that Makabe may not be accustomed to karaoke, so she plots to make him look pathetic while singing to make Aki lose interest in him. While Yoshino sings her song like R2-D2, Makabe excuses himself before his turn, and Sonoka, alongside her Patty, meets him outside before he can bail. They put him under a lot of pressure, and before he can reply, Aki shows up to save him, sending her minions to meet the others after scolding them. This makes Makabe think she still cares about him, but his hopes are crushed when he realizes she just stepped out to have a snack. When they return to meet the others, Aki is surprised to hear her favorite duet song come on, and Neko admits she did so, asking her to sing along with her. After the two put on an amazing show, they get into a fight, and everyone concludes that they can never see eye to eye. Finally, it gets to Makabe's turn, and everyone calls him out, so he gathers the courage to sing, but when he finishes singing, he leaves the room in a lifeless state. After everyone flees the karaoke room, Makabe stays with Aki at a park close by while she waits for Yoshino to bring her food. He says that he won't leave her alone because he wants to make sure she is safe, and reminds her that she never thanked him for saving her from her, which triggers her. She realizes that he is right, and after trying to defend herself, she finally folds. Shlee saying that he can ask her for whatever he wants in gratitude, which stuns Makabe. In response, he asks her for a kiss, making Aki turn red, and she easily accepts. She then asks him to close his eyes, but instead of a kiss, he receives a roasted sweet potato. When Aki leaves, Yoshino scolds him for being so slow with his revenge, and tells him that he's very close to achieving it. This encourages Makabe, who is willing to do anything to make Aki fall in love with him, and then reject her just as she did. One morning, Masamune let out his inner narcissist and adored himself in the mirror, praising what he thought to be the perfect body. Once again, he was interrupted by Chinatsu, his sister, who reminded him of how cringe his poses were and insisted he drop the act before heading over to the airport for a school excursion to France, so he wouldn't disgrace the image of Japan. Just then, his mother appeared as well, promising him an excellent breakfast ahead of his trip. However, Masamune would have none of it and kicked them both out of his room. He scoffed at his old lowly hag for wanting to fill him up with unnecessary calories and transform him to his old hideous self. After picking up his jotter, he reaffirmed his goal in France, which was to make the cruel princess fall in love with him as revenge for calling him pig's foot when he was a cholesterol ambassador. Meanwhile, at her own house, the cruel princess Aki had finished preparing as she stared into a framed picture of her and an obese friend as kids. When she was done gazing at the hideous figures, she asked Yoshino, her assistant, to help her carry her bags for the trip. Back at Masamune's place, his mother and sister bid him farewell as he left the house on a journey to a country he wasn't familiar with. At a museum in France, a girl received a letter informing her of how trash her work was due to the lack of proper material. She stared into her horrendous drawing and wondered how she could get proper Japanese models to give her a better idea on how mangas were made. Later that day, in an open French palace, the students had arrived safe and sound as Masamune and his classmates adored the view and scope of the area. While Shuri and Futaba made weird noises and continued to exclaim about the elegance of France in comparison to their homeland, Masamune was more disturbed by the gaze of Fujinomiya, who he had rejected the season before. After he looked away in embarrassment, he saw the pompous, cruel princess and her servant walk past, reminding him of his goal to seize the romantic aura of France and make Aki fall in love with him. However, he would have to get by the ugly duckling fiancé Kanetsugu, who would try to disrupt his plans. When he turned his gaze away to take a look at the view once again, Masamune realized Paris was called the City of Love for a reason, as he was completely surrounded by couples displaying love for each other. While he fantasized about his love and dump plan, Masamune was probably struck with the thought, "Speak of the devil," as Aki approached him, insisting he took out of his spare time to have a discussion on the events that took place during their cultural festival. When she walked away, he tried to approach her, hoping to uncover her intentions. However, he accidentally struck a passerby, causing her to fall. When he tried to help her up, the weird girl in an eye patch immediately leapt in joy, confirming that Masamune was Japanese. Although Masamune and Aki were confused by the fact that a random French girl on the street understood their language, they were unable to express their surprise as the girl grabbed Masamune's head like a basketball and claimed him to be her Chikawa. After a brief cutscene, the group had settled down on a nearby bench and talked. The girl introduced herself as Muriel, and when asked by the pair how she understood Japanese, she explained that she read a lot of mangas thanks to her brother, who was a regular traveler to the country. After getting introductions out of the way, she presented a manga she was working on, which Masamune and Aki read. The pair were completely surprised by how awful the manga was, and when Muriel asked for their opinion, they informed her it was too unrealistic and would only sell to chronic degenerates. Muriel, who didn't take any offense to their words, admitted that she had been told of how garbage her work was, which was why she insisted on Mas acting as a model, due to his likeness to Chikawa, the main character of her manga. When he attempted to refuse, Muriel lined up her massive of bullets in front of Masamune, hoping it would convince him. However, Aki interfered, reminding him of their plans to talk in his free time, forcing Masamune to decline the offer, to Muriel's disappointment. While later, whilst Fujinomiya looked at a painting, Shuri, who was walking in the area, stopped behind her to adore her. After mustering up courage, Shuri began to approach Fujinomiya, to the pleasure of Futaba, who was anticipating a great scene. She asked Fujinomiya whether she liked the painting. However, she was surprised to realize that her classmate had actually just lost the plot and stared at the painting, wondering if the people in the image were feeling cold due to their lack of covering. When Shuri attempted to make something out of her unrequited love, she fumbled, allowing Fujinomiya to get distracted by the incoming pair of Aki and Masamune. They crashed to the ground, thankful that they had survived a near life-threatening experience. When the others asked what had happened, the pair explained that after they had rejected Muriel, they were approached by a mean but official-looking gang of thugs who worked for a man named Frank, Muriel's elder brother. He promised them nothing but pain and carnage if they refused to help Muriel, forcing them to reconsider her offer and agree to model and explain Japanese cultural rom-coms for her manga. Later that day on a boat, Masamune met up with Yoshino, who had been helping him advance his relationship with Aki. After getting the gist of the action, he agreed to help Masamune once again, as she was in support of him getting together with Aki. After affirming to Masamune that she'd ensure no one got in the way of his attempt to take advantage of France, they fist-bumped to their partnership. The next day, after their first tour, Masamune and Aki headed out to meet up with Muriel, as agreed with Frank. When they got to a free park, Masamune decided to explain the flaws of the story to Muriel. He explained that the love was too unrealistic and was only possible in a love-themed country like France, making it impossible for a manga. When she asked for clarification, Masamune informed her that people enjoyed more of a slow-burn love story. However, Muriel disagreed, pulling Masamune in and proposing that simple love stories and kisses were the way to go. Just before she could seal his lips, the tsundere Aki leapt in, robbing them of their moment. When the points of Masamune and Aki began to align, Muriel seemed to have broken the fourth wall, asking if the sad, annoying love story they explained was what the pair shared, causing them to blush as they denied the allegation. At a bridge somewhere else in town, Yoshino escorted Kanetsugu as he sought to find Aki, wondering what she was doing. After realizing he was starting to suspect her deception more, Yoshino attempted to play the innocent princess act. However, Kanetsugu had already caught on to her plan to ruin his relationship with Aki. The weird, obese fiancé showed the maid a picture he had taken of her fist-bumping Masamune, implying a collusion. Although she had been caught, Yoshino lacked remorse for her actions, claiming she knew she had done the right thing. When Kanetsugu attempted to threaten her by claiming he'd tell Aki, Yoshino was completely unmoved as she walked away from the hideous fiancé. However, when he changed his target to her parents, Yoshino came to an immediate halt. Realizing she'd be cooked if he did so, he attempted to rage bait her into fully disclosing her true intentions. However, Yoshino didn't give in and simply expressed her dissatisfaction with how chopped and pathetic he was. Just before she could continue her speech, she was struck by a memory of her previous self, reminding her of her insecurities. Kanetsugu immediately took advantage of the opportunity and informed Yoshino he had already told her parents of her cheeky escapades. As the hideous victor left the scene, Yoshino stood in defeat, pained that she had let the appalling fiancé get the better of her. Meanwhile, at the park, Masamune and A continued their lovers' demonstration for Muriel. Although they were both equally incompetent and clueless about romance, Masamune's will to get Aki in love with him took charge, making him grab Aki's hand and take her on a walk. While they proceeded in the park, Masamune's think tank had already run out of juice, leaving the pair in a bind on what to do next. Eventually, the romantic essence of France took its course and caused the pair to look into each other's eyes lovingly. For a second, they thought they had gained a narrator, as they heard a voice describe how cringe and awkward their love was. However, it was simply Muriel, who they had forgotten. Upset that her sappy moment was interrupted, Aki confronted Muriel, insisting that she make sure her presence went unnoticed and simply observe their actions. On the other hand, Masamune had an issue on his other hand, as his incel genes had gone haywire due to his walk with Aki, making it sweaty. After wondering why it didn't affect the hand which held Aki, Masamune assumed it was just nature's way of helping his endeavor. Getting Muriel sorted out, Aki took the lead next, grabbing Masamune's hand to continue the walk. However, she wouldn't go far, as the black hole in her stomach had struck again, making her irrationally hungry. After slightly mocking her for her lack of decency, Masamune decided to take Aki to a bench where they'd have lunch. When they were about to eat, the pair were unable to indulge comfortably as they remembered Muriel's gaze and wondered what cringe lovers trope they could pull to make it interesting for her. They decided to try the cringe trope. However, Masamune was too much of a chicken to go through with it, causing him to slap Aki's sandwich into Muriel's arms. Whilst the two remained confused on what to do and prepared to tap out, Aki was approached by a dog who wanted her sandwich. She petted the dog but refused to share her food, stalling the animal till eventually its owners came and apologized for their carelessness. When Masamune asked about her likeness for dogs and ownership of some, Aki informed him that she had stopped keeping dogs since her last one died due to her sentiment. When she realized they had transitioned to a better mood, Aki decided to tell Mas why she was a grade 2 foodie who couldn't accept his feelings for her, using a flashback. As a child, Aki was unable to play with Yoshino for some time due to a weird sickness. Her parents parents had an argument, forcing her to go outside so she could play with her dogs. While she jumped around with the mutts, she saw an obese boy getting hounded by a bunch of wannabe hooligans, causing her to send her dogs forth to scare them off. When the little cholesterol ambassador cried his thanks, Aki got his name, Makabe, and promised to aid him if the need arose. For several days, she was caught up in a buttering up contest involving her parents, who were both trying to get on her good side. However, she was more enthralled by the little big muchacho Makabe, who constantly brought her gifts and made up for his hideous appearance by making her laugh. When the time came to solidify their friendship, Aki decided it was best to toughen up the walking dumpling so he would need her help less with the bullies. After asking her dog to chase him around for a while, she finally had enough fun bullying him and got him confident enough to willingly approach the dog himself. A few days later, they decided to strike back at his previous teasers by giving them a jump scare and trapping them in a ditch before fantasizing and releasing load on them with a fire extinguisher. Later that day, she sadly informed her big friend that her parents would be living in separate houses. However, she was comforted as the boy forgot their insane weight difference and leapt on to hug her. With the flashback wrapping up, Masamune asked what happened next. However, he was hit with a part of the story he didn't know, claiming Makabe, who she didn't know was him, never showed his face to her again. In complete confusion, Masamune asked what she meant, and Aki explained that Makabe remorselessly disappeared and came back with his actual name, Kanetsugu. As if he hadn't been shocked by the story enough, the actual Masamune wondered why her version of the story was so different from what he remembered, and why Kanetsugu, the appalling fiancé, was pretending to be his younger self. Masamune meditated on a quick flashback of his own, where in actuality he was almost teased by the 3 Walmart musketeers, while flower picking, forcing him to run to Aki help as a friend. However, he was shot down by the cruel princess who had once helped him, causing him to resolve to his glow-up date Aki and dump her plan as revenge. He remembered how the mid-musketeers trolled him for getting shot down and instantly let out his frustration, calling Aki a fake losing heroine, as she got what she deserved. After noticing the unnecessary heat in the atmosphere, Muriel butted in, requesting a ceasefire and more of the earlier lovey-dovey stuff. However, Aki had none of it, calling Masamune a bum before walking away. After the fight, Muriel was unable to convince Masamune to follow Aki. Later that night, Muriel was called by Frank, who asked why the Japanese rom-com models left her. When he attempted to force them back into it as they did before, Muriel threatened him not to, as she had found a way to give her manga a happy ending from their sad display. Meanwhile, the disbanded couple had both reunited with their respective friend groups, as Aki leapt into the arms of her best friend Yoshino in tears. A few days later, the class returned to Japan, and the students returned to their homes. Yoshino, who had been snitched on by Kanetsugu, faced punishment from her parents for her wrongdoings. The next day at school, she was hauled into a lunch rush by Aki, who was suffering from constant hunger due to a black hole in her stomach, which made her burn calories insanely fast. After receiving orders from her master, Yoshino decided to make a quick stop. Although she had gotten into trouble after being caught the first time, she met up with Masamune, who was found exercising. They talked about the events that unfolded at France, where Masamune and Aki fell out, and after reaching a conclusion that her memories of the past were utter garbage because she went through a lot, Yoshino reaffirmed Masamune of her help. However, she couldn't promise the same effectiveness she had before. Later that day, Masamune was having a corny daydream where he reconciled with Aki and got her to fall in love with him. However, he had gotten too caught up in the dream, causing him to fall off his chair and create a small scene. He was approached by Fujinomiya, who asked him what had happened. After convincing her he was okay, she helped him up and invited him on an outing after school, telling him that she had somewhere she wanted to visit with him. After school, he escorted her to a hospital where she performed a follow-up checkup. When they were out, she invited him on a walk, which Masamune accepted awkwardly. While walking, Masamune told Fujinomiya about what had happened in Paris and how it was the cause of his clumsiness. Although she was a bit flabbergasted by how corny the entire scenario was, she was more interested in the nature of his date and dump plan. After confirming he didn't want to date her out of love but purely revenge, Fujinomiya tried to reignite a love triangle arc, hugging Ma from his back. Just then, Masamune noticed a clump of familiar faces he didn't want to get any close to. He immediately grabbed Fujinomiya's arm and informed her they'd flee, not wanting to give them in the distance any chance. Meanwhile, back at school, Aki and Yoshino were joined by the hideous fiancé, who offered to take Aki out. After hearing the proposal, Aki accepted. However, Yoshino, who would naturally follow Aki on an outing of that nature, decided she didn't want to stare at the appalling boy for the rest of her evening, so she'd go home. A little while after Yoshino had left, Aki and Kanetsugu were also approached by familiar faces. Somewhere in the city, Masamune and Fujinomiya had run out of gas and couldn't continue running. As the classy gangsters from France approached, Masamune and Fujinomiya attempted to brainstorm ideas which could get them out of their situation. Before they could come up with a decent plan, Frank appeared, accusing Masamune of ditching his sister and running from France without properly aiding her. He reached reached into his coat, scaring Masamune, who thought he was about to paint the alleyway they were in red. However, he was surprised to see Frank pull out a manga's manuscript. Frank informed him that his sister, the French otaku, had gained a little from their time together and drew up a decent manga at the expense of her beauty sleep. The French mafia boss decided he'd leave the scene in style as he farmed on his way out, telling Masamune his story didn't need to be one with a shitty ending. The French otaku had officially confirmed she broke the fourth wall as she drew a complete knockoff of the show, twisting only the details of Masamune's sore split with Aki and ensuring they had a happy reunion. At the end of the manga was a letter from Muriel to Masamune, where she explained how much she had learnt and explained that she gunned for him to make the right moves with Aki. Later that day, at Mune's home, his sister Chinatsu had seen a weird figure in her room, causing her to run in. She immediately dropkicked Masamune, accusing him of looking at her forbidden lore and expressing his sock addiction with her property. While they argued the truth or falsehood of the accusations, their mother appeared, informing them that she had done the laundry, proving Masamune's innocence. After a little squabble, Masamune reflected on the content of the manuscript before handing it over to Chinatsu, who asked to read it as well. Meanwhile, at the diner, Kanetsugu, Aki, and 3 of her friends hung out as they looked at pictures Aki took while in France. While the girls talked about the difference in the trips they had, Kanetsugu reflected on a plan of his own. His sister was chronically ill, and after realizing his family had gone broke and could barely continue funding her ailment, he decided it would be best for him to marry into the rich family of the cruel princess. Suddenly, his reflection was interrupted by the girls, who accused him of being an incompetent cameraman and not getting enough good photos of Aki. After he explained that he was unable to due to Aki hanging out with Masamune, the girls turned their attention to Aki, asking her questions about her adventures with the narcissist. When Aki couldn't take it anymore, she crashed out, exclaiming that she didn't want to talk about the bum. Seizing his opportunity, Tsugu decided to take advantage of her frustration and try to turn Aki completely against Masamune so she could fall in love with him. After she left to clean up her face, the other 3 girls accused Kanetsugu of trying to do exactly what he was trying to do. However, he instantly denied the accusations, claiming he was only doing it to support Aki. When the girls calmed down, Kanetsugu had a quick flashback, remembering how he lied he was Masamune and got himself connected to Aki's family. He was determined to make the money any way he could, even if it meant completely running his fiance's family dry. After Aki got back, he successfully managed to soften her heart, giving him a shot at his goal of finally concluding their marriage. Meanwhile, Masamune had decided to test out the hypothesis he drew from Muriel's manga. He met up with Yoshino and told her about his assumptions, beginning to inquire into the truth of the day he was dumped. When he was done, he asked whether or not she was responsible for Aki rejecting him. After Yoshino faked by denying his accusation, she informed him that she was the one who rejected him, knocking Masamune off his feet. After hearing Yoshi's confession, Masamune was stuck in confusion, trying to understand what happened. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the city, Aki and Kanetsugu continued their date alone. The hideous fiancé had convinced Aki's 3 friends to allow him continue the date alone. Although they were all completely against it, he gaslighted them into believing Yoshino was colluding with Masamune. He appealed to their inability to think properly and convinced them to allow him go alone with her, while they would do to prevent Yoshino or Masamune from interacting with Aki. While walking with Aki, he continued to appeal to her weakness, serenading the cruel princess. After he had finally gotten her falling further for his fraudulent imitation of Masamune, he convinced her to follow him to the Ferris wheel in an amusement park. Back at Aki's house, Yoshino explained that she purposely rejected the relationship between Masamune and Aki because she despised his hideous look. After contracting her sickness as a child, Yoshino was informed that she'd no longer be able to hang out with Aki at the time, so she'd be confined to her room indefinitely. For days, she simply enjoyed not having to work for her snotty master, until eventually she started to feel bored, wondering if Aki was also as idle as her. While she pondered about how important an entertainment source she was to Aki, she was hit with a reality check as she heard noise coming from outside her window. Aki had found a new friend, who was definitely a cholesterol ambassador. Yoshino assumed the kid was just a big rolling play toy Aki used to kill time in her absence. However, she was surprised to see Masamune having fun as well, something that rarely happened whenever it was just her and Aki. She instantly became jealous, upset that Aki was having more fun with a random kid who was definitely falling in love with her. A few days later, Yoshino had fully recovered, but in turn, Aki had fallen sick, causing extra in the already heated house. Although she was at her lowest due to the ongoing conflict and sickness, Aki found peace in the relationship she had with Masamune, assuring Yoshino that she had him. After hearing Aki say that, Yoshino exceeded her breaking point and realized she was nothing more than a walking toy for the cruel princess. Suddenly, she began hearing shouts for help from Aki. However, the girl had fallen asleep. After confirming the voice was Masamune, Yoshino decided to get rid of the big bug once and for all, as she presented herself as Aki and turned down Masamune, saying she wanted nothing to do with an aimless junkie. After the events of that night, Aki was broken by the disappearance of Makabe, causing her to hate all boys like a feminist. Because it had affected Aki so greatly, Yoshino attempted to look for Makabe to bring him back. However, the double beef-layered kid was long gone, nowhere to be seen again, until he miraculously appeared several years later, looking like he had undergone training with an off-screen Batman. When Masamune asked if instantly recognized him, the maid confirmed it, claiming Aki would as well if she wasn't still hung up on the bad memories she had, along with the interference of Kanetsugu, who had stolen his identity. After Yoshino clarified that she wasn't intending for Masamune to eventually cut it off with Aki, she grabbed his arm and pleaded with him to save Aki from the overgrown weirdo who was trying to go after the cruel princess's heart. Immediately, Masamune took to his heels and ran to the amusement park, where Yoshino confirmed to be Aki's last location. At the park, Kanetsugu continued to woo Aki, taking her on a Ferris wheel whilst remembering his primary ambition. He was already receiving little funding from Aki's family as a fiancé. However, he needed more and could only get it by making Aki request it from her dad herself. A few moments later, Masamune arrived at the park, ready to fight for his love like Romeo did for Juliet. He was intercepted by the Goofy Three, who anticipated Yoshino would come, rather than Masamune. When they attempted to halt him, Masamune warned them of the danger they had exposed Aki to, as Kanetsugu was a fraudulent liar, causing the girls to hesitate. With their guards down, Masamune confronted the girls and convinced them to give him a clearer picture on where Aki was. In the park, the pair had come down from the wheel and were about to have ice cream, a clever idea Kanetsugu got from the Paris-like atmosphere. After they sat down to talk, Kanetsugu continued his sweet talking, skipping Aki's composure further. However, before he could make his request to the love-struck tsundere, he was immediately graced with a Superman punch, launching him off the bench. Masamune had caught up to the plot and openly accused Kanetsugu of being a liar, before awkwardly asking Aki out in the most cringe way possible. Without wasting time, Kanetsugu struck back, hitting it to the ground. He attempted to frame Masamune as the popular rich boy antagonist of the story. However, Masamune denied his accusations, explaining that he used to be a cholesterol ambassador as well and was helplessly useless till he was saved by Aki. His touching story appealed to the cruel princess, who had begun to feel a spark between them, forcing Kanetsugu to try another act. However, his plan would be utterly demolished by the exposure of a dirty secret. After taking the punch from Masamune, Kanetsugu's shirt opened up a bit, giving a glimpse of a 2x-chest attribute, which was abnormal for boys. The jig was up, exposing a gender bender trope, as Tsugu was revealed to be a girl. After she ran away ashamed, the other two were left to reflect on the other exposed truth, which was that Masamune was the Makabe Aki knew from her past. Although the atmosphere was stiff, Masamune teased Aki by trolling her for falling into the hands of his Walmart alt. When he continued to troll by emphasizing on the fact that Kanetsugu had extra plot up front and she didn't know throughout their relationship, Aki decided to take a jab of her own, reminding Masamune that he confessed to her. They began to drag the topic of his confession, going back and forth about how cringe it was. However, Aki eventually let go and instead accepted his relationship proposal, making them a couple. Later that night at the hospital, Kanetsugu visited her sister, who inquired into why she had a dent on her mouth. The elder sister explained that she got into an unnecessary squabble, causing a random psychopath to lunge a punch at her. After telling her sister exaggerated lies, Kanetsugu laughed, pleased that she no longer needed to put on with hiding her cannons in strips. The next day, Masamune was still mentally at the night before, as he had successfully gotten into a relationship with Aki. Because he was lost in thought, he didn't notice that his sister Chinatsu had come to tell him dinner was ready. After being unable to get to her brother, who was in Cloud 9, Chinatsu let out a loud yell, finally getting Masamune's attention, however causing him to slip on his treadmill and crash on the floor. When Chinatsu tried to confirm if he was okay, Masamune had gone back into his trance, convincing his sister that he had multiple screws loose. The next day at school, Masamune was approached by yet another random junior who confessed to him. He thought he would be over with it after nicely turning her down. However, the girl oozed complete despairacy as she proposed Masamune took her as a second lover, after confirming he was in a relationship with the cruel princess. When she continued to show further signs of mental withdrawal, Masamune handed her a water bottle of his, asking her to imagine it was him. He immediately fled the scene, hoping the loony would leave him, and to his pleasure, the water bottle did the trick. After getting to the lockers, Masamune expressed his frustration at how frequently girls were approaching him. Fujin, who was nearby at the time, informed him that it was his fault for forming a super couple out of the blue. She reminded him that the girls who didn't approach him were probably just crying at home, keeping their regrets to themselves. When Masamune almost asked Fujin why the issue was her, he remembered she was a losing heroine who he had rejected the season before. Later that day in class, Masamune couldn't stop thinking about his new relationship. When he began to consider the possibility that it would be all peaches and roses, he received a message from Aki demanding he brought her bread for lunch. After a horrendous lunch rush, Masamune began to consider whether or not he had gotten himself involved with a girl or had put himself in a serious problem. After she continuously sent him messages demanding food and threatening him with the possibility of herself shriveling, Masamune decided to dive into the ruckus. However, he was in for a big surprise when he got to the lunch lady. While normal rom-coms had hideous lunch ladies or lunch ladies the characters assumed to be an alien, Masamune had pulled the short straw, as his new lunch lady was Kanetsugu, his discount store wannabe. They decided to go to a secluded area where Kanetsugu told Masamune about how she sold her mansion to foot her sister's bills, and reached out to the school for help, leading to her job as the lunch lady. She explained that although it seemed bad from a third-party POV, she was happier living in an apartment than trying to uphold her mid-family's name. After getting that out of the way, Sugu decided to play with Masamune's inexperience, reminding him that since he came from a rich family, she'd be a front-runner to marry him. And after he played perfectly into her expectations, she laughed it off and congratulated him on making it work with Aki. When Masamune got to the shed where Aki hid her disgusting feeding habits, he saw her struggling with something behind some equipment. Wondering what it was, he came closer and offered to help, causing the inexperienced Aki to blush. He saw she was attempting to bring out a stove, and after helping her get it out, he asked her what she intended for it. She explained that if it was functional, she would use it in the shed, making Masamune laugh as his girlfriend had completely accepted her fate as a black hole for food. After teasing her, he handed over the stuff he brought, pleasing Aki, who was super hungry as always. After thanking him for his help, she offered to treat him to one of her croquette buns. When Masamune rejected her offer, Aki demanded that he eat something, claiming he was getting too skinny. Masamune reminded her that he got skinny for her, causing Aki to blush. And when she asked him how she could reward him, Masamune grabbed her by the face, telling her the sentiment was enough. Just then, Yoshino arrived with the kerosene she was asked to fetch, causing Masamune to panic and run away. After he had rested on a bench for a while, he wondered why he had done something so awfully corny. It was enough to cause secondhand embarrassment. As he pondered on the progression of his newly found relationship, he noticed an outbreak of hives on his arm. He immediately covered up after noticing who was walking by and asked to talk to her. They went to a nearby playground where Aki and Yo hung out as kids. After teasing Masamune till he fell and getting it out of her system, Yo asked Masamune why he decided not to tell Aki about her involvement in their first split. Masamune decided to play the cool guy act, telling Yo that he didn't see the need to do it. After thanking Masamune for keeping shut, Yo prepared to leave. However, his composure couldn't last much longer, as he immediately fell to his knees, begging Yo to help him boost his relationship with Aki. Shino decided to assist him and informed him that Aki's birthday was on Christmas Eve, coming later that month, so she'd be pleased if he properly planned an outing and took her out. After telling him what he needed to do, Yoshino informed Masamune that she would no longer be having any contact with him, as her role in his earlier plan had come to an end. Although he wasn't too happy with her decision, Masamune decided to respect it, acknowledging that a random rendezvous with his partner's maid would spawn unnecessary rumors. The next day, Masamune joined Aki and Yo in the shed where he played a guessing game. He pretended not to know Aki's birthday, however. She was too jumpy and ruined her chances of a surprise by telling him it was on the 24th of the month. Masamune decided to change courses and asked her on a date to celebrate the day, and Aki, being a tsundere, struggled to give Masamune a clear answer. However, after remembering her expressions whenever she agreed with something as a child, Masamune assumed she was okay with it. He attempted to celebrate by throwing Yo a thumbs up, but the maid completely aired his gesture, reminding him of their agreement. Later that day, they struggled to think of where to go on Christmas Eve, so he decided to ask his younger sister, Chinatsu. He immediately regretted his decision, as Chinatsu was an otaku just like him, causing her to have delusional tendencies, like asking for dates at a castle. Eventually, their mom got involved, causing the discussion to become a contest of delusions, asking Masamune to do the impossible. When he had enough, Masamune got up and left, ignoring what seemed to be important information that Chinatsu attempted to tell him. After getting to his room, Masamune decided to think backwards as he picked up his mangas and chose to get his date idea from them, the exact same source of media that had his mom and sister arguing over castles and unicorns downstairs. He read different volumes of mangas, but was unable to get any decent ideas on what to do and where to go. Meanwhile, at her house, Aki decided to change her title to Indecisive Princess, as she struggled to select what she'd wear, to the displeasure of Yoshino. The next day at school, Masamune sought ideas from Shuri on where to go on Christmas Eve. Shuri proved to be his solution, as she introduced him to nice restaurants and places, finally giving Masamune a direction on where he was heading. Over the next few days, Masamune planned what he thought to be the perfect date, whilst the indecisive princess tried to get her fit together. On D-Day, Masamune and Aki met at the front of a mall, where they'd started their date. She had finally decided what to wear, and Masamune, who had no idea it took her a week to choose, forgot to compliment her, causing her to playfully hit him. After going in, Aki asked Masamune what they'd be doing on their date, which he explained would start off at the cinema. When they got to the seats, Masamune remembered Aki insisted there was a 5-seat gap between them, however. This she sat down beside him, showing how much closer they had gotten. While the movie was on, Masamune could barely watch it, as the movie was incredibly sappy and corny, but his date Aki was fully immersed in the movie, causing him to smile. Meanwhile, at Aki's house, Yoshino was lost in thought, cleaning up the house, as there was no burden from Aki to bear. Her sister, a fellow maid, joined her, asking why she lacked Christmas spirit, which she explained to be her nature as a servant. Her sister agreed and handed her a package, asking her to put a smile on her face. Yoshino took a look at the package and immediately realized she had almost been gaslighted into believing she got a gift. Back at the cinema, Aki was in tears after the movie, claiming it moved her heart. Masamune, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered, as he was happy to get away from the sappy movie. When Aki asked what their next move was, Masamune told her of a cafe recommended to him which he was sure she'd love. In a shocking twist, when they got to the location he was given, the pair couldn't tell if they were at a cafe or crime scene. Eventually, they discovered from gossiping passersby that the cafe caught fire, crashing a huge meteor into Masamune's plans. They went around town searching for an open, decent cafe they could use as an alternative. However, they were all either full or sold out. In the evening, Aki was ready to give up, but Masamune would have none of that, as he had planned and researched for Christmas Eve. Feeling he was out of options, Masamune decided to invite Aki to his house, where he anticipated something nice would be cooking. When they got to the doorstep, Masamune prayed his family wouldn't embarrass him as they did previous times before. However, when they got in, Masamune discovered the house was dark and seemingly empty. He got to the center table and saw a note from his sister, informing him that she had gone with their mother to a resort while their dad was on a business trip. Masamune realized he had messed up, as Aki saw the note as well, making it clear to both that they were the only ones in his home. Meanwhile, somewhere in France, Muriel and her brother Frank had lunch on Christmas Eve. After Frank appreciated the view of his sister's pirate-like face, she handed him a gift. The French otaku had drawn a face shot of her brother's face. When the French mafia boss asked what he could do for her in return, Muriel gave him a list of Japanese events where he could help her get susmangas, which he awkwardly accepted to do. Back in Japan, Masamune and Aki struggled to compose themselves, as they were both completely oblivious to the happenings of a proper couple alone at home. Aki decided to take charge and reminded Masamune she simply came for tea, meaning there was no need for any complications even though they were alone. After getting the green light from Aki, Masamune allowed her to remain in his house, as he proceeded to the kitchen to get the tea. However, he was so clueless in the affairs of the kitchen that he had no idea where the tea was, forcing Aki to continue her lead and join him in the kitchen so she could search for it with him. While looking, Aki reminded Masamune they also intended on getting pancakes. With Masamune agreeing, Aki took the pancake dough she found and suggested they make it themselves. The pair wore their aprons and began preparing their pancakes. However, both were very awful chefs, causing them to waste time and ingredients, as they could barely flip the batter in the pan. Eventually, they succeeded in making it and settled for canned cocoa as they couldn't find any tea. While they ate, Masamune decided to test the waters and offered Aki pancakes from his share. Although she was cringed out by the disgusting face he was making, Aki grabbed his hand and allowed him to feed her before taking a jab of her own by pouring syrup all over his pancakes. When Masamune complained it was too much, Aki told him it was suitable for him, causing Masamune to trip up, as he believed she was ignorantly still thinking of the cholesterol ambassador he was as a child. When she got up to go get ice cream, he grabbed her arm and led her to his room, where he showed her his entire workout equipment, hoping she understood how dedicated he was to building his body. However, she was more captured by a picture he had in his room of them as kids, confirming to her that he cared about those memories, almost allowing her cuteness get him away from his point. Masamune grabbed Aki's shoulders and made it clear to her that the point of him taking her there was to see how hard he worked to stop being a quadruple beef patty. He explained that her constant attempts to make him eat calories were an insult to his bodybuilding arc, and asked her if she appreciated what he had become. However, before she could answer, the excess amount of corniness from his question caused her to lose balance as they both came crashing down. Suddenly, Masamune began to have stomach aches, forcing him to rush over to the toilet as Aki was lost in the moment. When she got back down to the living room, she received a message from Masamune informing her he was fine, but cutting short their date, as he was now out of action. He wished her happy birthday and informed her of a gift in his coat pocket, which she took before accidentally laying her eyes on what looked to be his diary. After she left, Masamune wondered why he had suddenly gotten hives again, along with the abnormal stomachache. He began to wonder if it was caused by touching Aki, which was when it started the first time. Aki, on the other hand, returned to her home where she met up with the strangely dressed No, who asked about her date. After giving a vague reply and asking a question about her appeal, which she already knew the answer to, she returned to her room, where she opened Masamune's gift. She appreciated the thought he put into getting a necklace of her former dogs, bringing back old memories. However, her mind couldn't get over the writing in Masamune's journal, talking about getting revenge on a woman. Some days later, after New Year's, Masamune visited a doctor who told him his hives were most likely as a result of stress. He was advised to check in later that week if any issues persisted. While walking from the hospital, Masamune thought about his relationship with Aki and how it could have caused the hives. Eventually, he got to the front of a cafe where he questioned whether or not he needed to go in to have a bite. In the cafe, Futaba and Shuri were having a conversation about their holiday as the class rep let out her frustration. She was stuck on babysitting duty throughout, with kids who she thought were trying very hard to get back at her for a crime she committed in a previous life. When she asked Shuri how her holiday went, her friend explained that she spent it in front of her television throughout, binging Netflix shows till she was either hungry or sleepy. After remembering they hadn't gone on a group outing in a while, Futaba decided they would go for the first shrine visit of the year together. Just then, Shuri noticed a familiar narcissistic face outside, walking away from their direction. Une, who considered stopping at the cafe, chose not to. However, after receiving a message from Futaba, he looked back and saw two of his close friends waving at him from inside the window. Meanwhile, at her home, Aki was lost in thought thinking about the events that unfolded on Christmas Eve. She wondered what the details of Masamune's revenge were and why he acted so weirdly before she left. Just then, she was snapped out of her thought process by Yo, who informed her the show she was was watching had ended. When you asked if she had any plans for the day, Aki told her she didn't, owing to her snotty, introverted attitude. Back at the cafe, Masamune met up with Futaba and Shuri, who told him about their shrine visit plan. They asked if he could invite Aki and Yoshino, but after remembering his hive, Masamune made excuses claiming that Aki and Yo were busy, so they would be unlikely to come with them. At her home, Fujin looked through old pictures she had of her and an extra-large friend. They reminded her of the first time she met him at a wedding. Although she was shy, Masamune tried his best to make friends with Fujinomiya, offering her food in an attempt to get her to open up. After receiving the shrine invite from her friends, she immediately decided to join them. Fujinomiya arrived at the venue. The group began their outing, transitioning from praying to taking drinks and going sightseeing. Eventually, they resorted to playing a game called Hanetsuki, where they'd fire a shuttlecock at each other till it hit the body of an opponent, allowing the victor to draw on their face. After confirming Fuji could play without facing a health hazard, the group began, firing back and forth and painting each other's faces till they all looked like graffiti walls. After the game, they had tea and went their separate ways, happy that they had their fun. While leaving, Masamune realized his hives had completely gone, making him further suspicious about the cause. The next day, they resumed school, making it more awkward for Masamune as he had not seen Aki since the Christmas Eve incident. While he was walking through the halls, he came across Yoshino. However, following the agreement they had, he could only stare and walk past to the surprise of Fujinomiya, who was stalking him from afar. The next weekend, Fujinomiya completed her regular checkup at the hospital, and on her way home, she came across Masamune, who she decided to give a ride to so they could talk. He followed her home and was entertained with some tea by Fujinomiya's assistant. She gave him a nasty look, warning him not to try any funny business with Fujinomiya, as she would make sure to show him a world of pain if he did. When Fujin got back with snacks she planned to offer Masamune, Shido left, allowing her master and guest to converse freely. Fujinomiya loosely asked Masamune a question about stress, hoping she'd get an idea of what he meant. He told her that he had let go of his date and dump plan. However, he was worried he might have been reacting negatively because he didn't say the entire truth to Aki. Fujinomiya took a sip of her tea and told him she believed it was unlikely. However, it would be more possible that his system reacted negatively to not having a secret anymore. Fujinomiya had managed to confuse not just Masamune, but the writers as well, so she decided to explain by telling Mune he missed wanting to have revenge on Aki. She insisted that he didn't actually love Aki, which was the reason for his reaction. She then tried to remind him that she had met him before he knew Aki. However, Masamune was completely unfamiliar with what she said. He immediately apologized for his shitty memory, as Shido, who was in the distance, had been charging up like a Super Saiyan god, waiting for him to slip up. Fujinomiya continued, reminding Masamune that he told her the exact same thing after she confessed, giving her a better understanding. She then proceeded to completely blast the matter out of proportion, from Masamune expressing his relationship issues to an unprecedented kissing scene, claiming she was now in love with him. Although he was in a relationship, Masamune had completely lost the plot and allowed Fujin to get the better of him, being a few nanoseconds away from a second kiss. However, Shido would step in just in time to prevent her master from kissing the useless boyfriend. Just then, Masamune and Fujinomiya discovered further signs of hives on his arm. The latter immediately retired for the day, bidding Masamune goodbye as she returned to her room while he left. Later that day, Masamune received a message from Aki asking about how his hospital checkup was. Masamune struggled to reply as he wondered if his emotions were true, causing him to scream out from the top of a pedestrian bridge. Suddenly, someone down below fell, causing Masamune to panic as he believed he was responsible. And in a shocking twist, Masamune would be astonished to realize it was none other than Yo, who had tripped on the ground. At her mansion, Aki's black hole had powered up, making her hungry. She called out for Yoshino, who gave no response, forcing her to get up and look around for her aid. After searching for a while, Aki went to the balcony where she saw Yoshino's older sister. After asking her where she could find Yoshino, Aki was told her maid had gone shopping, causing her to plan a sweets date with her 3 goofy friends. Meanwhile, at the scene of the accident, Masamune approached the fallen Yo, asking her if she was doing fine. When she attempted to walk away as a sign of confirmation, she realized that her ankle had twisted, temporarily making her helpless. Masamune attempted to assist her, carrying her like a helpless bride. However, she immediately threw him a punch, embarrassed by the scene. When Masamune asked her how she planned on continuing, Yoshino attempted to rise up once again. However, she could only constantly fall, forcing her to plead with Masamune for a piggyback ride. At a sweets shop somewhere else, the Goof Squad had tea, wondering if Aki would blow off another date with them just like she had done many times before. They began to discuss what they believed to be rumors of Aki and Mune dating, as it could be the reason for her sudden tendency to ignore them. They then decided that they would ask Aki the big question on whether or not she was dating Masamune, causing a back and forth argument about who would pull out the question. Suddenly, Aki appeared, causing the girls to feel nervous from all her rich girl aura. On the other side of town, Masamune gave Yoshino a piggyback ride across town, awkwardly receiving stares from neutrals whilst having to deal with the pressure of Yoshino's 2x chess stats. He knew that if he spoke, he'd be in for the worst of the maid, so he kept his degenerate thoughts to himself. Just then, Yoshino called out his name, causing him to panic as he thought she had realized what was happening. However, she was more concerned with a completely different issue, which was that she had worn a skirt, making her uncomfortable. They decided to stop at a nearby park, where she'd rest so she could continue again. At the cafe, their table was engulfed in a stiff atmosphere, as although Aki was comfortably stuffing her face with sweets, the goofy friends struggled to determine which of them would pop the question. After complete failures from all three, the shortest of them finally exploded, asking Aki whether she was in a relationship with a narcissist. Cruel Princess confirmed it, blushing as she told her friends the truth. Although they were very upset, the goofs were very happy with Aki's lovey-dovey face, causing them to accept the relationship and move on. Meanwhile, at the park, Yoshino patted her leg as she could feel the severity of the bruise she had incurred. Masamune, who had been assisting her, attempted to check it out. However, she told him off, causing him to sit on the nearby bench. When the silence was becoming unbearable, Yoshino decided to bring up the topic of the Christmas Eve date. Because Masamune didn't want to talk about it, he told off the incident as a simple planning error, an excuse Yoshino took to be pure waffle. She began to pinch his cheek for disappointing Aki, causing Masamune to come to a realization. He grabbed different parts of Yoshino's arms before giving her a hug and letting out words implying a confession. After hearing Masamune let out his cringe words, Yoshino gave him a big headbutt, knocking him out. Meanwhile, Aki, who had finished her date with the goofy friends, was approached by Kanetsugu on her way home. When Masamune regained consciousness, he realized Yoshino had taken a hike, leaving a message on his face before she left. Later that day, at a restaurant, Kanetsugu and Aki talked about how badly they had resolved their issue, as they hadn't seen each other since she stole Masamune's identity. Aki assured Tsugu that she didn't hold a grudge, but instead was happy with the way she was now living. She praised Tsugu for living with a solid resolve and called herself an irredeemable jobber, as she had no definite goal of her own. Kanetsugu immediately butt claiming it was not the case. However, she simply needed a way to express her emotions herself, the same way she did using her love for her sister. While walking back home, Aki pondered on the words of her fellow Big Mac enthusiast, wondering how she could properly accept her own feelings. After getting home, she met with Yo, who was fiddling with the first aid box. After demanding Yoshino tell her why she needed it, she discovered that her best pal had sprained her ankle, making her require medical attention. After Yoshino pleaded, she kept the information coded due to a fear of needles. Aki decided to help Yoshino out herself, applying medicinal balm and a bandage. After seeing Aki's show of kindness, Yoshino began to cry, wondering if she was a traitorous witch who betrayed her master. Deep in the night, Masamune would be disturbed by a mysterious dream, showing him an alternate reality where his true heroine was Yoshino. The next morning, Masamune was completely confused by his dream, wondering what it meant and why he had it. When he got into the class, he was hit with an aura similar to the one dominant in France, indicating it would soon be the period of love. His friends Shuri and Futaba were completely absorbing the mood, talking about how much they expected from the holiday and how they anticipated it to be a great success. When Masamune doubted it'd be that big for him, Futaba teased him by reminding him he'd received chocolate from Aki. The Aki in question, however, was more invested in the quality of her chocolate run on Valentine's Day, testing different types of chocolates from her family's company. When she was done with the taste test, Aki pretended to Yoshino that she didn't remember Valentine existed. However, she was hit with a reality check, as Yoshino reminded her that she would need to get Masamune a gift. When Aki asked what she needed to do, Yoshino gave her the option of chocolate, which Aki decided she'd do on her own. She began to learn how they were made and went on a training arc with Yoshino. Over the next 2 weeks, Masamune's friends planned their Valentines, and Aki perfected the art of chocolate making, as she was incredibly awful in the kitchen, making her need more time than others to learn. At his home, Masamune was fighting a constant calorie battle, doing everything in his power to avoid the chocolates and sweets his sister and mother offered him. The 13th of the month, Aki had successfully made chocolate, impressing her teacher Yoshino, who rejected Aki's offer that she should try the chocolate. After Aki asked Yoshino if she had a special person she wanted to give chocolates to, the maid denied having any weak links, meaning she only needed to hand out obligatory chocolate. On Valentine's Day, their class was buzzing with activity, as the boys were gifted chocolates from all the girls due to a school rule that made them mandatory. Shuri decided to make a solo move of his own by gifting Fujinomiya some chocolate in private. However, they'd lose the element of privacy as Aki and Yoshino walked by, interrupting their little lovey-dovey moment. Fujinomiya was unmoved, as she decided to flex her chocolate, using it as an excuse to ask Aki whether or not she'd be giving Masamune. After hearing the question, Aki blushed, conceding that she intended on giving Masamune chocolate since it was her role. Masamune, on the other hand, was approached by yet another girl, this time the lunatic who attempted to have him two-time, offering him chocolate. She handed over her gift and presented the bottle Masamune gave her from their earlier encounter, assuring him she was still fully interested in being his second option, creeping Masamune out. After she left, he added the chocolate to the haul he had already accumulated, accumulated before receiving a message from Aki, who invited him to the school shed. Masamune immediately rushed over and met Aki waiting in front of the structure. After seeing his chocolate stash, Aki was pissed, claiming there was no point in giving Mune as it was unlikely he would eat it. However, Masamune refused, declaring that he wanted her chocolate more than anything else at that moment. When Aki handed it over, Mune immediately opened it and took a bite, surprising Aki, who thought he would decide not to because of his calorie gains. From that moment on, Mune decided it would be best for him to change his ways so he could get the best out of his relationship with Aki. The next day, they decided to go on a date with a twist, as they would be visiting multiple of Aki's favorite diners and restaurants. They started off with a brunch shop, where Aki ate like her usual monstrous self, while Masamune, who would usually stick only to veggies and salads, followed suit. He was keeping to his word, and was no longer scared of becoming his extra large self. After Aki ordered more food to quench her active black hole, Una decided it was best to copy, as corny moments like that wouldn't last forever. Back at Masamune's home, his sister and mother discussed how much he had changed due to his girlfriend. After realizing that the reason her son now ate more of her food was probably a girlfriend, his mother and sister grew desperate to know her. Later that day, Masamune and Aki burger shop, where although Aki told him not to, he ignored and made an order similar to hers, causing him to almost constipate. When he tried to exercise quickly so as to create space in his stomach to continue the date, Masamune ended up stirring his stomach and hurling in the ocean. At the end of the date, Masamune appreciated Aki and promised her more lunch rush dates of that nature. The next week at school, Yoshino was caught having lunch alone by Fujinomiya, who decided to join her. Although they weren't close, Fujinomiya tried to appeal to Yoshino by bringing up the topic of a relationship with Masamune. After hearing Fujinomiya unnecessarily bring up the topic of Masamune's relationship, Yoshino wondered what the girl beside her was planning. Meanwhile, in the shed, Masamune and Aki talked over chicken as they discussed possible locations they could go to while on their next date. After finishing their meal, they heard the bell ring next period, forcing them to run as they would be late otherwise. While exiting, Masamune slipped, causing Aki to worry. However, he was unable to allow her to grab up his hand due to a fear of the appearance of hives. He immediately performed a Chinese getup, assured Aki he was okay, and then continued his run to class, a scene Fujinomiya, his classmate, had seen. Later that day, after school, Fujinomiya was lost in thought, staring out the window before being dragged back to reality by Masamune, who handed over a notebook she left behind. When she asked him why he wasn't with Aki, Masamune informed her that Aki had other business to attend to, leaving him free to exercise for the rest of his evening. Fujinomiya then proceeded to bring up the topic of his hives, which Masamune assured her was over. They said their farewells and Masamune left the school area. Later that evening, Aki walked around the school compound with her umbrella, navigating under the snow, while Shuri, who was on class duty, struggled to get around school because it was dark. Eventually, Aki got to a classroom where she met Fujinomiya, who immediately got down to business. She confronted Aki and demanded she break up with Masamune, claiming it was for the best. However, Aki refused, saying she wouldn't do that simply because she was asked to. When Fujinomiya claimed that Masamune was not in love with Aki, the latter admitted that she knew, especially after reading his planner, which had the date and dump plan. She began to tear up, explaining to Fujinomiya that her love for Masamune was enough to keep her in the relationship, and she had no issue if he decided to put into use his weird plan, because she loved him. When Fujinomiya expressed confusion at his burning love, Aki made it clear to her that she fully understood the pain of a third party seeking to shorten the span of the relationship. After leaving the classroom, Aki joined Yoshino at the school entrance and told her about the encounter with Fujinomiya. When Yoshino attempted to confront Masamune's classmate, Aki held her back, expressing her displeasure for unnecessary trouble. She admitted to Yoshino that she knew Masamune didn't truly love her, and she was simply holding on to a relationship she knew was toxic. Yoshino immediately refused to accept Aki's words, confessing her plot to get rid of Masamune as a child and how they were able to sort it out. She tearily admitted her fault and assured Aki that Masamune did love her and was aware she wasn't responsible for their awkward split as children. Expecting Aki to crash out a bit after hearing her, Yoshino was surprised to see her master smile while keeping her under her umbrella to protect her from the cold. She assured Yoshino she wasn't upset with her. However, she had a special assignment she required Yoshino's help with. The next morning, Masamune woke up after sleeping like a baby, unaware that a very important part of his love life had taken a hit the day before. He looked down at the heap of snow in his compound, as his sister Chinatsu challenged him to a snowman building competition. When he refused to indulge her game, Chinatsu called her brother and UNC, forcing him to accept her challenge and beat the allegations. Before long, they completed their snowman, which looked like a creepy ritual doll. Although it was hideous, Masamune was proud of his work, taking a picture of it and sending it to Aki, hoping he'd receive some praise. After seeing Masamune send the picture to his girlfriend, Chinatsu asked Masamune if he could bring her over for dinner sometime, as she and their mom wanted to meet the mysterious life changer. After considering the proposal, Masamune assured Chinatsu that he'd bring Aki over eventually, not wanting to rush anything. Later that day at school, the girls began discussing plans for White Day as they anticipated loads of gifts from the guys they gave chocolates. The boys in class were exasperated as they were only given chocolates because of a mandatory rule in school. Shuri, who was seated peacefully in class, had been completely mind-blown by the events that took place after school the day before. He asked Fujin why she did what she did, and the latter responded that she did it to protect Masamune. She accepted her role as not just the third edge of a sappy love triangle, but as the main antagonist for the couple. Later that day during lunch, Yoshino tried her best to complete the assignment Aki gave her. While she was aiming to complete it, she was approached by Fujinomiya, forcing her to immediately leave the area. Meanwhile, at the shed, Masamune and Aki hung out, this time with Aki only eating a normal portion of food. Although Masamune wanted to ask Aki to follow him home so she could meet his family, he was too much of a chicken, scared that his family would embarrass him. Out of the blue, Aki decided to invite him on a date, ruining his chances of taking her home that day to meet his family. After school, Fujinomiya was once again approached by Shuri, who asked to walk home with her. For some reason, they wouldn't stop talking about Fujinomiya, almost ruining Aki's relationship. After a small back and forth, Shuri assured Fujinomiya he would never see her differently, after Fujinomiya tried to convince him she was an antagonist. Later that day, Masamune got a call from Aki, confirming their date. She told him that it wouldn't be to a restaurant like they did constantly before, as she intended for them to go shopping together. She also reminded him about White Day, a celebration Masamune panicked over as he had no gift for Aki and didn't know what to do. After Aki ended the call, he met up with the delusional duo he was living with, and just as anticipated, Chinatsu was unable to give a feasible answer. However, his mom would prove different this time, asking him to bake Aki something just like she did for him on Valentine's Day. Masamune appreciated the idea and chose to make macarons as they were Aki's favorite snack. However, just as his mum warned him, they were difficult to make, as every attempt he made ended up either looking like a dead rodent or a turd. He eventually settled to buy macarons rather than make them himself. He asked for help from Shuri, who was the biggest sweets fan he knew, to help him get to the best sweet store around, which Shuri did. After searching for a while, he finally got the right type of snack he intended to gift Adagaki for White Day. After noticing Shuri got a White Day gift for someone as well, Masamune asked about the receiver, who Shuri explained to be Fujinomiya. He then praised Shuri for his thoughtfulness before inviting him out for dinner since it was late. Next day, Aki had finished preparing and left her house for the date, bidding Yoshino and her sister goodbyes. After Aki left, Yoshino's sister reminded her that she was young as well, so she needed to take advantage of her youth too. Before long, Masamune arrived at the store Aki told him about and wondered if he had the right location. After seeing Aki come in, his mind finally settled down, confirming he was at the right place. When Masamune asked what she intended to buy, Aki went over to the attendant and asked whether he remembered her, causing confusion for both the attendant and Masamune. She informed him that she was from the mansion he used to play not too far from, instantly giving the attendant an idea of who she was. While Masamune was still confused, she grabbed him and introduced him as well, telling the attendant he was the cholesterol ambassador he and his friends bullied so much as a child, completely shocking the attendant. After telling the attendant who they were, Aki decided it was time to leave as the attendant was also being called by his manager. Before Masamune left, his former teaser apologized for his wrongdoings as a child, most likely because he was scared the ripped Masamune could hurt him. After leaving the store, Masamune and Aki talked, as she asked him how he felt after meeting his former oppressor. After Masamune told her he was completely fine and unmoved, Aki asked whether to visit the other bums, which Masamune rejected, making his girlfriend proud. After getting through a sappy compliment scene and crying about how much he loved his girlfriend, Masamune presented his White Day gift to her, which Aki gracefully accepted. After smiling at the gift for a few seconds to build momentum, Aki twisted the entire day on its head as she returned the package to Masamune and bid him farewell. In the most surprising turn of events, Masamune had been hit with a breakup scene. A few days later at school, Masamune's friends were surprised to have not seen him for 3 days. They wondered what could have possibly happened to him, as he wasn't responding to any of their messages or calls. It was no help to them that even the teacher was completely unaware of why he refused to come to school, making his 3-day absence a problem for his record. Just then, Futaba saw Aki and Yoshino walk past, causing her and her friends to rush towards them, hoping for an answer. When they caught up to Aki, they asked her why Masamune hadn't been going to school. However, Aki was confused as well, completely aware that he didn't. After the topic of their relationship was brought up, Aki informed them that they were no longer a thing, as she broke it off days ago, surprising Yoshino, who was left out of the loop. When Yoshino asked why it was so, Aki refused to answer, claiming it was none of her business as she walked away. After Aki left, Yoshino decided to head over to his place after school, with Futaba and her friends agreeing to come since they were all equally worried. When they got to his house, Futaba and Shuri were amazed by how majestic it was, as they had never visited before. Yoshino and Fujinomiya asked the other two to brace themselves, as the house was extremely awkward. However, after ringing the doorbell multiple times, there was no reply. The group thought there was no one at home, given they didn't see any lights on. However, upon smelling the pudding her brother's friends had brought, Chinatsu rushed out, scaring Shuri to the ground. Before long, the 4 students were allowed in, and Chinatsu had started digging into the pudding. After seeing the abnormal amount of unwashed dishes, Fujinomiya asked what had happened, which Chinatsu began to explain. She directed the friends to her brother's room, showing more scattered areas of the house in embarrassment. They got into Masamune's room. His friends were astonished by the amount of workout equipment and mirrors that were present. Chinatsu looked under his duvet and brought out their mum, who had gone from simply looking like a loli to actually becoming one. Chinatsu explained that Masamune had left the house to Shinshu where his grandfather lived, without listening to his mother's plea that he should stay. Because he was gone, their mother began to bug out, making her ineffective in the house. After hearing the story, Yoshino wondered what could have happened after the date with Aki that led to Masamune fleeing from his home. Chinatsu thanked the group for the pudding before they left, as their mom used it to calm herself down. After they left, Shuri had work to catch up on, so he left the other three to contemplate what was going on with Masamune. When Fujinomiya continued to hammer on the possibility of what Aki did, Yoshino grabbed her arm and accused her of being responsible for it, as she got into Aki's head and had her confused about the relationship, leading to a breakup. Fujinomiya immediately gave Yoshino a cheap shot before crying, as she explained that Yoshino was the actual perpetrator. She accused Yoshino of forcing Aki on Masamune when she knew where his heart belonged, causing Masamune to get the hives. As Fujinomiya broke down, Aki appeared, asking Futaba to walk away with Fujinomiya so she could have a mano-a-mano with Yoshino. In Shinshu, Masamune raked leaves and gathered them together, before setting them alight and treating it like a bonfire. While he sat thinking about his failed relationship, he remembered going to Shinshu as a child but with hatred in his heart at the time. Just then, his grandfather appeared, asking him to refrain from bringing sweets as he held the package Masamune got for Aki. After the old man left, Masamune burnt the package and continued to reflect, wanting to know where his emotions lay. Back in the city, Aki and Yoshino had a conversation where they initially attempted to let them drop their status as master and servant so they could properly address their emotions. Aki explained that she was overly reliant on Yoshino, making her do unnecessary things as kids and sending her on extravagant errands. She admitted that the barrier in status had made her completely ignore Yoshino's emotions for Masamune, causing Yoshino to tear up. The maid denied the allegations, claiming she couldn't have feelings for a narcissistic bum like him. However, Aki assured her there was no need rejecting it, as she was in full support of their ship. She gave Yoshino the go-ahead to chase after Masamune, causing the two girls to tear up as Yoshino immediately took off. Meanwhile, at a karaoke bar somewhere else in the city, Fujinomiya, who had been taking her L as a losing heroine, was being comforted by Futaba, who assured her she'd be all right. After confirming that Fujinomiya was actually in love with Masamune, she gave her calming words of advice, explaining that a lady in love always had something in her heart, which made sense to both of them somehow. With Fujinomiya fully calmed down, Futaba got the karaoke pad and selected a song they'd sing together. At the city subway station, Yoshino rushed through the crowd with her bag, aiming to go to Shinshu as fast as she could. When she got on the train, she struggled to put up her bag, as it was too high for her. However, she would be helped by a fellow passenger who helped her get it up. The train rushed through different cities in Japan, carrying Yoshino on her journey to find her kryptonite. Although she was disappointed in her own case, it wasn't the other way around where Masamune would rush through Japan to get her. Yoshino solidified her will regardless. At the Shinshu house, Masamune had finished his chores and evening jog. When he stepped outside, he was overwhelmed by a nostalgic fog, which reminded him of his old self who completely hated Aki. After seeing an illusion of his obese young self fall, Masamune walked over and talked to it, telling the young lad Aki wasn't his enemy. He informed himself revenge wasn't the right way, and peace was the real deal, causing the fog to clear away. From a third-person perspective, Masamune looked like a lunatic. However, he was lucky the only third person nearby got there after he had ended his display. Yoshino, who had finally arrived at Shinshu, ran over to Masamune and leaped into his arms. Before he could ask the hows, whys, and give the buts, Masamune's lip was sealed with a kiss, opening a new chapter of his love story. A few days later, Masamune returned to the city, where he continued his regular exercises and continued to live with his weird family. Later that day, at Aki's house, Yoshino got dressed up and prepared to go out, living her life like her sister requested. After seeing Aki, who had granted her the liberty of going on dates at random, she awkwardly promised Aki to be back soon enough. Before long, Aki became incredibly hungry, making her regret not asking for a snack from Yoshino before she left. When she decided to take action herself, she saw the bag Yoshino returned with after heading over to Shinshu to fetch Masamune. Aki remembered that she was a bit distressed on that day, as Yoshino didn't come back early as expected. She grabbed the contents of the bag, microwaved them, then took some green tea with it, assuring herself that she didn't need Yoshino all the time before going to sleep. The next day, a new session of school had started as the students rushed to see what class they had been slotted in ahead of their final year. While checking, Futaba, Shuri, and Fujinomiya came across Kanetsugu, who had finally come back to school, but this time in the appropriate uniform, much to the confusion of Shuri, who still couldn't believe she was a she. After seeing Yoshino struggle to find her class, the group informed her that she was with them, meaning she would be in a class different from Aki's for the first time ever. The saying, "speak of the devil," probably popped up in their heads as they saw Aki confirm her class, however, in dismay, as she was in the same class as Masamune. Masamune joked about the coincidence, but Aki couldn't compute it, as she was still feeling awkward after the relationship saga. It was continuously uncomfortable for her, staying in the same class as the guy she dumped who ended up getting with her maid best friend. She ate her lunch alone in the shed once again, believing Yoshino was with Masamune. However, she was surprised to see the guy in question come into the shed bearing gifts of food. Even a tsundere like her couldn't keep up with the amount of mixed signals he had been giving her, forcing her to ask what he was doing. But before he could answer, Yoshino popped out of nowhere, pulling Masamune away from the shed. While Aki writhed in jealousy, Yoshino continued pulling Masamune away, telling him the time wasn't ripe yet. Later that day, Aki decided to reinvent herself, leading to a change in hairstyle. When Aki arrived home, she would have been greeted by Yoshino, but her change in hairstyle was so abrupt, her friend was completely lost for words. When Aki tried to explain that she was simply trying to convert herself from the snotty brat of the previous arcs, Yoshino called her a dummy, as she was playing a prank on her. When Aki asked what she meant, Yoshino asked her to head back to school where she'd uncover the whole truth. After getting to Shinshu, Yoshino realized that the only reason someone could stay there for a long period of time thinking about another person was true love. Although she still decided to express her feelings to Masamune, she knew the truth about his emotions, and decided to pretend there was a plot twist. After getting to school, Aki saw a note similar to one she had written for Masamune previously. She began to search all over the school for him, promising him a talking to the moment she found him for his insolence. After searching for a while, she finally found him in the school courtyard. However, because she was squirming through the window, he was unable to hear her demand that he should stay still, leading to a Scooby-Doo chase around the school searching for each other till eventually Masamune caught up to her. When he attempted to grab her hand so she could halt, they clashed, causing them both to fall. When Aki asked why he was still coming after her amid his relationship with Yoshino, Masamune explained that he wasn't in a relationship with her friend, as he rejected her after her confession due to love for another. He apologized to her for all the misunderstandings and explained that his misdirected rage had made the first relationship toxic. He then reminded her of the fun they had in the past and asked her out again, causing Aki to blush as she accepted. After he complimented her new hairstyle and promised her it was the start of a new great arc for them, she requested they seal their newfound relationship with a kiss, which caught Masamune off guard, as he was considering the possibility of the hives returning and how cringe of a scene it would be. After getting himself together and assuring his system it would be okay, Masamune sealed Aki's lips, cementing an actual relationship between himself and the childhood friend. A few weeks later, the school had a cultural festival which ended in a campfire party. While the other students danced, Shuri Futaba talked about how close they were to graduating high school, meaning they would be separated soon enough. Although Kanetsugu tried to convince them there was a long way to go, Shuri was having none of it, as he began to plan outings they'd have in their last year of high school. Meanwhile, in a different part of the school, the two losing heroines, Fujinomiya and Yoshino, talked about how they had lost to the plot. When Fujinomiya asked why Masamune didn't break out in hives when touching Yoshino, she explained that it was simply because he was more comfortable with her as his friend. They looked down at the new happy couple, who prepared to dance beside the campfire. After Masamune teased Aki with the possibility of her dancing with Kanetsugu if he didn't step in at the amusement park, Aki laughed, remembering how long they had come to get to their relationship. With the fire's sparkling lights and the moonlight shining upon them, the new happy couple danced to celebrate their relationship, hoping for the best in the struggles to come. One rainy day on his way home, Amane saw the most popular baddie in his school named Mahiru sitting in the rain. At first he wanted to walk away because he didn't have the confidence to talk to her, but when he noticed she was crying, he decided to help her. He gave her his umbrella, telling her to take it so she wouldn't catch a cold. The next day at school, Amane caught a cold because he had walked home in the rain. Just then, Mahiru walked by the classroom, and everyone immediately lost it like she was some celebrity, and most of them called her an angel. This prompted Amane to wonder how someone so popular, smart, and good at everything could remain so humble, but despite every hormonal guy in the school would love to date her, a Chad like him wouldn't. He also recalled how she was sad the previous day and wondered what must have caused it. Later that day, a sick Amane arrived at his apartment and found Mahiru waiting at the door to return his umbrella. At first, he tried to act nonchalant and refused to take it back. As they talked, Mahiru realized he had a fever because of her and offered her help, but he grabbed the umbrella and attempted to walk into his house, telling her not to worry. Suddenly, he almost collapsed like a Disney princess, losing all his aura, which prompted Mahiru to help him out. When they got in, she almost choked in terror when she saw his garbage dump of an apartment.
Brother,
But she managed to bear it. A few hours later, Amane woke up in his room and found her watching over him. She explained that he had fallen asleep and that she had made him some food, but she added that he needed to check his temperature before eating. The moment he pulled up his shirt to place the thermometer, she got flustered, and at that moment, Amane realized she looked quite cute. After tasting the food, Amane was shocked by how good the food tasted, and when he had eaten the meal, he asked why she had been crying in the rain the previous day, wondering if her boyfriend had dumped her. She avoided the question, stating she did not have or need a boyfriend. He was shocked since she was an A-rank baddie who half of the school probably gooned to every night. When he suggested she probably had multiple simps in her DMs, she immediately flared up. Going on the defensive, she snapped that she wasn't the kind of girl to jump from sausage to sausage. When Mahiru apologized for making him sick, he said it wasn't her fault and told her to use the door since he felt better. His Mr. Nonchalant attitude surprised her, and she said all the guys she ever talked to instantly went on simp mode and wanted to date her. Hearing this, Bro said he'd rather eat cold pasta than waste his time on the school's angel, but she stopped him saying she hated the nickname. The next evening, Mahiru was surprised to find Amane on his balcony drinking an energy drink for dinner. She claimed he needed good food to recover well, and then a few seconds later, she showed up at his door with some leftovers. When she said she hated his pathetic lifestyle of eating trash, Amane accepted the food and teasingly called her an angel, but he quickly apologized when he saw her getting mad at the name. The next day, Amane returned the containers and thanked her. He was surprised when she offered him another home-cooked meal, so he politely declined. However, she insisted, claiming she had made more than enough. Amane pointed out that cooking for someone usually implied deeper feelings, but Mahiru denied having any feelings for him, wished him goodbye, and left. Shortly after that encounter, she began cooking for him on a daily basis. A few days later, Mahiru visited him and found him completely overwhelmed trying to clean his apartment. At first, she scolded him for letting it get so bad, but she eventually offered to help him clean his refuse dump. He reluctantly agreed, and Mahiru immediately went into full housewife mode, sorting everything from plastic bottles to underwear while tidying the room. As they cleaned, Mahiru suddenly tripped, and Amane's attempt to catch her made them land in a Seuss position. After a whole day of cleaning, Amane offered to treat her to some pizza. As they were about to eat, Mahiru revealed she had never tried pizza before because she grew up with a housekeeper who cooked all her meals. After trying a slice, Mahiru realized she liked it. When it was time to head home, Amane asked why she always cooked for him, and she simply replied that she enjoyed cooking for people and told him not to attach any romantic meaning to it before wishing him a good night. The next day, Amane found Mahiru sitting in the park. After discovering she had fur all over her clothes, he asked if she had been playing with a pet. He soon realized she had hurt her ankle while rescuing a cat from a tree. He told her to wait, after which he left briefly and returned with a cold compress and a first aid kit. He then asked her to remove her tights, which made her wonder if he wanted to do Seuss things, but he promised not to look. Once she took them off, he told her not to get mad because he was about to use his gifted hands on her legs. After treating the injury, he informed her that he would have to carry her back. He then gave her his jacket to cover herself up so she wouldn't be recognized, then carried her home on his back while holding her soft bunions. When they arrived at the apartment complex, Mahiru thanked him for his help and for lending her his track pants. The next day at school during sports period, Itsuki teased Amane for wearing shorts and asked why he was displaying his dry thighs no one cared to look at. Just then, some girls interrupted them to cheer for a random guy on their team, calling him the prince. At that same moment, Amane noticed Mahiru smiling at him from the stands. That night, she returned his clothes and brought him a food pack for dinner. After she thanked him, Amane teased her about her popularity, mentioning that her smile had caused a lot of stiff rods at the stadium that day. Mahiru acknowledged she was attractive, but explained she didn't think too much about it because beauty didn't mean everything. Just then, he noticed a specific dish in the pack that he really liked. After thanking her, he remarked that he wished he could have eaten it fresh. However, Mahiru misunderstood and thought he was trying to come over to her place for some handiwork. After he cleared up the misunderstanding, she offered to cook it for him if they split the cost of the ingredients, though she warned him she would stomp his balls if he tried anything funny. She added that, unlike most guys she knew, he didn't constantly bother her, making her assume he wasn't into surfboards like her. Some days later, she came over to cook the special dish and expressed surprise that his kitchen and cookware looked barely used. She quickly activated waifu mode and began cooking, while Amane just stared at her, thinking that he might have found the perfect wife. However, she sensed his virgin energy piercing her soul and advised him to ensure the shield hero doesn't rise from his pants. Once the meal was ready, Amane thoroughly enjoyed it and praised her cooking, which made Mahiru incredibly happy. Seeing her smile, Amane almost folded like paper. While they washed the dishes after dinner, he asked if it was truly okay for them to eat together every day, repeating the idea that girls only cooked for guys they were in a relationship with. In response, Mahiru said she only saw him as an abandoned, underfed puppy that needed helping, so it was alright. The next day at school, Itsuki chatted with Amane after a test, asking how he did and wondering how he always managed to land in the top 30. Amane jokingly replied that unlike Itsuki, he did not spend all his time managing a girlfriend. Just then, Itsuki's girlfriend, a sheik named Chitose, suddenly walked in. Itsuki began to pat her on the head like a pet puppy, causing Amane to call them shameless, though Itsuki insisted such public displays of affection were normal in a relationship. That evening after dinner, Amane saw Mahiru grading her test results. When he asked about them, he was surprised to learn she had achieved a perfect score and was studying a year ahead of the class. When Mahiru noted that he also read a lot, he explained that, unlike her, maintaining good grades was the strict condition his parents gave him to live alone in the apartment. Mahiru denied that it was the same for her, and sadly revealed she studied hard because she felt she had to, which surprised him. As she packed her bag to head home, Amane noticed her ID card on the floor. He saw her birthday was only 4 days away and handed the card back to her before wishing her a good night. The next day, because he was a virgin, with zero dating experience, he casually tried to find out what she wanted as a gift. Mahiru merely told him she wanted a new sharpening stone for her kitchen knives, which completely weirded him out. The following day at school, he consulted Itsuki, who advised him to do some research, but ultimately recommended buying hand cream. Later, as they walked home, Chitose was shocked that Amane was buying a gift for a girl. She wanted to know who it was so she could offer better advice, but Amane refused to tell her. Instead, he just asked her to recommend anything that would make a girl happy. Chitose then suggested getting a thoughtful, cute gift like jewelry or a stuffed bear. Not wanting to be seen carrying a teddy bear like a child, Amane begged Chitose to accompany him to buy it. Although Chitose agreed, she demanded he bribe her with some snacks first. On the night of Mahiru's birthday, Amane gave her the present, but she initially refused it, stating she had never celebrated her birthday. However, he pressed it on her anyway, explaining it was a token of gratitude for everything she did for him. Upon opening the package, Mahiru saw the hand cream and thanked him. When she pulled out the teddy bear, he cringed and told her she could throw it away if she didn't like it. To his surprise, Mahiru told him she loved the gifts, revealing she had never received a birthday present before. Amane found this shocking, thinking that school simps should have buried her in gifts by now, but she cutely explained that she had never told anyone her birthday and always felt uneasy about taking gifts from strangers. She then thanked him warmly, and the sight made Amane want to pat her on the head, but he remembered she might crush his twin jewels if he moved funny. The next morning, Amane's mother paid him a surprise visit. At the door, he tried to get her to leave immediately, but his mother just teased him for having no riz, pointing out that this was no way to talk to women. After threatening to kick him out, she pushed her way inside. She began inspecting the apartment, hoping to catch him doing something weird, but she was surprised to find the place unusually clean. She even noted that his skin was glowing, which meant he was eating well. Right when his mother had first knocked on the door, Amane had told Mahiru to hide in his bedroom, while he distracted his mom, giving her a chance to run back to her own apartment next door. However, Amane's mom decided she wanted to check his bedroom. He protested, claiming he had some adult magazines he didn't want her to see, but she ignored him entirely and pushed open the door, only to find Mahiru dozing off beside the bed. She immediately began to tease him, saying she didn't know he had the game to pull a fine baddie like that. He tried to explain they weren't dating, but she pointed out that girls only went into the rooms of guys they actually liked. However, Amane said that he only liked her strictly as a friend. At that point, their yapping woke Mahiru up, so Amane begged her to clear up the misunderstanding. After they introduced themselves, Amane's mom, Shihoko, began to tease Mahiru as well, calling her his girlfriend. Mahiru clarified that she had only been cooking dinner for Amane because he couldn't cook to save his own life. This made Shihoko incredibly grateful, and she thanked Mahiru for taking care of him just like a supportive girlfriend would. Mahiru got flustered, and Amane simply signaled for her to give up on the explanation. After a while, they sat down to enjoy a drink, and Shihoko curiously asked if they were living together. This caused Amane to defensively snap that Mahiru lived next door. Just then, Shihoko focused on Mahiru and proclaimed that although her son was a scatterbrain with the IQ of a milk carton, he was actually a good catch as a boyfriend, even if he had never dated anyone before. This made Amane cringe, and he furiously told his mother to leave. She agreed to let them return to their secret tickle sessions, but she made sure to collect Mahiru's phone number before she left. Later that evening, Amane complained to Mahiru that his mom liked her and would probably be bugging her from then on. However, Mahiru didn't mind. She said that it was nice he had a kind, warm mother who doted on him like that. He noticed that she looked sad as she spoke, and when he asked why, she revealed that, unlike his mom who had been spamming her name earlier, her own parents had never called her by her first name. Feeling sorry for her, Amane called her by her first name, Mahiru, which shocked her and eventually made her smile. In turn, she called him Amane as well, though she warned him that they shouldn't refer to each other so casually in public. At that moment, Mahiru tried to return his house key, but Amane refused to take it back, using the excuse of being too lazy to always open the door when she came knocking. When Mahiru insisted that it was unsafe to give out his house key so freely, he told her that he trusted her completely, much to her surprise. This convinced her to keep the key, though she warned him that he might one day come home and find the house cleaned and the fridge full. The next day at school, Amane noticed on the bulletin board that Mahiru had achieved the best score on their test yet again. While other students called her a genius, he silently noted that they simply didn't know how hard she actually worked. That evening, Mahiru found a cake in his fridge. When she asked him about it, he explained that he bought it to celebrate her placing top of the class. This shocked her because she viewed her own performance as nothing special, but he insisted she worked incredibly hard and deserved a treat. After sharing it, Mahiru took a bite and immediately loved it, leaving Amane to just stare at her as she ate. Just then, she offered him a forkful of cake. He hesitated at first, but she insisted he try it, prompting him to shyly eat from her fork. In return, Amane took a spoonful of cake and fed her as well. After she ate it, she began to blush and thanked him for the special treat. The next day, Amane went shopping to make lunch for himself, thinking Mahiru's cooking had spoiled him rotten. On his way home, he met Mahiru, who felt he wasn't confident in the kitchen and would accidentally brew an undead potion, so she offered to supervise him while he cooked. When he finally finished preparing the meal, he was panting as if he had just run a marathon. Meanwhile, Mahiru ate a bit of the food and told him it tasted like the physical manifestation of disappointment, so she handed him a meal she had made to taste as a proper example. She then began to wonder if learning how to cook meant he would no longer need her services. To her surprise, Amane Amane told her that he would always want to eat any meal she prepared. This caused her to relax, and she told him he could continue to learn by helping her out sometimes. The next day at school, Chitose tried to convince Amane to let them throw a Christmas party at his house since he was a loner. Just then, she remembered the gift he had bought previously and asked about it. Amane admitted it was actually for his neighbor, who occasionally cooked meals for him. After clarifying that he was indeed single, Chitose kept insisting on throwing the party at his place. After thinking it over for a bit, he finally agreed, but he pinched her cheeks for calling him a single Pringle. Itsuki jokingly said he was the only one allowed to pinch those cheeks, which he then did, much to Chitose's delight. That evening, Amane informed Mahiru of the upcoming Christmas party, telling her that Itsuki and Chitose would be coming over on the 24th. He then asked how she would fare being alone, but she told him she was used to being lonely. When Amane suggested they should hang out together on Christmas Day instead, Mahiru added that she wanted to spend Christmas playing video games on the console with him. At the Christmas party, Chitose and Itsuki were being incredibly lovey-dovey. They noticed that the apartment looked much better and possessed a woman's touch, which stunned Amane. He tried to switch topics by telling them to stop playing house in his apartment, so Chitose decided to gossip about how Mahiru had recently turned down some guys who asked her out. She added how she felt sorry for those guys, but was thankful he only cared about his neighbor and not the school's angel. Suddenly, she noticed it was snowing outside and suggested they go out to the balcony. Unfortunately for Amane, they found Mahiru standing right there, and they suddenly realized that his waifu neighbor was actually the school's angel. At Amane's place shortly afterwards, Mahiru apologized because it was now exposed that she was his neighbor, but he told her not to blame herself because it was not her fault. Meanwhile, Chitose was completely surprised that the school's angel was actually his neighbor, and she and Itsuki soon began to recall that Amane had been talking about his neighbor a lot lately. This prompted Mahiru to explain how her concern for his trashy eating habits had originally drawn them closer. After hearing her story, Itsuki concluded that Mahiru was undergoing waifu training for Amane, which cringed them both out. On hearing this, Mahiru immediately shot down the thought, telling him it was not remotely possible, and Amane also agreed with her. However, Itsuki and Chitose pointed out that his face said otherwise, which made Mahiru smile. Although they promised to keep the situation a secret, Chitose added that no one would ever believe a cutie like Mahiru was actually cooking dinner for a loser like Amane anyway. Soon, Chitose began examining Mahiru up close and started fangirling over how flawless her features looked. Amane, on the other hand, warned her to stop getting handsy because she was making Mahiru uncomfortable, noting that she was always uneasy around strangers. He then apologized to Mahiru, explaining that Chitose was just a freak who liked touching things. To break the ice, Chitose asked Mahiru to be her friend and introduced herself as Itsuki's girlfriend and Amane's close friend. Soon, the couple began to tease Mahiru and Amane as if they were already a couple, but Mahiru told them that Amane was not interested in her as a girlfriend, to which Amane agreed. Chitose then changed the subject to cooking, sharing with Mahiru that Itsuki always ate her own meals with a smile, despite the fact that her cooking wasn't actually that good. Later that night, after their guests had gone, Amane apologized to Mahiru for his friend's weird behavior and told her to feel free to smack Chitose if she ever acted up again. Just then, Mahiru noticed that it was snowing heavily and wished aloud that it wouldn't affect transportation the next day. She then got up to fetch the beef soup she had cooked earlier, leaving him alone, so he silently wished that their secret as neighbors hadn't been exposed to their friends. During dinner, Amane ate the meal like a starved puppy who hadn't eaten in weeks, while Mahiru watched him and smiled. When he finished, she told him that he always looked incredibly happy when he ate, and he admitted that her cooking was just that delicious. Later on, while they were washing the dishes, he asked how she had learned to cook so many different meals. Mahiru revealed that someone special had taught her, though she claimed she was nowhere near her tutor's level, describing her teacher's food as tasting like pure joy. At that point, Amane told her that her own cooking made him feel joyful too. This stunned her and made her blush, and when he asked if she was alright, she explained that no one had ever said something like that to her before, thanking him as he began to blush as well. The next day, being Christmas, Mahiru was playing a game on Amane's console and almost crashed out when her character died in the game. Seeing her struggle, Amane unconsciously took her hands in his to direct her movements. He suddenly realized he was holding her hands and began to apologize, but she told him she wasn't bothered and had just been taken by surprise. Later, as she began playing a racing game, Amane started backseat driving, telling her to stop leaning her body as she turned. As he watched her, he realized she looked really cute. Suddenly, she leaned a bit too much and fell right onto his lap, landing close to his meat packet, which caused her to fold. As she freaked out, Amane started laughing loudly until she called him out, thinking he was making fun of her. However, Amane honestly told her that she looked incredibly cute. She didn't know how to process the compliment, and so she began hitting his legs, which almost made him get a nosebleed. After a while, she finally won a race, and when he praised her, she smiled so beautifully that Mahiru glitched for some seconds. Once he recovered, he got up and handed her a Christmas present. When she opened it, she found a keychain, so he told her she could use it for his house key if she wanted to. Mahiru was impressed and told him he actually had good style. She then revealed that his mother had sent her some childhood pictures of him a while back, noting that he used to have a way better fashion sense compared to his current look, where he essentially dressed like a school janitor. Mahiru then placed her hand on his hair and pulled it to the side, telling him he looked handsome when his bangs weren't hiding his face. In return, Amane pulled her hair aside, and they stared into each other's eyes like brain-dead dummies for a while. Later that day, Amane admired a scarf she had given him and thanked her for it, while adding that she smiled much more easily now than when they first met. When he told her how much he genuinely liked the gift, Mahiru began to blush. She covered his face with the scarf to prevent him from seeing her flustered expression, but he pulled it away and asked why she was embarrassed. However, she ignored his question entirely and stepped out onto the balcony to stare up at the stars. Immediately, Amane followed her outside and wrapped his coat around her so she wouldn't catch a cold. When Mahiru said he should join her, she was also worried he'd catch a cold, but he told her not to bother about it. He then took a moment to thank her for taking such good care of him over the last 2 months. The next day, Amane noticed that Mahiru was looking visibly ill. After checking her temperature, they discovered she had a high fever. Refusing to allow her to overwork herself, Amane attempted to carry her waifu style to the bedroom, despite her loud protests. They eventually came to an agreement that she would sleep in his bedroom until she fully recovered. After making her take her medication and lie down, Amane tried to get her to fall asleep. He apologized, blaming her sudden fever on himself, but she insisted it was her own fault for standing out in the cold the previous evening. As he turned to leave the room, Mahiru tightly clung to his clothes. Moved by her vulnerability, he decided to stay by her side, holding her hand until she finally fell asleep. The next day, he came back in to check up on her and offered to make her some rice porridge. After she finished eating, he noticed she looked incredibly sad the moment he prepared to leave. Instead of walking away, he pulled up a chair and sat right back down with her, telling her he would stay and talk with her until she fell asleep again. Mahiru then confided in him, confessing that nobody had ever looked after her like this before and that she was always completely alone whenever she was sick at home. Amane reassured her that he would always be there for her, adding that he simply hated seeing the people he spent his time with fall ill. He even offered to remain by her side through the rest of the day and gave her his hand to hold while she rested. She got all tomato red as she took it, and as she drifted off to sleep, Amane looked at her and finally realized that he was falling hard for her. On New Year's Day after she had recovered, they were at his apartment wishing each other a happy new year when Itsuki chatted him up and wished him a happy new year. Just then he got another message from his parents telling him that they would be visiting him in 2 days. Just as he was about to inform her, he realized that she had fallen asleep on his shoulder and remembered that she had spent a lot of time cooking for the new year and was probably tired. Amane then tried to wake her up, but she ended up falling across his thighs, which sent his pulse into overdrive. As she slept on him, Amane fought his inner demons and thought of how to wake her up. At first he considered scaring her by shouting out, but decided against rudely waking her up. Then he thought about taking her to her apartment, but didn't want to search her body for the key. He later decided to place her on his bed while he slept on the couch, thinking of how shocked she would be in the morning. The next day, Amane was surprised that she still hadn't woken up. When he went to wake her up, he thought about how easily she dropped her guard to sleep and how cute she was while she did. Bro finally lost it and reached down to softly caress her cheeks with his hands, and she instinctively rubbed her cheeks against his fingers like a cat. When she finally woke up, she was stunned that she was in his room, so he explained that although she pulled a Snow White, he had been a perfect gentleman while she slept. This caused Mahiru to blush like a tomato as she covered her face shyly. She then asked him if he had a cheek fetish and reminded him that he had touched her cheeks on Christmas Day, and then just now. On hearing this, Amane was surprised and asked if she had been pretending to sleep. This sent her into overdrive as she struggled to explain that she had just woken up and that she had trusted him not to do anything weird. Amane then teased her, asking what would happen if he made a romantic move, which made her cringe and hide under his bed covers. Later that morning, Amane's parents came to visit him. While at the door, he noticed a suitcase that his mother told him had special goodies for them. Soon after, she began asking after Mahiru, and when he told her she was inside, his mother went in to meet her. While inside, his dad introduced himself to Mahiru as Shuto Fujimiya and thanked her for looking after Amane, telling her Shikoko had told him everything about her. Mahiru introduced herself, telling him that Amane had also been helpful to her. Shuto, glad that Amane was in good hands, told her to look out for him and scold him if he did anything weird. However, Mahiru defended him, calling him an absolute gentleman, and inwardly noted that he effortlessly looked handsome. After Mahiru had served them a drink, Shikoko noticed that they had become closer, so she began to tease Amane and told him that at least his bloodline wasn't in danger anymore. At that point, Amane's dad told her to give him some room and not tease him to death, although that was why he fell in love with her in the first place, and soon they began a cheesy love conversation. Meanwhile, Mahiru told Amane that she was surprised his parents were close, and Amane chipped in, telling her that they were worse while they were at home. Just then, Amane's mother suggested that they visit the shrine to make wishes for the new year. She told Mahiru how she always wanted to take her daughter to the shrine and revealed that she bought a kimono just for her to wear. Amane agreed to it only if Mahiru wanted to go, but when his mom also said he was coming, he immediately shut down the idea, telling her that he didn't want his classmates to see him and Mahiru outside together. However, his mom then suggested a disguise. That afternoon, Amane's dad dressed him up in a suit and told him he looked quite handsome, even though he could be quite rowdy at times, and sincerely asked him if he liked liked living here, which prompted Amane to reply that he did. Just then, Mahiru walked in dazzlingly in a kimono and immediately stun-locked Amane, making him stare like he had lost all his brain cells. But after being instructed by his mother, he told Mahiru that she looked good, which disappointed his mother by his lack of riz. Later, while his parents went to get the car ready, Amane complimented Mahiru, telling her she looked really cute and beautiful at the same time. After being hit by his insane riz, she immediately tried to compliment him as well, but shyly whispered in his ear that he looked good as well in a suit before walking away. That afternoon at the temple, Mahiru turned heads and hardened sausages as she walked to the shrine because of how cute she was in the kimono. Oblivious to the effect she had on them, she stopped walking because her kimono was a bit uncomfortable and was suddenly knocked from behind. However, Amane caught her in time and offered her his hand to hold while they walked. After praying at the shrine, Amane asked what she had wished for, and she told him she had asked for good health and more peaceful days like these. Soon afterwards, his parents told them it was time to leave. Later that afternoon at a shop close to the shrine, Amane was drinking some sake, while Mahiru had some red bean wine. Then he decided that he wanted to try her drink and asked her to exchange cups with him, but surprisingly, she was flustered and started acting weird. After an awkward exchange, he finally realized that exchanging cups could also mean them unofficially kissing. This made him flustered as well, but at that point he remembered that Chitose always drank Itsuki's juice and pointed out to Mahiru that as long as they were just friends, it shouldn't matter. Convinced by the idea that they were only friends, Mahiru drank the sake from the cup. Earlier in the day, Amane's parents had made him promise to visit them later in the summer with Mahiru. His dad had told Mahiru that despite the fact that he acted like a train wreck, Amane was actually a good kid and wished that they would remain friends. At that point, Mahiru told them she had noticed his good qualities and that she would remain friends with Amane too. Later that day, Amane told her that she didn't need to flatter him like that in front of his parents, but she told him that she actually meant what she said about his good personality, which left him stunned. That night, when they returned home, Amane apologized for the stressful day, but Mahiru told him that she actually had fun today with his parents. This touched Amane, who subconsciously patted her head like a puppy. Mahiru was not used to this, so she asked what he was doing and told him not to mess up her hair. The moment he said he'd stop, she folded and allowed him to continue. However, when he told her she was the only girl that he would pat on the head, she ran off blushing. Just as she got to her door, she stopped and called him a dummy, leaving him confused. Some days later at school, Amane overheard his classmates gossip that Mahiru had a cute boyfriend whom people had seen holding hands at the shrine on New Year's Day. As they talked about it, Itsuki teased Amane that he might actually be cute if he cut his bangs. Later that day, he spoke with Mahiru about the rumors, but she told him no one recognized him, and she had to tell people that he was just an acquaintance while she hoped the rumor would die down. Then she curiously asked if they had really looked like a real couple, and Amane decided to spill the garbage he was thinking and said he couldn't see someone like him as her boyfriend. His dumb reply got her angry, and she scolded him for having such a low opinion of himself, adding that he could probably bag a baddie if he had the balls to approach any. Her honest outburst surprised him, so he thanked her for her genuine compliments. He then excused himself to wash the dishes, and while he left Mahiru alone, she began to cringe that she had broken her tsundere act. The next day, Chitose came to ask Amane for some advice regarding Valentine's Day, but Amane, being a virgin, told her that he didn't care about it. However, the Seuss girl glanced at Mahiru, who was in the kitchen, and smiled back at him. When she asked him for chocolate suggestions that she could gift to Itsuki for Valentine's Day, he told her that Mahiru would be a better person to ask. She told him that she wanted a man's opinion on it, but she doubted if he was a man because he hadn't made a move on Mahiru. Mahiru overheard this and blushed, which prompted Amane to quickly remind Chitose that they weren't in a relationship. At that point, Chitose was simply surprised at his restraint and commended his upbringing. Meanwhile, Amane thought about how being around Mahiru had been causing blood flow to his second head recently, but he hadn't acted on his urges because he respected her. Later, while they had tea, Chitose asked Amane what type of chocolate he wanted for Valentine's Day. He nonchalantly told her he didn't want anything too sweet, just something that was edible. Next, she asked Mahiru if she was going to give anyone chocolates on Valentine's Day, but Mahiru told her that she was only going to give them to her girlfriends because giving them to guys might cause problems for her. Chitose then playfully told her that she would give her some really sweet chocolates, unlike Amane, who would be getting sour candy for being too dense. On Valentine's Day in Amane's classroom, one random dude called Yuta had been getting chocolates from a lot of baddies, which made the other guys in the classroom envious. When Itsuki saw this, he was angry that some guys had it easy. Then he informed Amane that Chitose had prepared some chocolates for him as well, and told him to brace himself because she had made them with a lot of spicy pepper. As Amane wondered how wicked she could get, Itsuki carefully asked if Mahiru was going to get him a gift, to which he replied he didn't know. Later that afternoon, Chitose came and gifted him the spicy chocolate, assuring him that he would like it, and then she grabbed Itsuki and left. As Amane was about to leave as well, he gave Yuta a paper bag to help him carry all the chocolate the girls had given him earlier. That evening at home, Amane forced himself to eat Chitose's peppery disaster. As he did, Mahiru approached him and gave him a hot cup of chocolate, which helped wash away the taste of misfortune. He thanked her for the drink, but then he clocked that she had served him chocolate because of Valentine's Day. He pointed this out, only for her to become embarrassed and covered her face with a cushion before running off to her apartment. Amane, wondering what he had done wrong, found out that she had left a package with a note thanking him for everything. Inside the package was a a snack called orangettes, and a note explaining that Mahiru had made them because Amane did not like sweet things. This made him briefly recall the conversation he had with Chitose as he took a bite from the snack. The next day at school, Yuta, the baddie hunter, approached Amane and thanked him for the paper bag he gave him, which surprised everyone because Amane usually only talked to Itsuki. After he had left, Amane explained to Itsuki that he had given Yuta a paper bag for his chocolates, which prompted Itsuki to tease him about carrying bags like a married man. Moving on, Amane asked if Chitose did chores like Mahiru. However, Itsuki replied and told him that she would figure it out when they got married. Itsuki then revealed that he had told his dad about his plan to marry Chitose, but his father had not approved of it. On hearing this, Amane wished him good luck, while Itsuki also wished him good luck with Mahiru, although he protested that they weren't in a relationship. That evening, Amane thanked Mahiru for the Valentine's gift and asked what she wanted in return. She told him she wanted nothing, but Amane wanted to return the favor and promised to give her an equally thoughtful gift as well, though he warned her not to get her hopes up because he was a noob in giving gifts. Mahiru then told him that she treasured the gifts he gave her, revealing that she even took care of the teddy bear he bought for her too. Suddenly, she asked him for his birthday, and when he told her, Mahiru got angry because it had passed when they were already friends, and he had not mentioned it. However, he explained that they weren't as close back then as they were now, and he didn't want to use it to distress her. Mahiru then held him and told him that they had to celebrate it this year. On hearing this, he told her it sounded like those promises delusional couples made, and immediately Mahiru folded like a lawn chair and told him that she really thought he was a decent guy. However, she clarified that she didn't have any other thoughts about him, but when he agreed with her, she became angry. Some days later, Amane went to a shop to find a white gift for Mahiru. He explained to the shopkeeper that he wanted a gift for a girl he was close to, but wasn't his girlfriend, and she gladly agreed to help him. Later that day, Mahiru was shocked to find Amane dressed like an actual human being with a clean haircut. He explained that it was white day, and he had decided to dress nicely. Seeing how distracted she was, he decided to change, but she quickly stopped him and told him that she was only just surprised. She confessed that she was used to seeing a casual Amane, but he looked just too cool right now, which made her uneasy. After she stopped him from changing into his homeless outfit, he gave her the gift and told her not to expect too much. Inside the package was a beautiful bracelet he had picked because he thought it would look good on her. She also noticed a card inside the bag which made Amane uneasy. He told her it was the second gift, called a do anything you want ticket, that basically made him do whatever she wanted. Mahiru was surprised at this and teased him for such creativity. She then decided to use the ticket and asked him to help her wear the bracelet. After he wore it on her, he said they looked really good on her, and as she thanked him, he realized how beautiful she looked. The next day at a cafe, Itsuki asked Amane if she liked it, but Amane ignored him, which prompted Itsuki to tease him that he was falling in love. However, Amane denied it, which made Itsuki make a bet with him that one day he would change because of Mahiru, since he was obviously in love with her. That night, when Amane arrived home, he was greeted by Mahiru and soon realized that she looked just like a mini waifu. When she asked if he was hungry, he told her he had eaten some fries with Itsuki but still had space for more. As she teased him that he would become a fatso soon, he told her that she also needed to add some weight and grabbed her arm. Suddenly, he remembered she didn't like being touched and apologized, but she told him she didn't mind him touching her. As she blushed, she quickly clarified that she didn't want random guys other than him touching her. Amane shyly agreed, but soon noticed she wasn't wearing her bracelet, so she explained that wanted to wear it only on special occasions because it was a special gift. He said he was glad she liked it, and when he left to change, bro was so far gone that he could only think of her as a waifu. Some days later, Itsuki told Amane that his father had kicked him out of the house because of his relationship with Chitose. He had to plead with Amane to allow him to stay at his house for about 3 days, and Amane agreed but told him that he would inform Mahiru first. Later that day, Mahiru welcomed him to the house and told him to make himself at home while she made dinner. As she left, he began to tease Amane for giving her a key. That night, as they ate dinner, Itsuki was amazed at the delicious meals that Amane had been enjoying and noticed the intense vibes between both of them. Just before going to bed, he asked Amane why he was so nice to Mahiru if they weren't dating. He then told Amane that everyone at school thought he was an antisocial weirdo, but was happy for him when he saw the way Amane interacted with Mahiru, advising Amane to try giving a relationship with her a chance. The next morning, Chitose came to see Itsuki and planned to stay over at the house as well. Immediately when they saw each other, they began playing Fondle My Bundle, which irritated Amane. Meanwhile, Mahiru noticed their romance and pointed it out to Amane, who added that they were just shameless. He then asked what she was making for lunch that day, and she told him that Chitose had requested that she make omuris. This excited Amane because he loved her egg dishes, and he praised her for it, making her blush. When Itsuki and Chitose saw their cute interaction, they were honestly puzzled as to why they weren't dating. At lunch, Chitose and Itsuki praised the meal, telling Mahiru that her meals made Gordon Ramsay look bad. However, Mahiru humbly denied this, telling them that she wasn't as good as her food tutor. When Chitose said she wished to cook meals like her, Amane shot her down and said she wouldn't be able to surpass Mahiru in her lifetime. However, Chitose didn't want to be compared to her, and even pointed out that Mahiru always acted forced and uneasy at school, but she liked the way she acted at home. Mahiru was surprised at this revelation and asked if she truly behaved like that, and then Chitose also told her that she acted like a celebrity at school. This stunned Mahiru when she heard it, but Chitose cheered her up and told her to simply act the way she did did at home. She then began to tease Amane by telling Mahiru that if she acted cute all the time, she could get him to simp over her and do anything she wanted. However, Mahiru wasn't comfortable with her suggestion because she didn't want to torture the simp who was barely holding his inner demons, ready to weird her out. That night, Itsuki and Chitose tried to play matchmaker by sending cute pictures of Amane and Mahiru to each other to spark up their love. 3 days later, Itsuki left the house, leaving Amane and Mahiru alone, where she accidentally revealed that she cuddled the teddy bear in bed every night. Mahiru was embarrassed because it sounded like she was a teddy bear diddler. She grabbed his hands to make him forget what she said, but he told her he didn't mind because it sounded cute. She immediately got flustered and asked him to also spill some of his dirty secrets to make them even, going as far as threatening to call Itsuki. Suddenly, Mahiru got a text message and became sad after she read it, telling Amane that she was fine when he asked what the matter was. That evening, Amane returned home and found a woman scolding Mahiru at her door while she sadly stood there. After the woman left, he approached her and asked who the woman was. Mahiru then explained that the woman who was her mother had always hated her and had come to cut ties with her. When Amane saw her looking sad, he held her hand and asked her to stay with him, but she told him that she was fine. However, he still insisted that she stay with him. That evening, they sat on the couch holding hands like someone just died. At that moment, Mahiru decided to spill the beans about her family, so she explained that her parents did not marry for love and never intended to have kids until they made a mistake one night and conceived her. Growing up, they only supported her financially and never came home to see her. She then revealed that she was raised by the housekeeper who had taught her to cook. Despite her beauty, talents, and good grades, she was basically a piece of furniture they ignored and made it clear that they didn't want her. She added that they wanted to get divorced, but no one wanted custody of her, so they were waiting for her to finish college so she could be independent and then they could divorce. She then reminded him that the day she cried under the rain was a day her mother had called her a bastard child, and Amane, on hearing this, was surprised. He took her in his arms and comforted her, telling her that he finally understood why she always acted so restrained and uneasy in school, and then advised her to let out her sadness and grief. After getting his promise to keep her secret, Mahiru acted like a bad faucet and cried on his shoulder while he hugged her. Later that day, she thanked him for his help and pleaded that he should let her lean on him just for a while. Soon afterwards, Mahiru lamented that her fake personality as the angel in school was loved, but her real identity as Mahiru was not wanted and that nobody liked her. However, Amane disagreed, telling her that he liked her, which surprised her. He went further and assured her that he liked and cared about the real Mahiru and wanted to protect her. This confession touched her heart. However, Amane panicked and played it cool, telling her that it was not romantic love but that of a friend. Nevertheless, she was still happy that someone liked her and thanked him. Then she asked if he could do her a favor and hold her, like she was the last dollar he had in his wallet, which he gladly did. Later that day, she was embarrassed that he saw her cry like a pathetic wimp, but he told her it didn't bother him and started glazing her like honey, adding that a lot of people thought she was special, including him. That evening, they went for a walk. As they strolled, she hinted that she would love to switch classes with him, but Amane, being a blockhead, didn't get the hint, which made her angry. Suddenly, she hugged him from behind and thanked him again for being there for her, telling him that having him around made her very happy. Soon they stopped at a sakura blossom, where she told him it always made her sad because it reminded her that she was alone. But today she told him she was glad they came to that place. After school resumed for the year, the class list was reshuffled, and Mahiru ended up in Amane's class. This made Itsuki tease him that it was a sign that they were meant to be. That morning, Yuta, the Giga Chad baddie puller, came over to say hi to Amane, but everything about Yuta reminded Amane of a guy from his previous school, causing him to get depressed. Later that day at home, Mahiru noticed his behavior and asked if he was ill, but he told her he was fine. Then she told him she felt like playing with his hair and asked if she could touch it, even going as far as suggesting that he should lie in her lap. Amane was surprised, but he accepted her offer. Soon she began stroking his hair, which prompted Amane to ask what would happen if he tried something weird. Mahiru just told him that she would stomp his balls. After a while, he realized that she was doing this because she thought he was sad, and he became quiet. Mahiru also clocked this and told him the idea came from Chitose, who said that letting a man lie on one's lap was a simple way to relieve his stress. After some time, she asked him how he felt about the new classes. He told her he was glad they were in the same class, which made her happy. However, he told her that they needed to keep up the pretense that they did not know each other, and this suggestion made Mahiru upset. She then went back to stroking his hair and encouraged him to fall asleep on her thighs. Eventually, he dozed off like he had taken a tranquilizer. Later that day, he woke up and was worried that he had slept on her lap for so long. However, Mahiru told him that she had seen him sleep too, and as he was about to compare them, she grabbed his cheeks and played with them. She noticed that his mood had improved from earlier, so she told him that he could lean on her whenever he was feeling down. The next day, Amane returned home from the arcade, and Mahiru, acting like a properly trained waifu, welcomed him home and told him to freshen up while she set dinner. Later that night, Amane gave her a bunny he had won at the arcade. Mahiru couldn't hide her happiness and began hugging the doll in a Seuss way, but when she noticed he was watching, she became shy. She cutely pleaded with him to stop smiling at her. However, Amane just started patting her head. Mahiru wanted to return the favor, so she asked him to name anything he wanted from her. This blank check shocked him, but the dense glutton wasted a rare opportunity and asked for his favorite meal instead. The next day, she went shopping and cooked his special meal of eggs that he loved. After eating, he praised her cooking, telling her that her delicious food gave him mouthgasem. He even added that eating her food was was the best part of his day, which shocked her. She thought he was simply glazing her, but Amani told her he was being completely honest and thanked her for everything. This got her all flustered, and as she was about to wash the dishes, he opted to do it instead and patted her on the head. However, this somehow hit the right spot, so she ran to hide shyly. The next day at school during lunch, Yuta came over and asked Amani and Itsuki if they could have lunch together. This surprised Itsuki, so when he asked why the prince wanted to hang out with them, Yuta replied that he wanted to befriend Amani. Soon they began to tease each other, however, Amani noticed Mahiru pouting at them. Later that day, he asked what the problem was. Mahiru told him that she felt jealous at how easy it was for guys to start friendships, unlike her, who found it very difficult. He told her that he could help, but the angel hanging out with a loser like him at school wouldn't be good. This angered Mahiru, who warned him again to stop putting himself down because it felt like he was mocking the people who chose to like him, adding that he needed to have bigger balls. However, Amani was still worried about people finding out how close they were, but Mahiru suggested that they take it one step at a time. The next day at school, Mahiru shocked everyone by joining Amani's group during a class cooking activity. That afternoon, Chitose made fun of how Amani looked when Mahiru approached them in class. Mahiru apologized for the trouble, but Itsuki began to tease Amani, so Mahiru had to reveal that she felt very envious of their relationship. Soon, they all began to make fun of Amani's cooking skills, and when he tried to get them to make a plan for the cooking event, they just teased him harder. Later at the cooking workshop, Chitose was surprised that Amani could actually cook. Just as she was about to tease them, Mahiru told her to stop her yappings and focus on cooking. When they were done cooking, they decided to write their report before eating the meal, but some careless classmates were also playing around nearby. One of them accidentally stumbled while carrying a pan of hot sizzling oil, losing his balance and sending the burning liquid flying straight toward Mahiru. Luckily, Amani reacted like the Flash and pulled her out of harm's way just before she became a human barbecue. After checking to ensure that she was completely unharmed, Amani turned on the careless guys, fiercely scolding them and warning them that the kitchen wasn't a playground. Afterwards, Chitose went on about how Amani looked so cool when he rescued Mahiru, which was unusual for him. In his defense, he told her he had to do it, so Mahiru wouldn't look like Prince Zuko. That night at home, Mahiru said she was trying her best to get closer to him at school. However, Amani told her he was already getting jealous stares because he rescued her recently. Mahiru was saddened when she heard this, but he told her he won't abandon her or make her lonely because of a small setback, and then he patted her head to comfort her. With that, Mahiru got more determined to get together in school, despite what people thought. Meanwhile, Amane, on the other hand, said nothing and just patted her head. A few days later, Amane and Mahiru were discussing future holiday plans. Mahiru didn't know how to spend hers, so she asked him if he was busy, and when he said no, she used the wish ticket he gave her to ask for one day of his time during the holidays. She explained that she wanted him to accompany her to shop, and shyly asked if he could help her carry her bags. Amane agreed, but when he asked where they'd go, he found out she hadn't chosen a place yet. However, Mahiru insisted that they had to go to a place where they could both have fun. As she held his clothes, Amane had a fun idea, but after getting her promise that she wouldn't laugh, he suggested a cat cafe. Mahiru accepted the idea and added that they could go to the arcade or shopping afterwards, and both were highly eager for the upcoming date. The next day, Chitose came over to receive cooking lessons from Mahiru. However, Amane warned her not to spike the food with any weird stuff like she normally does. He watched them cook for a while and eventually dozed off. When he woke up, he found himself leaning on Mahiru's neck. She then explained that he began leaning on her as soon as she sat down, for which he apologized. When Chitose saw this, began to tease them and asked when they started addressing each other by their first names. Amane ignored the question and demanded to know if she had done any pranks while he slept, but she mischievously denied it. Of course, Amane didn't believe her, so he asked Mahiru for confirmation. Mahiru then vouched that she didn't pull any pranks or spike the food while he slept. Just before eating the meal they had cooked, Amane asked again, but this time Mahiru assured him that she had tasted the meal herself. His persistence made Chitose annoyed, and she kept saying she had cooked the meal normally. After they had eaten, Chitose left them to visit Itsuki, during which Mahiru confessed that although they hadn't pranked him, she had squeezed his cheeks while he slept. At first, Amane wasn't bothered, but then she added that she had also ruffled his hair because he looked too cute while he slept. He decided to repay her and stroked her cheeks, and as he did, she reminded him that they were going out the next day. Afterwards, she asked him if he liked lolicons or thick melon body types. Bro didn't fall for the bait, and he told her that he just liked her the way she was. The next day, Amane was surprised at Mahiru's new hairstyle. When he said he liked it, she told him she did it so the cats wouldn't pull her hair. She was worried she overdid it, but Amane assured her that it was perfect. That afternoon at the cat cafe, Mahiru tried to befriend a cat called Silk, who just sniffed her hand and bolted out of there. This saddened her, but Amane told her that the cat was probably offended by the smell of onions on her hand. Afterwards, they headed to the cafe to drink some coffee, but when she saw the beautiful cat design on the drinks, she refused to drink it, saying it was too cute. Amane just laughed at her, and when she finally drank, he took a picture of her having a cream mustache and told her she looked too cute. Later, a cat hopped on her lap, and she played with it. She noticed the cat from earlier on Amane's lap and asked how he had befriended it. He told her that the cat reminded him of her, that when they first met, she was very very depressed and sad, but now she was very free and very fun to have around. On hearing this, Mahiru shyly complained about being compared to a cat, but Amane just laughed it up and apologized. Later that day, they went to a shopping mall and held hands as they walked. They soon arrived at a clothing store where Amane asked if she could try on a dress. While she was inside, two shawties pulled up and asked if he wanted to see some plot, but he declined the offer. Just then, Mahiru appeared and took him away by the arm, while the rejected baddies looked at them as they walked away. They later headed to the arcade where Mahiru managed to win a doll that looked like a replica of Silk and gave it to him as a gift, surprising Amane. Just then, Mahiru was spotted by Yuta, the lady killer. He approached her, thinking that she was on a date with her boyfriend, and suddenly he recognized Amane. However, she told him that they weren't dating, which upset Amane. She then explained that they were just neighbors who went to the mall together. After promising her that he wouldn't tell anyone that he saw them, Yuta left them alone. Amane then apologized to Mahiru for Yuta finding out, but she told him it was no one's fault, and that Yuta was quite understanding. Amane agreed with her, telling her that as he got to know him, he realized that he was quite cool and saw why he was so popular. Mahiru also told Amane that he was cool as well, but he denied the statement, which saddened her. She then asked him why he always thought so low of himself, adding that she would glaze him until he realized he was actually a cool person too, making him beg her to stop. Amane, on hearing this, just held her hand, smiled, and thanked her. The next day at a karaoke bar, Yuta asked Amane what his true relationship with Mahiru was because they seemed closer than friends. Itsuki then spilled the beans, revealing that Mahiru was a waifu in training who cooked and cleaned after Amane, but Amane denied this and stated they just shared meals together. However, Yuta pointed out that girls don't cook for guys that they don't like or even stay in their houses. He then asked Amane if he actually liked Mahiru, but he denied his feelings as usual. Later that day when he got home, he met Mahiru and told her that Yuta had bugged him all day with questions. When he asked her why she hid her phone when he came in, she told him that his mother had sent her some pictures of him as a kid when they spoke on the phone. Worried that his mother had sent the embarrassing ones, Amane demanded to see them, but she hid her phone behind her. While he tried to get it, he fell on top of her, but instead of starting a baby-making session, he just pinched her cheeks. This disappointed Mahiru, who was upset at that steamy buildup, but Amane just apologized, telling her that he really just wanted to see the pictures. The starved girl then called him a dunce because she wanted him to read her plot material. After some days, Mahiru asked Amane what his plans were for Mother's Day. He told her he intended to send his mother some flowers, but would have done more if he were at home with them. Mahiru then curiously asked why his parents would allow him to live elsewhere when he couldn't do simple house chores. Amane told her that there were many reasons why he did not want to stay at home, but told her to forget about it and patted her head, telling her he just wanted to move away from some bad guys. However, Mahiru calls cap on this story, telling him it was okay not to tell her the truth, but she could see him hurting, and it was hard on her to witness him like this. He then decided to tell her the truth, but warned her that it was an unpleasant story. He told her that a while back, when he lived with his parents, he was very innocent and naive, like a big meloned girl with 2 brain cells, and people easily took advantage of him. One day, he had overheard his own close friends calling him a loser and telling each other that he was a half-wit who was only good as a disposable ATM. However, when he had approached them and confronted them about their weird joke, they doubled down, telling him that he was only good as a cash cow. This stunned him, and he started doubting everyone who called him their friend. When he saw he couldn't trust anyone anymore, he decided to leave the city. After hearing this, Mahiru wished she had been there with him so she could punch their brains out. She then consoled him, telling him that she would be there for him like he was for her when her mother came. She added that she would pamper him as much as she could. Amane tried to act tough, but she pulled him to her soft chesticles and told him that he could be vulnerable with her. As she hugged him, she began to remember how he had helped her from time to time and told him it was her turn to help him now. After the emotional soap opera, Amane told her that, as a man, he didn't want to be hugging her skirts anytime he felt sad, but she called him a dummy because she would never treat anyone like him. As she turned to walk away, he suddenly hugged her from behind and apologized for being selfish. She told him that forcing out his emotions like that was her being selfish too, but he didn't understand. So she told him that he would soon understand. With that, she broke the embrace and went to the kitchen while he sat and smiled, thinking they were both dummies. Later that morning, Amane decided to go for a run, hoping some small exercise would bring his balls back after that emotional roller coaster he had just experienced with Mahiru. The next day at school, Amane overheard some girls asking Mahiru about the rumors of her dating a guy at the mall. Soon, the entire class was quietly waiting for her to confirm if she was dating. However, she shocked the class when she told the girls that the guy at the mall was just a friend, but she had strong feelings for him. Later that day at home, she told Amane that she meant what she said, confessing that he meant more to her than anyone alive and wishing he would have some self-confidence too. Amane was worried that people would think they were dating if they saw them together, but she assured him that everything would work out if they dropped hints to people little by little. When he told her he had begun training to look sharper and more manly, she was shocked because he usually had a nonchalant and laid-back personality. Mahiru then offered to pamper him, giving him a blank check to ask her for anything, but also admitted that she would need a favor from him in return. When he curiously asked what favor she wanted from him, Mahiru was too shy to say it, but eventually asked him to pat her head because she liked it when he touched her. That night, he had a dream that Mahiru had stripped off her plots, and when she kissed him, he woke up. However, he was disappointed that his wet cannon had fired several times during the dream and ruined his PJS. That morning at school, Chitose noticed he was looking drained, and and when she asked if he was alright, he told her that he was exhausted from running that morning. Mahiru overheard the conversation and advised that he should rest after school, but Amane, still feeling guilty, hastily told her he was fine. That afternoon at home, she asked Amane if she had offended him. He told her no and apologized for acting awkwardly recently. Then, when she asked why he had been so cold and if he no longer liked her, he began to stutter and finally told her he was going through some private stuff in his head. After she asked for specific details, he eventually told her about the dream, but she kept asking about the positions and the kiss, which cringed him out because she wasn't bothered about it. Mahiru then teased him, telling him that he was easily the most innocent virgin she knew and was a true gentleman to her. As they both confessed that they had never felt this close to another person, Amane became worried that his cannon would fire again and asked her not to look at him. Instead, she sat with her back to him and told him that was his punishment for ignoring her. A few days later, the school had released a test schedule and Amane informed Mahiru that he wanted to hold a study group with their friends. She offered to cook for the activity, but also disclosed that earlier Chitose had pleaded with her for help in her studies, so she would be studying with them the next day. Amane then confided in Mahiru that his goal was to get into the top 10 best students this time. However, Mahiru decided to sweeten the deal, telling him she would do whatever he wanted if he achieved the top 10. This got him flustered, and he said his first wish would be to lie on her lap. Later that day, the gang showed up for the study group, and when they entered the house, they were stunned. They explained to Amane that Mahiru looked like a natural part of his house. After the study group and everyone had left, Mahiru gave Amane a cup of hot cocoa and played with his lips, telling him that she would spoil him rotten. At that point, he realized that his whole body would soon be unable to function without her. A few days after the test, Amane had successfully secured the 6th position and remembered Mahiru's promise to grant him any wish if he reached the top 10. Meanwhile, she had taken first places and had absolutely no plans to spoil herself. Later that day, he asked her if she wanted anything from him, but she simply told him to help her with her cooking. Amane was unsatisfied and asked for something more challenging, but she told him she was content and only had one true wish, and that was something only she could do for herself. After cooking, she kept her promise and offered her thighs to him for a headrest. Amane began to have second thoughts and told her that his wish had been impulsive, but she told him that she didn't mind and invited him again. This time, he accepted the snoo-snoo, and as he lay on her thighs, she began to clean his ear. When she requested to clean his other ear, he declined because rolling over would mean facing her plot armor directly. When she was done, she gave him a relaxing hair massage that made him fall asleep, and when he woke up, Mahiru had fallen asleep as well. He tried to wake her up because it had gotten late, and the next day was a school day. Despite shaking her harder than a broken vending machine, she remained fast asleep. In the end, he decided to carry her back to her apartment. At her apartment, he kept the lights off and took her straight to her bedroom. When he laid her on the bed, she opened her eyes briefly and he told her he would return her key the next day. Just then, she patted the bed next to her, inviting him to lie down right beside her. However, he knew she was half asleep and instead placed her favorite teddy bear beside her to keep her company before leaving the room. The next day, an embarrassed Mahiru knocked at his door and asked him if he had seen a framed picture beside her bed. Amane hadn't seen any and worried that he might have mistakenly knocked it over, but she told him that wasn't the case and that he should just forget she had asked. He told her he didn't look around much, but he did remember the stuffed toys he had given her, and then maliciously reminded her that she had invited him to bed. This caused Mahiru to go into cringe overload as she vehemently told him she wasn't a tramp who was down bad. Amane then warned her to be careful of how she slept, because not all guys were like him, and someone else might try to pluck her sacred apple. However, she turned it back on him and teased him because he easily fell asleep on her lap, warning him that if he wasn't careful, she might take pictures of him sleeping. Amane tried to explain that the consequences for each of them were entirely different, but she told him that she understood and blamed him for not paying attention. Confused, he wondered what attention she was even talking about. Some days later, Mahiru came to pay Amane a visit, wearing her summer school uniform, and asked what he thought about it. When Amane saw how she looked with her thighs fully revealed, he immediately told her she couldn't go out like that. Mahiru flared up because she thought he was saying her thighs were ugly, but he explained that he just didn't want random guys drooling over her. However, she got mad again because she wanted him to drool over her thighs too, before suddenly smiling and revealing she had just been teasing him. This time, Amane flared up and asked her if she had come over just to tease him with her body. She then pointed out that apparently he wasn't moved by her exposed thighs, and she had done this as a test to check if he liked her body. She asked him again how she looked, and he finally admitted that she looked really good. She then thanked him and revealed he was the first person to see her in the uniform. At school that day, the boys in the class were absolutely stunned by the summer uniform Mahiru wore, which made Amane low-key jealous. Later that day, while everyone was heading home, Yuta invited Amane to hang out, but on their way, they ran into Mahiru, who needed some help with some tasks, so they decided to assist her. Just as they were helping her, they overheard some jealous girls nearby calling Mahiru a pick-me girl. That night at home, Amane was still furious about the comments, but Mahiru told him that it was normal for her, pointing out that some girls hated her simply because most guys liked her. Amane was still bothered and worried that girls from Yuta's fan club might target her too. However, she told Amane that Yuta wasn't her type at all, and was actually in a similar position to her when it came to unwanted attention. At that point, Amane revealed that he liked Mahiru's real personality and not the school's angel persona, because the real Mahiru was way cuter and more authentic. Mahiru accused him of trying to be cheesy, but he shot back that she started it first and was always teasing him with her body. Flustered, she began playfully hitting him. Then she softly told him she was tired of her angel persona, which always forced her to try to get everyone to like her. She said she wanted to change because being perfect all the time was honestly exhausting. Suddenly, Amane felt a surge of jealousy, because if the other guys saw this genuine side of Mahiru, they would fall for her instantly and take her away from him. When he told her this, she just smiled warmly and told him that he looked incredibly cute at that moment. She then doubled down and told him that although he couldn't see it himself, he was easily the coolest and cutest guy in her life. After Mahiru had blown smoke up his butt, Amane was so touched that he almost kissed her, but restrained himself, warning her that next time he would kiss her lips if she ever talked to him like that. However, she quickly kissed him on the cheek and ran away, just like his last brain cell, leaving him absolutely stunned. The next day at school, Mahiru was talking about the races they would run at the upcoming track event when Amane walked into the classroom. He ended up saying hello to everyone but was too shy to talk to Mahiru, an observation that Itsuki immediately noted. Later that day, he asked Amane if they were fighting, but Amane told him they weren't fighting, just keeping their distance. Yuta then asked him why he hadn't made a move on Mahiru yet, which prompted Amane to tell them that he wanted to be sure that Mahiru liked him, so it would give him confidence. Soon he began to put himself down, saying he wasn't as handsome as Yuta or as rich as Itsuki for Mahiru to date him. They told him to do whatever he liked, but warned him that his sob story of being a wimp and not confessing to Mahiru was getting stale. Later that day, Mahiru apologized for running off after dinner and sat beside him, leaving him to awkwardly bring up the kiss from earlier. She told him she had only done it to get back at him for mercilessly teasing her earlier. The next day after dinner, Amane asked Mahiru what race she picked for the track event. She told him that she chose the relay and scavenger events, while he told her he chose the bag toss and scavenger race to avoid a physical workout. Later, as they ate ice cream, he confided in her that he hated being forced to participate in track activities. Mahiru then teased him that he just didn't want to put in effort, though she still told him to give his best at the sports events. Soon, he noticed she was eyeballing his ice cream and opted to feed her a spoonful, and after she ate it, she praised the ice cream flavor. Amane reflexively opted to feed her another one without thinking, and soon he handed everything over to her to prevent another awkward moment. The next day at the sports event, Amane watched the races and asked Yuta why Chitose was representing her team instead of an actual runner. Yuta revealed that Chitose had actually been on the track team, but had left because of some drama between her and a senior who had feelings for her. After her race, Chitose came to say hello to them and then informed Amane that she was in charge of his scavenger race. This information left Amane worried about what prank she might pull. Soon the race began, and everyone had to pick someone who matched their list. Mahiru picked Amane, and he picked her as well because they both matched, though they didn't know the contents of each other's lists. As they ran towards the finish line, Mahiru held his hand, sparking an immediate outburst from the onlookers. After beating the race, Chitose invited them to read what was on their cards. On Amane's list were the words, "A beautiful woman," and on Mahiru's list were the words, "Someone dear to me." This revelation completely stunned Amane and everyone at the stadium as they realized what it meant. That afternoon, Amane was surrounded by angry Mahiru Simpson goons who demanded that he tell them how he pulled their angel. They pointed out that they had nothing in common and had barely even communicated at school. However, Amane revealed that they were neighbors and were quite close, but were not dating, even though the feeling was there. Just as they were grilling him, Mahiru walked in and pleaded with them to leave him alone. When one of them asked why she had chosen a pathetic, good-for-nothing loser like Amane, she defended him, asking what was wrong with her choice. Then she told them that they were all shallow fools who only cared for appearances and had no right to tell her who to date. Soon she began to glaze Amane and called him the handsome and perfect gentleman who respected and cared for her. On hearing this, the guys apologized to Mahiru and left them alone. That evening at the apartment, Mahiru came over and apologized for putting him on the spot with the scavenger race. This prompted Amane to apologize for being a coward and not acknowledging her feelings even when they were so obvious. Then he pulled her into his arms and confessed that he had fallen in love with her, recounting how he originally wanted to just be friends. He soon discovered that he wanted more, though he was scared that she would reject him because she was so cool and popular. Mahiru agreed, admitting that she was scared that he wouldn't like her as well. Just then, Amane told her he would do anything to be with her and asked her to go out with him, promising to make her happy for as long as he humanly could, which finally broke through all her defenses as she eagerly accepted his confession. One morning, Taiki rushed to the school gym for badminton practice, but his real goal was to spend time with his crush, Chinatsu. However, she accidentally hit him in the face with a basketball the moment he walked in. She immediately apologized and even offered him a candy bar, which he stared at as if it were his most prized possession. Later that same day, Taiki whined to his friend, Kwayo, that he wanted to marry Chinatsu. The guy told him not to be delusional since Chinatsu was a basketball star everyone loved, while Taiki was an unknown loser with no wins to his name. The next morning, Taiki saw Chinatsu outside the gym and thought it was a great chance to talk to her, but he didn't know how. Suddenly, she sneezed, so without thinking it through, he offered her his scarf, then some tea, his gloves, and a pocket heater, before realizing he probably looked like the clown of the year. Surprisingly, Chinatsu admitted that she was curious to see what else he would pull out of his bag, and the idiot actually started digging through it. This prompted her to laugh and say she was only messing with him, but she did thank him for being considerate. Taiki replied that it was no big deal, but the next second, he sneezed, so Chinatsu returned his scarf. Watching her put it on him made the delusional guy imagine she was his newlywed wife helping him tie his tie. If the security guard hadn't arrived with the key to the gym, you could bet that the idiot would have proposed marriage right there and then. She then called Taiki by name, which shocked him until he realized she'd seen the name tag his mom had sewn into his scarf, and he grew embarrassed. Later in the day, as Taiki walked back to the gym, he spotted Chinatsu speaking with her coach and couldn't help but wonder what they were discussing. Hours later, as everyone was preparing to return home, Taiki saw that he'd left his towel in the gym and went to get it. However, he was surprised to find Chinatsu still shooting hoops, and she told him it was because she hadn't done well during practice. She also recalled his name, which made him happy, and he even asked her to play a one-on-one game. Taiki agreed, but he couldn't keep up with her, and once he started breathing like an exhausted horse, she suggested he take a break. During that time, they chatted a bit and learned that both their mothers had played basketball when they were their mothers' ages. Coincidentally, both women had taught their children to play, but Taiki wasn't built for team sports, so he chose badminton instead. Taiki pointed out that no one practiced as much as she did, and reminded her that she'd even practiced on her graduation day. He dropped by that day to pick up his stuff and happened to see her, but the surprising part was that she was crying. It wasn't until a few days later that he learned it was because she'd missed the chance to go to nationals. At that moment, he felt that Chinatsu was very strong and dedicated, so he decided to be like that. Chinatsu went quiet for a moment and then admitted she had forgotten about the incident. Before he could respond, the guard came to tell them to pack up, so Taiki stood up to help Chinatsu tidy up the gym. But then they ended up having a slightly romantic moment, involving a runaway ball. A few days later, when Taiki went to grab his lunch in the kitchen, he saw that his mom had left her magazine open to the sports issue about Chinatsu. When she noticed him reading it, she revealed that she had been a teammate of Chinatsu's mother back in the day, and that the Chinatsu family was moving abroad soon. Shocked, Taiki bolted to school, and when he found Chinatsu in the gym, he gave her a full motivational speech, begging her not to give up on going to nationals. When he mentioned her family moving, Chinatsu cut him off, saying that her family was going and she will stay in Japan with a friend of her mother. Taikichi immediately tried to flee from embarrassment, but Chinatsu spoke up, saying that being away from her family would be hard, but she was willing to bear it for her dreams. Surprisingly, it was his words that motivated her to make that decision, and Taiki didn't know what to say. She then tossed him a ball, saying she'd love to play against him sometime, and Taiki told her he'd teach her how to play badminton. That weekend, Taiki woke up cringing due to how he lost aura with Chinatsu. He was grateful that at least he wouldn't see her that day, so he could calm his nerves. However, he was surprised to find Chinatsu standing in the kitchen. Their mothers then walked in, and Taiki mom revealed that Chinatsu was moving in as a favor to Chinatsu's mom, leaving Taiki unsure how to react. Even after she was officially welcomed by the entire family later, the boy's brain still struggled to comprehend what was happening. He then went back to his room and began thinking about ways to survive the next 2 years with having to live with his crush. The next moment, Chinatsu knocked on his door to speak to him, so he pretended to read a manga. But Chinatsu came close and mentioned that she'd been dying to read that issue, so he panicked again and handed it over. Instead of leaving, Chinatsu kept staring at him and said she was glad he was the one she was living with because he was a familiar face. As usual, Taiki didn't know how to react, so he just gawked at her, and after she left, the shame kicked in. The next day, during practice, Kaio pointed out that he was way more energetic than usual, and Taiki said it was because he was over the moon about sharing a house with Chinatsu. Kyo congratulated him, but warned him not to let others find out, as it would put him on the hit list of all of Chinatsu's admirers. This filled Taiki with fear, but he quickly forgot about it when Kyo said he could finally make Chinatsu his girlfriend. He explained that a relationship with Chinatsu was the last thing on his mind, as the girl needed to focus on her training and go to nationals. He also felt he needed to prove himself to her, and what better way to do so than to also make it to nationals. Kyo pointed out that he was being too ambitious, especially since his skills were seriously lacking, but Taiki was positive he could pull it off. That night, after some extra workouts, Taiki began reviewing the video from his earlier practice and tried to hype himself to do better next time. Chinatsu happened to walk in at that moment, so he quickly moved away but then explained that he was reviewing his gameplay. Intrigued, Chinatsu asked to see and revealed that she often watched him play. This made Taiki feel all warm and fuzzy, but he did well to hide it as Chinatsu watched the video on his phone. She pointed out that he was really good at what he did, but Taiki disagreed and highlighted the areas he still needed to improve. He was so focused that he let it slip that he was aiming for nationals and instantly panicked. He had hoped to keep it a secret until he had improved, but now the cat was out of the bag, and Chinatsu told him that he had to keep his word. She then left for a few seconds, and when she returned, she gave Taiki the good luck bracelet she had made. Taiki gladly accepted it and tried to tie it on his ankle, but Chinatsu took over when she saw that he was trying to restrict his blood flow. She then showed him hers, and after she left, Taiki swore to train even harder, while also praying that he didn't get too lovesick. The following morning, he left earlier than usual, and when her friend Hina found him doing crunches in the gym, she asked if he was trying to get ripped for Chinatsu. At this, Taiki lost focus and bumped his face into his knee, causing him to roll around in pain. When he recovered, he began walking away, but Hina was a certified pest, so she followed him and kept bugging him for answers. Taiki avoided answering because he knew that if Hina found out about his living situation, she would spread the news, like the gospel, and he'd be a dead man walking. Just then, they ran into Chinatsu at the entrance, and when she tried to hand him his wallet, he panicked. Chinatsu instantly deduced that he didn't want her to mention their relationship, so she played along and walked away. However, he sensed that she wasn't happy, and when he turned around, he found Hina giving him the proud mama look. During lunch, Taiki spoke to Kyo about Chinatsu's attitude, and the boy said she had every right to be mad at him. According to him, he should have spoken to Chinatsu about keeping their relationship a secret, but he didn't, and now it looked like he wanted nothing to do with her. Realizing his mistake, Taiki started freaking out again, but the next moment, a teacher called them over to move some chairs. Coincidentally, Hina and Chinatsu walked in at that moment, so the teacher asked them to assist the boys. When Taiki noticed Chinatsu struggling, he offered to help, but the girl coldly declined and walked away. Hina couldn't help but feel sorry for him, so she decided to play wingman and started grilling Chinatsu about her love life as they walked. Chinatsu said it was non-existent because basketball was her priority, and Hina began to feel even sorrier for Taiki. After they dropped off the chairs, they ran into another teacher who told Taiki that his coach had been singing his praises. When he mentioned that they were expecting him to make the upcoming nationals preliminaries, Taiki became stoked. He excitedly turned around to hear Chinatsu's opinion on the matter, but the girl was already walking away. Later, as training continued, Taiki fueled his smashes with his anger, but when he saw Chinatsu fall, all that anger melted away. Koyo then told him to approach her and clear things up instead of standing around like an abandoned puppy, so he did. He approached Chinatsu when she was alone, and the girl was surprised. It turned out that she'd assumed he wanted them to act as strangers because he had a crush on Hina and didn't want her to get the wrong idea. Taiki's reaction to this went from shock to amusement, and as he laughed, Chinatsu whined that he was being mean. At that moment, Hina walked by and saw them, but all she did was stare at them. A few days later, the badminton coach encouraged the team to step up their game as the nationals preliminaries were approaching, and they had interdepartmental matches in a week. Kyo then pointed out that until Taiki could beat Haryu, he could kiss the nationals goodbye, and Taiki told him not to underestimate him. That evening, as Taiki walked home, he met Hana, who explained that she was going to see her new chiropractor, whose clinic was near Taiki's home. He quickly decided to escort her so she didn't accidentally bump into Chinatsu, but the girl stopped to pet a dog and then drool over taiyaki because she was on a strict diet. Taiki thought her dedication was admirable and gave her an entire speech about how she was a true athlete and all that mambo jumbo, prompting Hina to tease him again. As he walked away, Hina followed him, talking nonstop until she spotted something and froze. Taiki felt something was off and confirmed it when he turned around and saw Chinatsu walking and laughing with Haryu. Hina quickly said they might just be friends and pointed out that there was nothing wrong with friends walking home together since they were doing so. Taiki didn't really believe they were just friends, but being Delulu was the only Solulu he had, so he skipped away with Hina. However, the next day, he spotted Chinatsu and Haryu together again and became gagged, but not in a good way. Hina then made it worse by revealing that Chinatsu and Haryu were almost inseparable as they sat next to each other in class. Poor Taiki instantly became depressed, so Hina tried to console him by reminding him that Chinatsu had said she didn't want a boyfriend. Taiki argued that it wouldn't stop Chinatsu from having feelings, and his friends couldn't even disagree. Later, as training continued, a basketball rolled towards Taiki. He quickly helped Chinatsu grab it, but he tried not to look at her, since he was still being a sad boy. However, Chinatsu wouldn't let him leave, and asked what time his training would end. Apparently, she'd left her keys, and his parents had said they were going to paint the town red, so he was her only hope of getting in. Taiki told her that he'd be finished by 7 p.m., but before they could agree on what to do, Haryu called out to Chinatsu. What shocked Taiki the most was that he called her Chi, making it clear that they were that comfortable with each other. Gripped by jealousy, Taiki ended up running all the way home that night as he crashed into Chinatsu and Haryu's supposed friend. By the time he arrived at home, he'd lost his steam, so he lay on the floor by the entrance and began going through all the phases of heartbreak. Suddenly, Chinatsu returned, so he quickly switched to a bowing position to hide his sadness. Curious, she sat next to him and asked if he'd run all the way home out of consideration for her because she knew the badminton practice ran longer than it should have. Taiki was shocked that she knew he'd run home. Since he didn't want to be exposed, he claimed he'd done it to get some extra exercise in. In fact, he got up and told her that he was going to run another lap, as he was still feeling a bit of the adrenaline rush. As he ran out, he was surprisingly calmer and advised himself not to let himself get too worked up over something that probably wasn't true. The next day, after training, Kyo and Taiki checked the scoreboard, and Kyo saw that Taiki hadn't lost a single game. Taiki said it was because he'd been playing against noobs and then drew Kyo's attention to Haru Haryu's score section. The guy had won all his matches, and even they couldn't deny that he was good. They then went outside, and Kyo asked for an update on Chinatsu's relationship with Haryu. Taiki said he didn't really care what kind of relationship they had, and wouldn't let it bother him. Kyo interpreted that as Taiki had given up, and before Taiki could deny it, they spotted Chinatsu chatting with Haryu and 2 other people. The Connie lookalike was hyping Kyo up, but Kyo was playing the humble card, saying it wasn't a big deal. Chinatsu then wished him luck and left with the girl, and as soon as they were out of earshot, the other guy began teasing Haryu about Chinatsu. Haryu swore there was nothing between them, but then commented how he liked seeing a girl work hard. At this, Taiki became even more convinced that Haryu was his love rival, and that just changed a lot of things. Later on, he played against Haryu in a one-on-one match, and it wasn't that much of a surprise that he struggled. Haryu completely dictated the pace of the game, and no matter how hard Taiki tried, he couldn't catch up. Kyo and Hina watched from the sidelines with the other spectators, and while Hina was worried about Taiki, Kyo believed the boy was doing all right. He then turned towards the basketball court and noticed Chinatsu was just as invested in the game as everyone else. Eventually, the first round ended, and when Kyo went to bring Taiki some water, he realized that the boy wasn't the least bit discouraged. Taiki explained that there was no need to be because love and sports were 2 different things, and he just wanted to prove that he was a good player. Just then, Haryu called out to him, so he returned to the court. When he bent to tie his shoes, he noticed his good luck bracelet and became even more motivated. So this time, he kept up with Haryu and managed to stop the game from being one-sided. Sadly, he still lost and was very frustrated because he realized he still had a lot to learn. Coincidentally, Haryu and his friend overheard Taiki talking to Kyo, but Haryu said he was the one who was frustrated. This confused his friend, since Haryu had won the match, but Haryu refused to explain. A few minutes later, as Taiki began walking home, he kept reviewing his gameplay until Chinatsu rushed up to him and asked him to follow her. Surprisingly, they went to the park, and Chinatsu pulled out some badminton rackets, reminding Taiki that he had promised to teach her. He hadn't expected her to actually remember the promise, but he was glad, and he instructed her on how to serve when he saw how bad she was at it. As they continued playing, she told him that she'd watched his match, but he asked her not to bring it up since he was embarrassed that he'd lost. Chinatsu told him not to be embarrassed because he'd really stepped up his game in the second half. Still, Taiki kept complaining about all the chances he missed because he was slow or didn't hit hard enough. This prompted Chinatsu to laugh and call him a sore loser, but she still praised him, saying she'd seen how dedicated he was and knew he would improve. Taiki didn't know how to respond because he always struggled to believe in himself, but hearing Chinatsu believe in him made him see things differently. After the game, Chinatsu went to pick up her things, and Taiki was shocked to find a keychain labeled Chi. He assumed it was a gift from Haryu, but relaxed when Chinatsu revealed that her classmates had given it to her because they all called her Chi, so he told her to head home alone, claiming he felt awkward walking home with a girl. Later that week, Taiki was shocked to discover that he had been paired with Haryu for the interdepartmental match the following week. While he was complaining to Kyo about having to work with his love rival, Haryu came to call him for a practice match. He kept praying that the guy hadn't heard what he said, but Haryu had, and he wasted no time in teasing Taiki about having a crush on Chinatsu. When they started practicing, he instructed Taiki like a drill sergeant, and if the boy got tired, he made comments about Chinatsu. They were more like jabs to Taiki, but then it fueled him to keep going. By the end of the first week, Taiki was looking like the Walking Dead, and Hina speculated that Haryu was riding him hard because of Chinatsu. Taiki didn't think so, and even began pointing out where he fell short against Haryu, and his friends concluded that he was just a sucker for pain. After school, Taiki decided to be dramatic, using a cane to support himself as he walked out with Kyo. However, he straightened up the moment they spotted Haryu and Chinatsu with some of their classmates. Not surprisingly, Haryu called him over and introduced him as his doubles partner. He also told everyone where Taiki was lacking, and just as Taiki began feeling like a joke, Haryu suddenly started praising him. He said Taiki wasn't a quitter and that he never took his insults or taunts to heart. At this, his friends began calling him out for messing with Taiki, but said it was what he did to those he saw potential in. When Taiki looked up, Chinatsu whispered that he was doing great, and that boosted his mood. Just then, Haryu pulled out his phone and said he'd gotten a text from his girlfriend. Taiki was beyond shocked hearing this, and Haryu explained that they had just started dating, even though he'd liked her for a long time. It turned out that on the day he saw them together, Chinatsu had only been there to help him shop for his girlfriend. As Taiki tried to process all that information, Haryu looked him dead in the eyes and said it would be a long time before he got booed up. And that was when he realized that Haryu had just been messing with him for the fun of it. Days later, Taiki accidentally grabbed Chinatsu's gym clothes on the way to school, and didn't notice until she texted him to bring them to her in the AV room. As expected, he panicked and rushed out, only to bump into Haryu, who clocked that he was hiding something and asked him to come practice with him. Taiki turned him down and fled, promising to practice twice as hard in the evening. When he got to the AV room, it was occupied by the rhythmic gymnastics team, so Hina approached him and asked if he needed anything. The boy froze, unable to answer properly, and when he attempted to leave, he bumped into someone and dropped Chinatsu's gym clothes. Hina moved to pick it up, but he screamed at her not to, and the girl instantly figured something was up. As she began teasing him, he was forced to tell her that he hadn't washed the clothes in weeks. Hina immediately drew back in disgust, but then she recalled that he'd been wearing his gym clothes every day, so he had to be lying. As a last resort, Taiki claimed the clothes hadn't been inside a washer since the last term, and that was when Hina really moved away in disgust. Nevertheless, Taiki picked the clothes back up, and as he wandered the halls thinking about what to do, Chinatsu texted him to come up to the roof. Usually students weren't allowed up there, but she'd gotten the key from a friend in the astronomy club. After he handed her the bag, the bell went off, signaling the start of the next period. But instead of trying to leave, Chinatsu began undressing. Taiki was shocked to say the least, but apparently it was a special skill for the girls on the basketball team to be able to change anywhere. So Taiki offered to stand guard by the door, but then began struggling with the uncensored images of Chinatsu flooding his mind as she changed. Fortunately, she finished before he could, so he asked her to go ahead and stayed back to put his body and thoughts under control. That evening, as he was about to head home, Hina called out to him, wishing him luck on his game, prompting Haryu to question their relationship. Taiki assured him that they put the P in platonic, so Haryu let it go and advised Taiki not to get worked up before the game. Their win was already secured thanks to Haryu, but the singles matches were the tricky part. Taiki told Haryu not to underestimate him and his sharp senses, so Haryu pointed out that even with his sharp sense, he had forgotten his racket bag. Shocked, Taiki rushed back to get it, while Haryu just watched him. Later, Taiki stood on the opposite side of the diner table drinking some water, while his mother paced about trying to get his things ready for the next day. He told her to relax as he'd already arranged his things, but the woman kept fussing and almost beat the hell out of him when the idiot accidentally dropped his water on his freshly washed gym clothes. Eventually, he went up to his room, but his nerves made their debut, so he decided to practice some more. Chinatsu happened to find him in the yard a few minutes later, and the first thing she noticed was that his shirt was inside out. Without thinking, Taiki pulled off his shirt, prompting Chinatsu to grow flustered and look away. When he finished, she complimented him, saying his training was paying off. Taiki said all he'd gained was muscle, not real badminton skills. Hearing this, Chinatsu asked him to come closer, then poked him on the head. Confused, he moved back and asked what she'd done that for, and Chinatsu explained that it was to help him relax. She also advised him to stop overthinking things and said that even if he failed, he still had 2 more years to keep trying. Taiki froze when he heard this because by then Chinatsu would have already graduated and she wouldn't see him make it, so he told her he didn't want to wait a few more years to achieve his dream, then walked away. Chinatsu was left feeling bad, but Taiki didn't even notice. The next day, Taiki was more hyped about his match than before, and Haryu felt proud of him. As expected, they won all their games and advanced to the best 16, and Taiki admitted that it felt like a dream. Haryu said it was because he had covered for Taiki and advised him to keep working on his swings and movements if he wanted to make it to the singles best 16. Just then, they spotted a really loud guy, and it turned out that he used to be Haryu's partner for doubles back in his junior years. However, he was angry at Haryu because the guy had ghosted him when he'd asked him to introduce him to Chinatsu after he fell in love with her at first sight. Taiki felt proud of Haryu in that moment, but he refused to say it out loud. Just then, Kishi's partner called out to him, saying his stomach hurt, and the next moment, he collapsed. After he was taken to the hospital, Kishi swore that he would defeat Haryu in his next match, but Haryu said his match was a month away. Instead, he told Kishi that if he won against Taiki, he would ask Chinatsu's permission to give him her contact. Taiki couldn't believe Haryu's audacity, but Kishi agreed to the deal and skipped away happily. Later, when Taiki returned home, he overheard Chinatsu speaking to his mother about his win and what had happened the previous night. She believed that Taiki was mad at her for telling him that it was okay to fail after putting in so much work, but his mother said he'd get over it. She then admitted that she was a bit jealous of the fact that she only had 1 year left, so Taiki walked in at that moment to stop her from saying anything else. He also declared that he would win the singles match and walked away, looking very determined. The following week, during Taiki's match, Kyo called Haryu out for the stakes he put on the match. Haryu told him not to worry his pretty head and said he was certain that Taiki would win the match, and if he lost, he would put him through hell during training. Without looking up, Taiki felt Haryu's intimidating aura, so he straightened up and locked into the game. Kishi gave him a run for his money, but Taiki kept up with him and didn't back down. Halfway through the first round, Chinatsu arrived with her teammates. As they watched, Kyo was called for his match, so he bid everyone farewell but stopped when he reached Chinatsu. He noticed she looked tense, and she even admitted that the match was a bit nerve-wracking. Instead of trying to assure her that Taiki would win, Kyo told her that her phone number was on the line and that Haryu was to blame. However, he said the only person who would benefit from it was Kishi, and asked Chinatsu to take Taiki to the aquarium if he won. He also mentioned that she was Taiki's biggest motivation for making it to nationals, and Chinatsu was stunned. At the moment, Taiki scored against Kishi, so Chinatsu promised Kyo that she would take Taiki to the aquarium. Back on the court, Kishi was starting to struggle, but he kept pushing and would have won if the power of determination hadn't fueled Taiki. After they shook hands, Kishi told Taiki he would come to his school to play against him again, but asked Taiki to schedule it for when the girls' basketball team would be around. He then rushed off, leaving Taiki fuming while Nishida pointed out that Kishi was taking his loss well. Haryu assured him that the boy was just pretending and would beat himself up about it later. Speaking of later, at the end of the day, Taiki placed second because he lost to Nishida, and the boy kept rubbing it in his face. After Nishida walked away, Hina approached Taiki and started teasing him as usual. However, she said he'd done pretty well and that everyone was talking about his potential. Suddenly, Taiki's phone pinged with a message from Chinatsu, inviting him to the aquarium the next day. On cue, the idiot dropped his phone in a panic and began looking at his friends as if they had somehow stepped into the multiverse. Kyo asked asked him to calm down, while Hina wanted to know how Taiki had gotten so close to Chinatsu in such a short time. Since they couldn't tell her the truth, Kyo revealed that he was the one who asked Chinatsu to invite Taiki out. Hina went from shocked to excited and told Taiki that he was finally going on his first date. The boy disagreed, saying Chinatsu was just being friendly, but Hina was the queen of positivity, so she refused to accept that and told him to dress to impress. She then rushed off to meet her teammate, who took one look at her and asked if she was mad at something, which surprised her. That night, Taiki was too nervous to face Chinatsu, so he refused to go inside the house. While he was doing push-ups, his mother opened Ed the door and told him to get his scrawny behind into the house, and he complied. As fate would have it, Chinatsu was already in her room, so he didn't get to see her, and that left him feeling bummed out. Later, he fell down the rabbit hole about whether the outing was a date and tried to pick something suitable while reading up on aquatic creatures. As he began spiraling, he heard a sound come from Chinatsu's room and snapped out of it. Hours later, he woke up to find that he'd overslept, so he quickly got ready and dashed out of the house like his last name was Allen. At the station, he dropped his wallet and had to stop to gather the coins that had fallen out while telling himself to calm down. By some twist of fate, Chinatsu showed up looking bonita in a blue dress and asked if he was okay. Taiki just stared at her in admiration for a few seconds, before snapping back to his senses and answering her question. When they finally got to the aquarium, they bought their tickets and began looking around. Taiki noticed that Chinatsu looked more excited than usual, and just as he began to think they were actually on a date, his mind convinced him otherwise with vivid images of Chinatsu telling him off. Suddenly, Chinatsu snapped a photo of him and told him it was a keepsake when he started complaining about being unphotogenic. Eventually, they moved from one attraction to another, and while they were looking at the penguins, Chinatsu said she wished she could hug one. At this, Taiki turned to look at her, but panicked when she returned his stare. Just then, a young boy bumped into Chinatsu, forcing her to move closer to Taiki. While he apologized, Taiki thought he wanted to visit the aquarium with Chinatsu again, but this time as a couple. The only problem was that he wasn't brave enough to confess his feelings to her just yet, so he pushed the thought aside. As he tried to walk away, Chinatsu grabbed him by the shirt and said she had something important to discuss with him. As a delusional simp, Taiki almost convinced himself that she wanted to confess to him, but Chinatsu surprised him by apologizing for the other night. In a way, he felt relieved, but then felt bad that she'd been feeling that she had wronged him for days, so he told her that he'd gotten over it and then sent her a sticker. He explained that whenever she had something weighing on her mind, she should send him that sticker and he'd come to her. At this, Chinatsu sent him the sticker 3 times, then stared at him shyly before telling him he was a good housemate. The following week during lunch break, Taiki kept stuffing his face until Kyo asked if his outing had been fun. He got all shy and admitted that it was, so Kyo asked what he'd do if Chinatsu shared his feelings. Taiki's response was to react, but then he got distracted when he saw Chinatsu walking by with a friend. Chinatsu just laughed and pointed to her cheek, making him realize that he had rice stuck on his face, but he surprisingly wasn't embarrassed. When he sat back down, Hina came to return his worksheet, saying he'd made mistakes, but Loverboy was too busy daydreaming to care. Seeing this, Hina got mad and pushed the paper into his face, so he started complaining. Kyo then told them to cut it out, but agreed with Hina that Taiki had to get his head out of the clouds if he wanted to do well during the prefectural qualifier. Taiki assured Kyo that he was focused, and as they began walking back to class, Hina asked which school had the best badminton team. Kyo answered her question, saying that if they wanted to go to nationals, they had to beat that team, so Hina wished them luck. However, he sounded more like she was sympathizing with them, so Taiki asked how she was preparing for her tournament. Hina confidently told him not to worry about her because she was an Olympic gold medalist in the making. At that moment, her coach arrived with a reporter who wanted to interview her, so Hina gave Taiki one of her smug smiles before giving her attention to the reporter. That night, Hina ran into Chinatsu in the reception hall of her chiropractor and decided to give her a little recap of Taiki's life. She told her about the time he sprained his ankle while helping and had to miss training for a week. She had felt bad, but the idiot wasn't even mad at her because he was just that nice. Hana told her that story, hoping it would get Chinatsu to see Taiki's good traits, but Chinatsu didn't really say anything. Later, as the two girls stood outside, Chinatsu noticed that Hina didn't have an umbrella, so she gave her hers. Hina tried to refuse it, but Chinatsu told her she had another one and then left after saying goodbye. Hina remained at the clinic entrance for a bit, thinking about how Chinatsu was good at almost everything. Just as she decided to leave, the nurse came out looking for Chinatsu because she'd left her phone behind. Hina offered to return it and then rushed in the direction Chinatsu had gone. When she spotted her, she tried to call out, but froze when she realized she was walking into Taiki's house. Even more surprisingly was that Taiki met Chinatsu at the door and welcomed her back, so Hina hid behind the wall, trying to make sense of what she was seeing. She decided to leave quietly, but then changed her mind at the last second and called out to Taiki, demanding an explanation. The shocked boy looked to Chinatsu for help, but she just smiled and nodded, so Taiki invited Hina inside and explained everything. He apologized for keeping it a secret, and Hina admitted that she was a little hurt that he didn't trust her. So she dropped at least 8 thick manga volumes on his legs and told him she would only forgive him if he endured it for 5 hours. She also said that he had to be the most rizzless guy she'd ever met, because it made no sense that he hadn't bagged Chinatsu yet when they lived in the same house. On her way home later, he kept thinking about Taiki's living situation and wondered whether Chinatsu also had feelings for him. Before she could conclude, she bumped into a pole and realized she needed to get out of her head. The next day, After Hina finished her set, she received praises from her coach and teammates and then excused herself. However, when she was alone, she told herself that she had to step up her game because she'd made one too many mistakes. She also said she couldn't afford to let everyone down because they were counting on her, and kept encouraging herself to move forward. When she decided to return to the gym, she spotted Taiki sitting in the lounge and went to mess with him as usual. The guy told her to find a new hobby already, but Hina ignored him to ask what he was doing. He tried to explain that he was cleaning up his stubbed toe, but the girl told him she didn't want to hear such a disgusting tale. It was then she finally noticed the bracelet on his ankle, so she tried to tease him for liking childish stuff. Taiki explained that Chinatsu had given it to him, and Hina immediately assumed that they were secretly dating. Taiki told her to stop making assumptions as if it were her full-time job, then clarified that Chinatsu had given him the bracelet as a reminder of their promise to make it to nationals in their respective sports. That response moved Hina, but she didn't admit it, and as she walked back to the gym later, she wondered whether Taiki and Chinatsu thought about each other when training got hard. She felt it was nice to have an accountability partner, but all of a sudden she started crying and hid so no one would see her. She wasn't even sure why she was crying and said that emotions were the last things she needed to deal with, since the tournament was fast approaching. She also convinced herself that she could achieve her goals on her own, and in the days that followed, she did everything alone. Unfortunately, her state of mind began affecting her performance, and everyone noticed. When her coach asked what the problem was, she claimed she had spent the night binge-watching shows and was just tired. The woman told her to stop skipping her sleep, but Taiki and Kaio knew that Hina was lying. She also confirmed that something was up when Taiki waved at her, and she looked away without acknowledging him. Kyo said she was probably mad at Taiki, but Taiki didn't think so since they had cleared things up that night at his house. What he didn't know was that Hina was avoiding him because she didn't want to give Chinatsu the wrong idea about the kind of relationship she had with Taiki. The next day, Hina was still having trouble with her moves, so her friends advised her to take a break. She assured them she was fine, then went to get a bottle of water. On her way back, she ran into the vice principal who said he'd read the article on her and began praising her for giving brilliant answers. He also asked how her training was coming along, and Hina assured him that she was doing well. At this, the man said she was truly her father's daughter because apparently her father had competed internationally. He then asked whether her father would visit the school someday, and Hina replied that she would let him know after speaking to her dad. This made the man happy, so he walked away, saying he was looking forward to her competition. What he didn't know was that he had added to the burden Hina was already feeling before. As she walked back to the gym, she told herself that it would be nice to speak to Taiki for a while. But the moment she reached the door and saw him, memories of him with Chinatsu flooded her mind, and she ran away. She also convinced herself that she was better off on her own and decided to put her training first. Not surprisingly, it worked, and in just a few days she was back on her game, delivering a flawless routine. Well, everyone else thought it was flawless, but Hina felt she still needed to improve it. She was so busy thinking about this that she didn't notice a guy about to walk through the door, and she ended up twisting her ankle because she got spooked. The pain was prominent, but Hina didn't move a muscle because she was spiraling and wasn't paying attention to anything else. It wasn't until she heard Taiki's voice that she snapped back to reality. He offered to take her to the nurse's office, but she refused, claiming she was okay. After the boy she had run into left with his friend, she told Taiki to leave too so that Chinatsu wouldn't get the wrong idea. His response was to tell her to stop worrying about stupid things, and after Kyo left to find a teacher, he helped Hina up, unknown to him. She was still spiraling and hoping she wouldn't get attached to him again. Later, the nurse informed Hina that her ankle was fine and advised her to apply some ice to it. This prompted Taiki to call Hina a drama queen, but the girl argued that the pressure of the upcoming tournament was to blame. And for the first time, she admitted that she was struggling. As a good friend, Taiki offered to be her counselor, and after a few insults, Hina opened up to him. When she finished speaking about her struggle with expectations, tournaments, and everything in between, she admitted that there was someone she didn't think she could win against. Taiki assumed she was talking about gymnastics, so she played along, even though Chinatsu was the person she was talking about. The clueless guy then told her that even though her opponent was as good as Hina said, Hina could still beat her. He had always believed Hina was a fighter, and that she could overcome any obstacle. Instead of being happy about his praise, Hina got mad and slapped her ice pack on his face. But then she stopped and said he was right. A few seconds later, the nurse returned and told them to return to their training. On the way, Hina asked Taiki to wish her luck, and when he did, she rewarded him with the biggest smile ever. Days later, Hina won first place in the prefectural qualifiers, and everyone congratulated her. Not only that, but she was back to her usual teasing self, and Taiki felt relieved. That night, as Taiki walked to his room, he told himself that he had to make it to nationals just like Hina had. When he got upstairs, he ran into Chinatsu, and she told him that she'd met Hina at the clinic. He immediately assumed that she'd badmouthed him to Chinotsu, but Chinotsu explained that Hina had just thanked her for the umbrella she gave her the other day. She then talked about how talented Hina was, but Taiki told her that Hina still needed to improve. After he walked off, she recalled how Hina had praised him the other day and thought the two made a perfect pair. She also wrongly assumed she was getting in the way of their relationship and began to feel bad. The next day, during practice, Taiki lost to Haru again, but when he asked for a rematch, the boy refused, saying he was getting too comfortable with losing. This made his friends tease him because there was one person Haru had always lost to, even though he was a good player. Haru responded by glaring at them, so the boys backed off, leaving Taiki to face his wrath. He reminded him that they were still enemies for the singles match and then began walking out of the gym. Once they passed through the doors, they met Chinatsu and her teammates, who were talking about their practice. Curious, Haruyu asked when their prefectural qualifiers match would begin, and they told him it was on the 18th. Coincidentally, the badminton team's match was 2 days after that, and it was Chinatsu who pointed it out. When her friends asked how she knew, she told them she'd read the school newsletter, which surprised them, as no one ever bothered to open it. As for Taiki, he felt giddy knowing that Chinatsu was also keeping track of his matches as he was of hers. Later in the day, as Taiki walked home, he wondered how he could squeeze in a few extra training sessions. He spotted Chinatsu. She had many bags, and his first thought was to offer her his assistance, but then he figured she'd say no because she didn't want anyone to see them. At that moment, two guys walked past Chinatsu, and as soon as Taiki heard them say she was cute, he ignored his worries and approached her. Chinatsu refused and reminded him that he'd once said walking home with a girl was embarrassing, so he did a second take. This time, he acted like he didn't know who she was and just wanted to be a good neighbor. Before she could reject him, he took one of her bags and began walking, so Chinatsu followed him and played along. They kept up the charade for a while until Taiki suddenly asked her to play rock, paper, scissors with him. After he won, he invited her to go somewhere and rushed ahead. Surprisingly, he led her to the nearby shrine and told her that he wanted them to pray for victory. Chinatsu agreed but didn't know that Taiki included her in his prayers because he wanted both of them to go to nationals. Days later, Chinatsu's team had their first match and won by 2 points. As her teammates celebrated, one of their senpai told them that they weren't in the clear yet, and on cue, the team that stopped them from going to nationals the previous year won their own match. After her teammates walked away, Chinatsu's friend, Nagisa, noticed she looked worried and asked what was wrong. Chinatsu answered that she just wanted to win, and her friend told her to try fixing her face first, but she didn't know how. Unknown to them, a member of the rival team was filming them. Later, as she and Nagisa headed to the toilet, they stumbled upon the rival team reviewing footage of their game. One of the girls said that Chinatsu's skills were mid, and that she hadn't improved since their practice match, so she didn't think they would have a problem with her. Nagisa immediately got pissed, but Chinatsu told her not to waste her strength, reminding her that criticism is normal. Later, Taiki got served by Haruyu again, and while he was sulking over it, Chinatsu's team returned. Kyo said they had returned to practice some more, but Taiki noticed that they didn't exactly look happy after their win. When he went upstairs later, he overheard Nagisa complaining about what that girl on the other team said. She felt her statement had ridiculed all the effort Chinatsu had put into playing, and wished she had allowed her to give her a piece of her mind. This made Taiki understand why Chinatsu looked the way she did earlier. When he turned to leave, he spotted Chinatsu standing there, but she signaled him to be quiet. Spoiler alert, he kept talking, but the girls didn't hear him, and after they walked away, Chinatsu told him she was glad she had teammates like them. She then began walking away, so he followed her and asked if she wasn't mad about what was said about her. Chinatsu admitted that she was, but said the best answer to that player was to beat them during their match. At this, Taiki realized that Chinatsu was a force to be reckoned with when she was angry, but he still swelled with pride at the fact that she refused to back down for anybody, the same way Hina didn't back down. The next day, Taiki won his first game against Haruyu, but Haruyu reclaimed his top spot soon after and commended Taiki for finally locking in. Those who watched them were also impressed, as not many people could keep up with Haruyu. Just as the showdown was getting heated, their coach blew his whistle and told them to go home. The boys didn't want to, but the man put his foot down and told them to settle the score in the tournament if they got paired. That night, as Taiki and Kyo walked home, Kyo asked if Taiki planned to confess to Chinatsu after making it to nationals. Taiki straight up froze, then began imagining how that would play out and eventually lead to a wedding. However, he said he wasn't going to do it because he didn't want to put Chinatsu in an awkward position. Hearing this, Kyo said that Taiki had finally grown up, but before the boy could complain about the double meaning behind that compliment, Nishida called out to them. He was in front of the convenience store with Haruyu and a teacher, and he told them that the teacher was treating them before the game. The man tried to deny it, but Kyo and Taiki had already thanked him, so he gave them 1,000 yen to share. As they walked around the store, Taiki spotted a magazine about beaches, and Kyo started teasing him about wanting to see Chinatsu in a swimsuit. The image popped into his head momentarily, but he chased it off and moved on to the snack shelves. There, he told Kyo that the least he could do was ask Chinatsu out on a date if he made it to nationals. When they eventually came out of the store, they saw that Chinatsu, Hina, and a few others had joined the boys and the teacher. Taiki started panicking, but Kyo turned around, trying to return inside before Hina spotted him. Unfortunately, Taiki didn't let him, and when Hina finally noticed them, she walked up to them and stole Taiki's courage. When he started complaining, she didn't even care, which just annoyed him further. His rant caught the others' attention, and everyone thought their interaction was cute. Before leaving, Hina told Taiki that he wasn't allowed to lose because she was going to bring him a treat on the last day of his tournament. As soon as she walked away, Taiki couldn't bring himself to look Chinatsu in the eyes. However, when the others began chasing their teacher for more money, he approached her, and she asked for some courage. He willingly gave it to her, and she admitted that seeing Hina take one earlier made her a bit jealous. She then acted like she didn't just drop a bomb and rushed off to join her friends, leaving Taiki to try to decipher the meaning behind her words. The next day, when Chinatsu went downstairs, she found Taiki exercising in the yard and approached him. He seemed very excited, so she decided to join him. As they exercised, she asked how many people could make it to nationals part school. school, and he told her it was 1 pair for doubles and 2 players for singles. She pointed out that the competition would be tight, and Taiki agreed. He then shifted the conversation to her match the next day, and Chinatsu said she couldn't believe it was so close. She didn't look scared, so Taiki felt brave enough to ask her to spare him a few minutes of her time after the game. He really wanted to confirm if they were on the same page regarding their feelings, and Chinatsu agreed. Hours later, Taiki arrived at the sports center for his doubles match, and despite the heat, he was actually still hyped. Haryu then took him to watch the match of his rival Hyodo, and when Hyodo spotted Haryu, he began teasing him. Haryu didn't back down, and they maintained a playful banter until Hyodo was called by his partner. When the match began, it was clear who had the upper hand, so those standing beside Taiki sympathized with Hyodo's opponents. They said if they had been against another pair, they might have gone to nationals, but they weren't that lucky. Compared to them, Taiki was actually enjoying the match, and even pointed out what the guys could have done differently. When he mentioned that he wished he were on the court, Haryu suggested that they go practice. Taiki asked whether he was no longer interested in the game, and Haryu revealed that he would film it for him. Later, as Taiki was leaving the bathroom, he spotted a random dude sleeping on a chair and his wallet was on the floor. Taiki gently called out to him, and when he woke up, he told him about the wallet. The guy picked it up and thanked him, so Taiki went on his way. Just as the guy was commenting on how nice Taiki was, his teammate came to call him, so the guy finished his statement, saying that nice people had no place in badminton. It turned out that wasn't some random dude after all, but player from the rival school. His name was Yusa, and when he joined the others to watch Haryu and Taiki's match with Hyodo and his partner, he was the only one who didn't write Haryu and Taiki off. The moment he commented on how well coordinated Taiki and Haryu were, his teammates began noticing it as well. Hyodo's final serve was very powerful, but to everyone's surprise, Taiki returned it. Sadly, it went out of the court line, so they lost that round, and Taiki wasn't happy. When it seemed like he was about to start spiraling, Haryu tapped him and told him to keep his head in the game. That night, when Chinatsu returned from training, Taiki's mom told her that Taiki had lost, so she went to look for him. He was fast asleep in the living room, and as she wondered how to cheer him up, she noticed he'd written that all his serves must land, and smiled. When his mother woke him up later, he noticed that Chinatsu had written her own declaration beside his and felt motivated again. The next day, before the matches kicked off, Taiki and Haryu checked the pairings. They were on opposing teams, so Haryu told him that he had to defeat Hyodo if he wanted to play against him in the finals. Taiki assured him that he wouldn't lose again, but said he needed to focus on his first match first. He was determined not to look like a failure in front of Chinatsu, but unfortunately, he lost that match. Yusa had been his opponent, and even after he walked off the court, Taiki still couldn't believe what had happened. Hina asked Kyo and Nishida if Taiki would get another shot, and they told her that he wouldn't. It was sad, but that was reality, and when she found him later, he was just staring into thin air. However, he still managed to smile at her, so she played along and handed him the snacks she'd brought. As they sat together, he eventually admitted that he'd dreamed too big for a rookie, and that's why he lost, but Hina noticed that his spirit wasn't entirely broken. Soon it was time for Haryu's match with Hyodo, and even though it was a very heated match, Haryu still lost. The good thing was that he still qualified for nationals and swore he would make Hyodo pay then. When he finished grinding his teeth, he noticed that Taiki was missing, and the others told him the boy had gone home. They figured he was still depressed over his loss, and that was partly true. However, as Taiki walked home, he told himself that he would keep pushing until he achieved his goal, even if Chinatsu wouldn't be there to witness it. When he walked into his house, he heard his mother congratulating Chinatsu, and he felt extremely relieved. However, he suddenly felt overwhelmed thanks to his own failure and ran out of the house without anyone noticing. He kept running with no destination in mind, as all he wanted was to be free for a while. Days later, Taiki sat in class trying to study since finals were only 7 days away. However, he wasn't getting anywhere, and when Kyo approached him, he didn't even sympathize with him. Apparently, he'd advised Taiki earlier on to crack open his books in between downtimes from training, but the dumb guy had ignored the advice. According to him, not everyone had functional brain storage, but Kyo said he was just making excuses. As they began walking to the gym for training, Bird Brain started complaining again, so Kyo told him to use his extra workout time to crack open his books. Just then, they spotted Hina, but when Taiki called out to her, she angrily told him to stop disturbing her. She was trying to use what was left of her brain power to memorize her English lessons. Hearing this made Taiki happy, as that meant he now had a dullard in arms. When they arrived at the gym, the basketball team was already there practicing. Taiki observed them quietly for a few seconds before suddenly becoming cheerful and telling his friends they had to keep up too. As soon as he walked away with that false happiness of his, Hina pointed out to Kyo that Taiki wasn't yet over what happened. She also felt that things at home might be awkward between him and Chinatsu since she made it to nationals, but Kyo doubted that they would be. He assured her that Taiki would be fine with time because the guy bounced back faster than a ball. Hina seemed skeptical but decided to trust Kyo, so they went their separate ways. Later, the badminton coach congratulated Haryu for being the only one to make it to nationals, and everyone followed suit. Haryu thanked them for their support but said he would still need it until the tournament in 2 months. Nishida immediately beat his chest, saying he was always ready to help, but Haryu said he wasn't interested in his services. The coach then instructed everyone to write their goals and paste them up on the wall, so everyone got busy. Kyo's goal sheet read fortitude and resolution, while Nishida's was about making it to nationals. As for Haryu, he wanted to win nationals, and while Nishida was complaining about him placing his goal sheet above his, Taiki walked up to put his goal sheet. It was very simple. He wanted to increase his smash precision. As the days progressed, the students fell into a consistent cycle of study studying and practicing. One night, Taiki wanted to go downstairs to get some water, but he stopped at his door when he heard Chinatsu return home. His mother welcomed her warmly and said she could see that she was working hard towards nationals. Upon hearing this, Taiki retreated into his room and shut the door. Days later, finals were over, and while everyone was planning to go celebrate on Nishida's measly allowance, Taiki opted out. He said he was sleep-deprived and needed to go home before he collapsed. The moment he hit his bed, he suddenly felt ill, but he didn't dare move for fear that he'd feel even worse. When he tried to sleep, he began recalling his game against Yusa. He had forced himself to forget it because of exams, but now that it was over, his failure had returned to haunt him like a vengeful spirit. It also made him feel like he'd failed Chinatsu and that he was a loser. But at that moment, Chinatsu walked in and told him it wasn't true before checking his temperature. Taiki was surprised to see her and quickly pulled away, saying he didn't want to get her sick, but she assured him that she would be fine. She then went downstairs to make him some food, and when she brought it up, he became excited to taste her cooking. Unfortunately, his nose was stuffed, and his taste buds were on vacation, so his udon tasted bland. After a few moments of silence, he told Chinatsu that she could return to her room, but she refused. According to her, he might get worse, and she wanted to be close by to tend to him. When Taiki went silent, she suggested they have a chat, since they hadn't done so in a while, and he still hadn't asked her his question. Taiki immediately pretended to have forgotten what it was, but Chinatsu told him to stop trying to act dumber than he really was. He just smiled since he couldn't admit that he didn't feel very confident asking his question again. So he continued eating his food in silence until Chinatsu brought up his goals. She admitted that she'd expected him to talk about making it to nationals, and Taiki replied that if his smashes had been perfect, he might have done better than he did. The tournament had even better players than he'd expected, and that showed him how ill-prepared he was for nationals. When he was done speaking his mind, Chinatsu smiled and said she didn't know he could do soul-searching. She then took his tray and placed it on the table so she could hand him his medicine, but she told him she was glad he didn't criticize himself to the point of giving up on his goals. She admitted to him that there were moments she believed she couldn't make it and wanted to give up. However, her desire to make it to nationals pushed her to keep showing up every day, and she hoped he would too. Her empathy towards him wasn't something new, but in that moment, it made him feel good. But to cover it up, he coughed and drank his medicine before returning the glass to her. He then promised that he'd add a new goal to his goal sheet and tried to accompany her to wash the dishes, but he stood up too fast and lost his balance. Chinatsu tried to catch him, only to end up falling on him, and as they stared at each other, she suddenly moved her hand towards his face. However, it was to fix his cold patch that had shifted, and then she left as if nothing had happened. Taiki just lay there, wondering how she expected him to sleep after being so close to her. The following day, after his mother confirmed that his cold was gone, Taiki dragged his early recovered body to school for practice. Along the way, he kept thinking about that moment, and then fell to his knees and screamed. Fortunately, he was already close to the school and was seen only by Haruyu and Nishida, who asked if he was practicing for a theater role. Ignoring their question, he asked what they were up to, and they revealed that they were washing the pool with a few others. The volleyball team was using the gym, so their teachers asked them to spend their time there. They invited Taiki to join them, but he refused, saying he was going to lift weights. However, when he spotted Chinatsu laughing in the back, he changed his mind. As they worked, Haruyu told Taiki that his smashes weren't his only weaknesses, since he'd seen his goal sheet. Apparently, he was also slow out of the blocks and stayed on the defensive for most of his match with Yusa. He warned Taiki that Yusa would be an even tougher opponent when they played each other the following year, so it was time for him to stop being so depressed. Taiki apologized for letting his failure consume him, but Haruyu made a joke and even drew Chinatsu's attention to them. Thankfully, Taiki didn't panic until after she left, and Haruyu suddenly asked if Taiki had made progress with her. When he finally relaxed, he asked Haruyu how to find out whether someone was interested in him. Haruyu stared at him as he'd just asked who Naruto was, so Taiki explained, or rather admitted, that he was a bit dense when it came to dealing with girls. Hearing this, Haruyu told him that it usually depended on the person, and since they were talking about Chinatsu, he might get a lot of mixed signals. However, he believed that if she truly didn't like Taiki, she wouldn't touch him for any reason. This seemed to give Taiki some hope, but then he figured that he was just setting himself up for a heartbreak. A little later, the pool was ready for use, and while Haruyu and Nishida got in, Taiki opted not to use it because he was just recovering. As fate would have it, Taiki ran into Chinatsu in the tool shed when he went to put the cleaning supplies away. The girl was happy to see him and began talking about something, but Taiki was too busy trying to calm his beating heart to pay attention. But then it dawned on him that she was acting normally after what had happened the previous night, and he concluded that she really didn't think much of him. When she tried to leave, he stopped her, thanked her for taking care of him, and she suddenly got nervous. Seeing this, he grabbed her hand without thinking, only to let go and claim that he wanted to ask where to put the buckets. She pointed to the top shelves, so he put the bucket there and thanked her for helping. This time, when she said goodbye, he didn't try to stop her, and wondered what had come over him. When Chinatsu went outside, she found Nagisa waiting, and the girl thanked her for helping with the pool. Just as they were about to turn a corner, they ran into a couple in their year, and Nagisa teased them just for the fun of it. When they were alone again, Chinatsu told Nagisa she could get herself a boyfriend too, and Nagisa replied that basketball was her top priority at the moment. A few minutes later, they arrived at the gym and witnessed a tearful goodbye as one of the girls on the volleyball team was transferring schools. Nagisa then said she was glad that Chinatsu had chosen to stay back because they wouldn't have made it to nationals. She also said she was grateful to the relatives who took Chinatsu in, and lamented the fact that they didn't have a hot son who could rizz Chinatsu up. Chinatsu's reaction was to cough, but Nagisa didn't know it was thanks to to shock and kept talking about how Chinatsu would have been enjoying a romantic life. Chinatsu replied that it wasn't that simple, but Nagisa didn't hear her and decided not to pry. That night, Taiki's parents hosted a barbecue for the family, and Taiki kept eating all the meat. When his father went inside to prepare more vegetables, Chinatsu went to assist him, and the man struck up a conversation with her, asking if she had finally settled down. He also talked about how his wife was adamant about letting her stay with them because she believed Chinatsu would make it to nationals, and he was glad he listened. Just as he wished her luck with nationals, Taiki walked in to ask for the noodles his mother requested. His dad turned around to retrieve them, but when he couldn't find them, he remembered that he'd forgotten to buy them when she asked him to. He panicked immediately because if his wife found out, she would make them eat brown rice for a whole month, and he didn't want that. Chinatsu offered to go buy it, so the man asked Taiki to accompany her since it was late. Taiki didn't want to, as that would mean he had to be alone with Chinatsu for a few minutes, but his father insisted they go together, so he stopped complaining. The trip to the store was short, and in no time, they were already walking back home. Taiki was in his head the entire time, trying to figure out if he should apologize for grabbing her hand earlier or just start a random conversation. Suddenly, Chinatsu started talking about ice cream, which helped ease the tension, so he handed her an ice cream and took one for himself. This made her say he was like his mother, but he didn't appreciate the comparison and told her that she was just like her father, even though he'd only met her mom. However, when Chinatsu began describing her dad, he realized he was right. Their conversation was interrupted when a car drove by, and Taiki had to pull Chinatsu closer. He quickly apologized and tried to walk away, but Chinatsu called out to him and asked him to forget what had happened in his room. She explained that as his family's guest, there were things she wasn't supposed to do, and she hoped they could avoid a repeat of the incident. As she began walking away, Taiki felt as though she'd intentionally put some distance between them, and he couldn't understand why. The next day at school, their teacher advised them not to spend their summer vacation lazing around, but Taiki wasn't the least bit interested. After the man left, Hina and Kyo asked Taiki why he was all gloomy, but he refused to say anything. So Hina concluded he was bummed out about assignments and suggested they hit the library after practice that weekend to work on it. Before he could respond, 3 NPCs and Hina's friend asked if they could join them, and Hina said yes. On their way to the gym, they spotted Chinatsu and her friends, but Taiki hid, prompting his friends to ask what was up. He explained what had happened and admitted he didn't know what to do, and neither did they, so he began walking away. Kyo immediately followed, but Hina lingered behind. That weekend, Taiki went for practice as usual, but did his best not to think about Chinatsu. When he finished, he went to the library with Hina and the others as agreed, but Hina fell asleep and had to be woken. She obviously complained because her slow brain wasn't understanding what she was doing, and even when one of the guys offered to teach her, she still struggled. As this dragged on, Taiki heard one of the guys say this was the tutor's chance to get Hina's number, and he was shocked. Kyo told him not to interfere, so Taiki kept quiet, but then it dawned on him that Cupid had been working overtime lately. A while later, he went to get a drink and found Hina almost passed out on one of the lounge chairs. When he asked why she was slacking off, she said he was also doing the same thing, but he disagreed. Just then, they heard some girls discussing the upcoming fireworks festival, and Taiki began feeling nostalgic. He reminded Hina of the time they attended one during their junior year, and she said it was a guy named Saiyo who organized it. When he first announced it, Hina had drooled over the idea of eating candied apples. Immediately, she raised her hand to signal her interest, but accidentally whacked Taiki in the face as he walked past. She apologized sincerely, and he assured her that he wasn't mad before continuing on his way with Kyo. On the day of the festival, Hina had practice, but the moment she rounded up, she ran to the venue and arrived just as the fireworks were going off. She then tried to get some candy apples, but they were sold out, which made her sad. As she began walking around looking for her friends, Taiki suddenly showed up and offered her a candy apple. He'd bought it because he knew she'd be late and teased her about having a sweet tooth. Hina complained, but that day marked the beginning of their friendship. Back in the present, Hina suggested that they attend the upcoming festival, and even though Taiki hesitated, he agreed to go. Just then, Hina's friend came to give Taiki his phone because it had been ringing non-stop. Taiki thanked her and walked away after taking the phone, leaving the girls to follow behind. When Hina's friend spotted the festival poster, she asked Hina if she wanted to go with her. Hina declined, saying she was already going with someone, and the girl started teasing her. She was convinced that it was a date, but Hina denied it and asked her to stop making things up. That night, Taiki's mother asked Chinatsu how training for nationals was coming along. Chinatsu answered that it was fine, but the woman insisted that she tell her if she needed anything. Taiki minded his business the entire time until he heard his mother promise to prepare a yukata for Chinatsu to wear to the fireworks festival. A beautiful image of Chinatsu in the outfit came to his mind, but then his mother had to ruin it by asking if he would also attend the festival. He told her that he was going with his friends, but then started wondering who else Hina had invited. He figured he'd be the one to invite Kyo, but the others were a mystery to him. A few days later, Taiki had an intense training session with Haru and realized that the guy was even better than before. As he wondered if he would ever bridge the gap between them, Haru suddenly invited him to a special training session. He said it would be with his old mentor at his college, and Taiki immediately agreed. Later, while he was washing his hands, Hina crept up on him to mess with him as usual. She then asked why he was grinning like an idiot, and he explained that he'd gotten invited to a college practice session. Recalling that it was on the same day as the festival, he told her that he might arrive a little late and asked who else was going with them. Hina was shocked, but quickly covered it up, claiming she had forgotten to invite them. She then asked him to invite Kyo and left, saying she would speak to her other friends. But then she went to sulk in a corner because she'd been too much of a coward to admit that she wanted to attend the festival with only him. Later, when Taiki invited Kyo, the boy agreed on the spot and asked who else was attending. Taiki told him Hina was and explained the supposed mistake she had made. Kyo immediately deduced that Hina had wanted to go alone with Taiki, but then recalled that Taiki was a dense idiot. On the other side of the gym, Hina learned that her friend already had a date to the festival and felt bummed out. The girl asked what happened to her date, so Hina explained the mix-up and was advised to just come clean. She obviously rejected the idea and tried to deny that she was talking about Taiki, so her friend dropped the topic. At the same time, Chinatsu also invited Nagisa to the festival, and they agreed to make it a girls' night out, much to the dismay of their admirers. Later that same day, Hana ran into Taiki when he went to get more shuttlecocks, so she asked whether he wanted to attend the festival with Chinatsu instead. Taiki said she'd turn him down if he dared to ask, and he didn't want to make things awkward. As he explained how things had been so far, they turned the corner and saw Chinatsu laughing with some people, so Taiki decided to take another route. Suddenly, Hina punched his back and asked when he became a quitter. She didn't even let him explain before telling him what was on her mind, adding that his determination and relentlessness were some of his cool features. She then ran off after telling him to fix the issue before things got out of hand. Days later, Taiki met Haru at the college gym and was surprised to see Hyodo there. Haru explained that, aside from Hyodo attending that college the following year, the guy often came there to train. The training went well, and when Taiki began staring at Hyodo, the guy asked what he wanted, and Taiki panicked. Thankfully, Hyodo was actually a nice guy, and he even started giving Taiki tips on how to return serves. When Taiki tried it out, it worked better than he expected, and he became excited. Hyodo then revealed that if Taiki had played like that during the tournament, he might have scored more points against Yusa. He said Taiki had played well in the doubles match, but in his singles match, he looked very stiff and was forced to remain on the defensive. He also said that if Taiki didn't up his game, Yusa and Haru would steal the spots at nationals again the following year. Taiki said he was willing to put up a fight, as he still needed to surpass Haru and get his revenge against Yusa. After saying this, he returned to player's serve and then left to continue the game, but Hyodo stood back to observe him. He then told himself that he was always a big fan of the underdogs, so he was rooting for Taiki. Shortly after the session ended, Kyo texted Taiki to say he had a fever and couldn't make it to the festival. Realizing it would just be him and Hina, Taiki recalled their last conversation and prayed that things would go smoothly. That night, he arrived at the venue first and decided to look around after Hina texted to say she was running late. But then he nearly had a heart attack after mistaking a random girl for Chinatsu. As he resumed walking, he spotted some candy apples, and the moment he bought two, Hina showed up wearing a yukata, catching him off guard. A few minutes later, Chinatsu arrived with her friends, and as they walked around, they spotted Hina and Taiki. Her friends gushed about how cute they were, but Chinatsu remained silent and just stared. Meanwhile, Taiki had no idea what to say to Hina, who had been quiet the entire time, but then she suddenly rushed off saying she wanted some yakisoba. He had no idea that she did that because she was nervous being alone with him. When Kyo suddenly flaked on them, she panicked and put in the extra effort to look nice, but Taiki hadn't even complimented her outfit. After buying the yakisoba, she returned to Taiki, and they set up a picnic blanket to watch the display. However, things between them were still awkward, and Taiki couldn't figure out what was up with Hina. When she started struggling with a mosquito bite, he offered to help her apply some ointment to it. He initially felt awkward about it, but then pushed the thought aside and applied it, after which he asked if she'd done her hair by herself, and she assumed he wanted to make fun of her when she realized that she'd missed a few strands. Taiki swore she got it all wrong, then admitted he thought she looked cute with her hairdo. Hina immediately perked up at this and asked him to say it again, but then the fireworks went off. Despite that, she was all smiles, and he wondered if he'd ever understand girls at all. After the first display ended, Taiki excused himself to go to the bathroom. On his way back, he spotted Chinatsu trying to help a lost girl and offered to help take her to the main tent. Chinatsu refused, but Taiki was very convincing, and even the little girl liked him. As they began walking, she had both their hands, and the two ended up staring at each other for a while. At that time, Hana was still waiting for Taiki to return when the guys from their library session approached her. The one who had on her asked if she had come with her teammates, and she explained that it was just her and Taiki because Kyo was sick. The boy then asked if they could join her because they were tired of standing and being in a group, and it was more fun. Back at the food stalls, Taiki accidentally bumped into a purple-haired beauty, and when he began to apologize, Chinatsu called her Karen. Apparently, they had been best friends since kindergarten, and she was Haru's girlfriend. Taiki was shocked by that last part, but finally understood why Haru was head over heels for the girl. When he mentioned that Haru talked about her a lot, she realized who he was and became oddly excited to see him. Confused, Taiki asked what Haru had told her about him, but Karen suddenly went quiet and glanced at Chinatsu for a few seconds before giving him a lame answer. She then bowed them farewell and excitedly returned to Haru to tell him what she saw. When she mentioned that she hoped Taiki and Chinatsu would date, Haru told her that Chinatsu probably wouldn't say yes, and Karen agreed. Meanwhile, Taiki and Chinatsu had reached the main tent, but the person there informed them that the little girl's mom had just left, so Taiki decided to search for her. While waiting for him to return, Chinatsu kept the girl occupied, but then recalled a conversation she had with Karen one random day. She told her about her living arrangements, and Karen asked whether Taiki was someone she could see herself dating. Chinatsu admitted that he was, only to end end her statement with a but. Back in the present, Taiki found the girl's mother and reunited her with her daughter. The woman tried to repay them, but they refused, so the little girl put her hairpin on Chinatsu's head instead. After they left, Taiki started laughing at Chinatsu's new accessory and didn't stop for a while. When the second round of fireworks went off, they paused to watch it briefly before Chinatsu said she had to get back to her friends. Taiki then said goodbye to her and ran back to Hina, who told him that he owed her for being late. However, she wasn't mad at him, and as they resumed watching the display, she suggested they attend the festival the following year, but left out the part where she wanted it to be just them. Meanwhile, Chinatsu had rejoined her friends, and Nagisa pointed out that she looked sad, but she couldn't explain why. The following week during practice, Chinatsu was a little off her game, but her teammate encouraged her to try to relax. As for Taiki, he was on the sidelines watching Haru destroy someone else. He recalled how he'd moved against Hyoto during the college training session, and confirmed that he'd improved significantly. When it was his turn to play, he put Hyoto's advice to use and also noticed some improvements. However, he hit the shuttle a little too hard, and it flew next to Hina. He called out to her to pick it up, but she had her earbuds in, so he went to get it and quietly wished her luck. Her friend heard him and approached her, only to be disappointed that Hina hadn't heard him. A while later, Chinatsu went upstairs to open the windows and found Taiki sleeping in the corridor. Instead of leaving him be, she squatted next to him and quietly asked if he was dating Chinatsu. She believed he'd lied about the festival outing to hide their relationship yet, and felt hurt that he hadn't told her about it. After staring at him for a few more seconds, she left, and that was the moment Taiki woke up, wondering whether someone had been there. Raku got the full Yakuza escort treatment to school, and he felt very embarrassed at how the idiots were cheering him. He soon walked across the campus, twirling his treasured locket around his finger. Then, without any warning whatsoever, a blonde girl fell straight out of the sky and landed on his face.
Oh my god! Wow!
His locket went flying, and she bounced up, tossed him a half-hearted apology, and sprinted off like nothing had happened. By the time Raku dragged himself to class, his face looked like it had lost an argument with the pavement. His friends, Onodera and Shu, clocked the damage immediately and asked what had happened. He told them some wild girl had fallen on him out of nowhere. Onodera quietly stuck a band-aid on his nose, and just like that, the pain did not seem so bad anymore because the girl he had been keeping feelings for had just done something small but kind. Then the teacher walked in with a new transfer student. The moment she introduced herself as Kirisaki, Raku recognized her instantly and called her a barbarian right in front of the entire class. She thanked him for that by smacking him across the face. During his midlife crisis in class, Raku suddenly realized his locket was missing, so he cornered Kirisaki after class and told her she owed him help finding it since she was the one who sent it flying. She showed up the next day, but spent most of the search complaining about how much she could not stand him. Raku reminded her that this whole situation was her doing. She shot back that none of it would have happened if he were not so attached to a cheap item. When Onodera joined them and Kirisaki kept firing off insults, something in Raku snapped. That locket was tied to a promise he had made with someone special a long time ago, and hearing it talked about like it was nothing pushed him over the edge. He told her he did not need her help and that she could get lost. The next morning, while Raku searched on his own, Onodera found him and said Kirisaki had been looking for him. Before he could process that, the wild god played a home run with his head, and he discovered she had found the locket. He turned around just in time to see Kirisaki already walking away without a word. Onodera told him she had kept searching until she found it, and there was even a small note attached to the chain. Raku stared at it blankly, and even though she couldn't read it, he knew she must never want to see him again. However, he thought there might be a good side to her anyway. As he walked off, Onodera stood quietly, turning a small key over in her hand. She wondered to herself whether Raku was the boy she had made a childhood promise to 10 years ago. Later that evening, Raku got home, and his father dropped a bombshell on him. To keep the peace between their organization and a rival one, Raku had to pretend to be in a relationship with the rival leader's daughter. Raku thought that was the single worst idea his father had ever come up with. His father made it very clear that his opinion did not matter. Then he pulled back a curtain, and Raku went completely still. Standing right there, looking just as horrified as he was the daughter of the mafia boss, Kirisaki. The two wasted no time and went straight into an argument, with Kirisaki declaring she would rather date Joker than him. While the two were busy trading insults, the wall behind them suddenly gave way, and a group of rough-looking strangers appeared, and the Yakuza crew made their grand entrance like they had rehearsed it. Before things could spiral into something ugly, both fathers pushed their kids together and told the room that the two were deeply in love. The gang members looked at each other suspiciously, but the bosses doubled down, insisting these two were the next best thing after Romeo and Juliet. Everyone was close to buying the story, right up until Raku and Kirisaki opened their mouths and started tearing into each other again, making it crystal clear that romance was the last thing on either of their minds. That was enough to get both gangs on their feet and ready for a fight. Sensing the room was about 2 seconds from exploding, they both thought to use their brains. For the first time in this anime, and immediately started a cringy performance of forced affection for themselves, managing to get the unobservant idiots to believe them. Following that, the two sat outside, and Raku, surprisingly, thanked her for finding his locket. Kurosaki asked what made it so special, and he told her about a girl he had met years ago who gave it to him as a promise that they would find each other again someday. He could not remember her face or her name, but he held on to the belief that the reunion would come. Kurosaki quietly said it sounded romantic, which seemed to catch Raku off guard, so he changed the subject before things got too soft. The weekend rolled around and Kurosaki suddenly showed up at Raku's door, asking them to go on a date because Claude, her personal bodyguard, had started to grow suspicious of their arrangement and needed to see something more convincing. But their day out was a full disaster from start to finish. Raku spent most of it imagining he was with Onodera instead. Kurosaki, on her end, complained about everything, ate like she was making up for lost time, dozed off through the entire movie time, and treated him like a personal errand boy the whole afternoon. Later, a group of shady, ugly guys approached Kurosaki and started pushing her to hang out with them. She got angry and was already preparing to redesign their faces when Raku reappeared, grabbed her hand, and the two took off without looking back. They wound up at a park, and while Kurosaki slipped away to the bathroom, Raku sat on a bench quietly wishing he were somewhere else with Onodera. Then, as if the universe had a sense of humor, Onodera walked right past and nearly startled him out of his skin. She said she had spotted him and just wanted to say hello. Meanwhile, Kurosaki on her way back caught a couple of gang members nearby grumbling that the two did not look believable as a couple at all. So she quickly hurried back with her award-winning acting, but stopped cold when she saw Onodera standing there. Onodera heard Kurosaki call him darling and immediately asked if the two were together. Both of them started to deny it, but then Raku remembered they were still being watched and hesitated. Kurosaki reached over, took his hand, and confirmed they were dating, whispering to him on the side to just go along with it. But this put Raku in a tight spot because Onodera was his crush and didn't want to destroy his chances. She quickly made up a reason to step away and the gang members faded back too. Raku was left alone with Onodera and tried to start an explanation, but she had already taken everything she saw at face value. Just before she walked off, Raku pulled out the locket and asked if it looked familiar to her, because he had caught her expression shift the moment Kurosaki found it earlier. Onodera immediately got flustered but denied ever seeing it. She then urged him to go catch up with Kurosaki and was gone before he could say another word, leaving him confused. The next day, Raku and Kurosaki walked into class, hoping no one knew about their fake relationship, but they instantly became the most interesting people in the room. Word had gotten around that someone had spotted them together during their date the previous day. Shu looked like he had just received the worst news of his life as he grabbed Raku by the shoulders and shook him like a broken vending machine, wailing about being left behind single. The teacher walked in a moment later and joined the celebration too, and they thought they needed to set the record straight. But before Raku could open his mouth, a feeling crept up his spine like someone had just pointed a weapon at him. He turned toward the window and saw Claude perched in a tree outside with a pair of binoculars watching them. Kurosaki spotted him at the same time, and they immediately put on yet another performance for the class. Claiming to be a lovely couple, the class swallowed it all up. After school, Raku ran into Onodera in the hallway, and while he tried explaining what was happening between him and Kurosaki, someone suddenly crashed into her. A key slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor. Seeing the key on the floor, Raku suddenly connected the dots and started sweating like he wanted to take a poo. This could be the key to his locket, but before he could recover from the shock, Onodera snatched the key off the ground and told him it was for an old bookcase at home before running off at supersonic speed. The rest of the week moved the same way, with Raku and Kurosaki keeping their act going in public, while barely tolerating each other behind closed doors. Then, one afternoon, Raku caught a conversation between some girls in the hallway. They were talking about Kurosaki having a habit of shutting people out the moment they tried to get close, so they thought she was cold and unapproachable. He later found her in their classroom shortly after, hunched over a notebook with her pen moving carefully across the page. He discovered she was fussing about how to approach other students and start a conversation with them, but she was unsure how they would respond to her. The second she noticed him, she slammed the book shut and jumped to her feet, feeling embarrassed. She asked if he had heard her talking to herself while writing, and when he said yes, her face went red, and she immediately launched at him, but he quickly begged for her mercy. She turned away and told him to go ahead and laugh because she definitely knew what she was doing was laughable. She then admitted that making friends had never come easy for her, thanks to her overprotective bodyguard, Claude, who trailed behind her wherever she went and ran checks on anyone who so much as said hello to her. Most of the time, she found it easier to keep to herself than to drag others into the awkwardness that followed her around. Raku said nothing for a moment. Then he told her he actually understood because his own life came with its own set of complications too, due to his family. He offered to help her figure out the friend thing, and after a pause that made it clear she was not thrilled about accepting, Kurosaki agreed. Raku took the small victory and pushed a little further, asking if she could manage to be decent toward him at least once. But she looked at him flatly and pointed out that he was too ugly to deserve any special treatment from her. A few days later, Miyamoto, Onodera's friend, realized Onodera was crushing on Raku and decided to create an assist for her by arranging a study session at Raku's place. Raku nearly fell out of his chair when he heard the news, but he agreed without much of a fight because Onodera would be there. When everyone arrived, he did his best to look composed and not appear like a simp to his crush standing in his living room. They settled down with their homework, and Raku locked himself into full focus mode, even though a million things were running through his mind. Then Miyamoto set things in motion by asking him to help Onodera with a math problem she had been stuck on. Both of them froze up at the suggestion, but Miyamoto was not taking no for an answer, so Onodera went to sit next to him. Having her that close was already doing terrible things to his composure, but before things could get too overwhelming, Kirasaki jumped in and asked to help Onodera instead, since Raku seemed to be clueless too. Raku told her to stay in her lane and handle her own work, but she revealed she had wrapped up everything already. He was shocked, having assumed she was all looks with no brains, but now realized he was the idiot in this conversation. She then nudged him aside and claimed his spot next to Onodera without a second thought, and started to teach her. Later, Kirasaki casually asked Onodera if she had feelings for anyone. Onodera managed to say no, which sent Raku's mood shooting through the roof. Kirasaki then added that she was not interested in anyone either, which left everyone in the room confused. She caught herself quickly and claimed she was joking, and Raku backed her up without hesitation. Suddenly, Shu decided to ask them if they had started developing any plot. The question landed like a bucket of ice water over the entire room, and Raku immediately grabbed Shu by the arm and hauled him outside before things got worse. Once they were alone, he came clean that the whole relationship was completely made up. Shu revealed that only an idiot wouldn't know that, and told Raku to stop wasting time and tell Onodera how he felt, since she clearly liked him back. Raku wrote it off as Shu talking out of turn, but the words stuck to him as he wondered if she really liked him. While all of this was happening, a group of Yakuza members had caught wind of Shu's earlier question and took it upon themselves to do something about it. They sent Raku and Kirasaki on an errand to retrieve special tea from the storehouse and locked them inside. Raku immediately figured out what this bunch of bozos was planning and decided it was not happening. Suddenly, Kirasaki grabbed onto his back and he nearly leaped out of his skin until he registered that she was genuinely terrified. She held on tight with tears forming in her eyes, and Raku, against his better judgment, noticed that she looked completely different when she was not coming at him. He almost started getting caught up in his naughty thoughts, but he shut them down immediately. Kirasaki then spotted a ladder nearby and suggested he climb up to find a way out, but he pointed out that leaving her alone in that state was not something he was willing to do, which made her blush a little. To keep herself distracted, she started firing off random questions, and somehow the conversation wandered into a debate about who between them had more experience in kissing, even though they were both newbies. Soon, Kirasaki said she was not brave enough to climb the ladder, but as she tried to, she lost her footing and came tumbling down right on top of him. They instantly turned red from the supposition, but before things could go down, Claude suddenly bashed in and, seeing them in the awkward position, he brought out his gun, ready to send Raku to your granny. Then Miyamoto and Onodera appeared in the doorway. The moment Onodera took in the scene in front of her, her face turned red, and she ran off. Raku watched them leave and broke down, feeling like the odds were stacked against her. The next day, Raku accidentally caught Miyamoto and Onodera in the middle of a conversation about a key that Onodera always kept close. His ears perked up fast when he found out some boy had given it to her 10 years ago, and he wondered if she was the girl he had made a promise to. Shortly after, Miyamoto came to him and Kirasaki with a request. The swim team was short on members and needed backup. Kirasaki agreed without hesitation, but Raku stood there genuinely puzzled about what business he had at a girls' swim practice. His confusion got put on hold the second Onodera walked into the pool area, because his brain immediately stopped working. Then his eyes landed on the key around her neck, and he got even more lost in his thoughts. Kirasaki watched his face and immediately reached the wrong conclusion. She smacked him on the head, convinced he was staring at Onodera for naughty reasons, leaving Raku wondering if this was the crazy girl he was really going to end up with. In the middle of their back and forth, Miyamoto casually dropped a question about whether the two of them had snuck off to the storehouse together the day before for a creamy session. The whole group went quiet, and Raku quickly cleared the air, explaining that his guys had locked them in there as a prank. Just then, Shu materialized out of nowhere, loudly announcing that he had come to support the swim team, but Miyamoto did not even blink before booting him straight into the pool and nearly holding him under. She then turned to Raku and told him to go teach Onodera how to swim. Onodera apologized for the inconvenience, but Kirasaki brushed it off. While she was still speaking, Shu dragged himself back over and offered to apply sunscreen on Kirasaki, but Miyamoto launched him again into the nearest wall before he could say another word. Kirasaki volunteered to demonstrate proper swimming form for Onodera, but she went too advanced that it was completely useless for Onodera to learn from. Raku stepped in and began walking her through the basics, but being that close to her almost caused his brain to short-circuit. He managed to push through though. However, Onodera soon lost her footing and almost drowned, but he pulled her out quickly and asked if she needed a moment to catch her breath. She said she was fine and offered to grab drinks as a small thank you before heading off. The moment she was gone, Raku spotted her key sitting beside her bag. He then quickly picked it up and held it against his locket to see if it fit, but it didn't, leaving him confused. But before he could return the key, the girls walked in and seeing the key with him, Onodera asked why he was holding the key to the girl's locker room. Raku tried to explain, but Kirasaki had no chill and beat him up before tying him up, calling him a loser who wanted to peek at girls' underwear. Raku insisted that was not what happened at all, and Onodera believed him because she knew he was weak and didn't have the guts. So Miyamoto cut him loose but made it very clear that Onodera had better be swimming confidently by the time the competition rolled around the next day. Come morning, Kirasaki checked in with Raku on Onodera's progress. He admitted she could only manage with a kickboard, and Kirasaki called it a disappointing result. But Raku told her there was no way she could have learned to swim in a single afternoon. When Onodera and Miyamoto arrived at the pool, Onodera thanked Raku warmly for everything, and he told her to give it her best shot. The competition got underway, and despite Raku telling Kirasaki to warm up beforehand, she completely ignored him. Halfway through her race, her legs seized up and she started drowning, so Raku called her an idiot before jumping in to save her. They discovered she was not breathing, and Shu suggested that Raku perform mouth-to-mouth, since he was her boyfriend. Raku initially refused, but since he had no choice, he leaned in for a CPR, only for Kirasaki to wake up at that moment. She immediately crashed out on him, while Shu, the instigator, laughed hard in the corner. Later in the changing room, Miyamoto looked over at Onodera and asked her why she had even brought the key along. She wondered why Onodera was still holding on to something from 10 years ago and told her to focus on the love now before her. However, Onodera reasoned that the love story from 10 years ago might just be connected to this one. The next day, during lunch, Onodera and Miyamoto told Kirasaki that Raku was the one who pulled her out of the water while she drowned. And before she could even process that, they suggested she go find him, apologize, and thank him properly for saving her life after she had roughed him up like he owed her money. Kirasaki tracked him down with good intentions, which lasted about 3 seconds. Every time she opened her mouth to apologize, Raku said something that short-circuited her patience, and she ended up whooping him instead. After enough rounds of this, she marched back to the girls and announced she was finished trying to be civil with someone whose brain was load-bearing air. While she was venting, Onodera slipped in a question asking if she was genuinely dating him. Kirasaki shockingly told the truth. Onodera's jaw dropped. Miyamoto just shrugged because she had clocked the whole thing as suspicious from day one. Before heading off, Miyamoto asked if Kirasaki would clear the path for any girl bold enough to shoot her shot with Raku. Kirasaki said she would practically hold the door open because who in their right mind would actually want him? The moment she left, Miyamoto turned to Onodera and pointed out that Raku was very much available. Onodera admitted she was terrified of rejection, but quietly made up her mind to try. Meanwhile, Raku was heading to the school zoo when he collided with someone, snapping his locket chain. He kept walking, completely unaware it had slipped off behind him. At the zoo, Kirasaki was already there and asked him directly why he had bothered saving her. He told her plainly that his body moved on its own when he saw her going under. The honesty knocked her sideways, so she thanked him in English to avoid the embarrassment of saying it in Japanese. Raku had no clue what she said and kept pestering her to translate, which earned him a broom to the head before she stormed off. On her way out, she found his locket on the ground and picked it up. Later, Raku swung by the classroom for his bag and was surprised to find Miyamoto and Onodera still around. Miyamoto vanished almost instantly, whispering to Onodera on her way out that this was her window. Being alone with Raku had Onodera's face doing things she could not control. She gathered herself and started to speak, but before she could confess her feelings, a baseball chose that exact moment to cannon through the window. Raku told her to hang tight while he grabbed a teacher, then turned back and asked what she had been trying to say, but Onodera told him it was nothing. Heading down the hall, Raku started piecing things together and convinced himself she had been on the verge of confessing, but then he spent the rest of the walk talking himself out of it, as there was no way in hell Onodera had a crush on him. That night, Kirasaki suddenly showed up at his door and returned the locket, surprising him because he had been searching for it and wondered how it had dropped from his neck. On her way back, Kirasaki thought that Raku's promise story was similar to the promise she made with a boy when she was little. The next day, a new student named Tsugumi walked into class and made a beeline straight for Kirasaki, pulling her into a hug like they had not seen each other in decades. During break, Tsugumi pulled her aside and said he had heard she had picked up a boyfriend and he wanted to see this guy for himself. Kirasaki grabbed Raku and dragged him over like he was a piece of evidence. At lunch, Tsugumi asked to have a word with Raku alone. They headed up to the roof where Tsugumi cut straight to it and asked if Raku actually had feelings for Kirasaki. Raku managed a yes, but Tsugumi was not buying it. He followed up by asking if Raku would take a bullet for her, and Raku said yes again. That was apparently the wrong answer because Tsugumi pulled out a gun and told him to prove it. Before Raku could even process what was happening, the barrel was already under his chin. Tsugumi started unloading on him verbally, calling him slow, pathetic, and not worth Kirasaki's time, and before declaring that he was going to steal her away. Raku would have happily handed her over on the spot, but then the consequences of their arrangement flashed through his head. He told Tsugumi he was not getting involved in their relationship, which pushed Tsugumi so close to the edge that Raku nearly met his ancestors right there on the roof. Kirasaki came crashing through the door and told him to stop, but Tsugumi said he could not just stand there while Raku made a joke out of her, so he did what any reasonable person would do and challenged him to a duel. When the time came, Raku showed up and found half the school already assembled. Shu had gone around advertising the whole thing and was openly collecting bets. Tsugumi flipped a coin to kick things off, and Raku was ready to hold his ground until he saw that Tsugumi had brought a gun to a knife fight, so he quickly turned and ran. Tsugumi gave chase, firing shots while Raku wove through everything like his life depended on it. Mid-chase, Tsugumi shouted that Raku was not man enough to take a hit for love. Raku fired back that Tsugumi was not man enough to see that Kurosaki did not need a knight in a shining armor coming to rescue her. That landed differently as Tsugumi's brain fuse blew completely, and the chase got a lot more intense. Out of options, Raku launched himself out of a window and into the pool below, and Tsugumi jumped straight in after him without a second thought. Later, Raku dragged an unconscious Tsugumi out of the water and figured he should get him out of the soaked clothes before things got worse. He carried him to the locker room and started helping him change, but Tsugumi regained consciousness and shoved him away. Raku tried to explain himself but stopped mid-sentence when he noticed the juicy melons looking at him. Voices started echoing down the hall, so Raku yanked Tsugumi into an empty locker before anyone could walk in on whatever this situation was. When Kurosaki and the others came to check the room, they found nothing. Two girls also reported that the girls' locker room was clear. When they asked Kurosaki why she had sent them to check there specifically, she revealed that Tsugumi was actually a girl, shocking everyone. Meanwhile, inside the locker, Raku asked why she had been going around dressed as a guy, and Tsugumi explained that the person who raised her, Claude, had brought her up as a boy and still had no idea she was a girl. She never bothered correcting him because she had given up on anything feminine the moment she decided her purpose was protecting Kurosaki. Raku told her that it was a shame, because she was actually cute. Hearing this instantly made her melt. The locker swung open shortly after, and Kurosaki took one look at the situation and introduced her fist to Raku's face. After they explained that Raku didn't know she was a girl, Kurosaki asked who had won the duel. Tsugumi declared it void because Raku had yet to prove himself worthy of protecting her. But when Raku stepped out and left them alone, Tsugumi quietly admitted she had lost. The next day, Kurosaki put Tsugumi in the girl's uniform after Tsugumi, stupidly wondered why everyone thought she was a boy. She was deeply uncomfortable and said dressing this way felt like breaking a promise she had made. But Kurosaki had no idea what promise Tsugumi was talking about. Tsugumi reminded her that it went back to the very first time they had bathed together, but Kurosaki still drew a blank and told her it did not matter either way, then finished the look by tucking a ribbon into her hair. Raku walked past at that moment and told her she looked cute, making her short-circuit immediately. Afterward, Tsugumi changed back to the boy's uniform and wondered if Kurosaki, forgetting her promise, also meant she had forgotten the promise she made to her first love 10 years ago. The next day, Tsugumi showed up to her daily combat training with Claude, who wasted no time cutting to the chase. He ordered her to take out Raku the moment she confirmed the relationship with Kurosaki was a setup. So for the entire week, Tsugumi stuck to the two of them like a shadow with a grudge, while waiting for a reason to act. One afternoon, Raku told Kurosaki their teacher needed them to make a run to the pet store for animal food. Kurosaki's first instinct was to send him alone, but he pointed out that he could not carry everything by himself. So Tsugumi came out of his hiding and volunteered to go with him. Before they headed out, Kurosaki made Tsugumi change into a female dress, which made her visibly miserable as everyone stared at her, like she had just escaped from a nature documentary. At the pet store, Tsugumi got distracted by a puppy and completely dropped her usual stone-cold energy. Raku watched her light up and could not help noticing how different she looked without the intimidating aura. When she caught him staring, she immediately accused him of being a degenerate, and as she tried to leave, she tripped, nearly introducing her face to the floor before Raku caught her. This sent butterflies running through stomach. On the way back, he noticed her walking with a limp, and when she slipped off her shoe, her feet were a disaster of blisters, thanks to the female shoes she wasn't used to. He asked why she had not said anything, and she told him that complaining about small things meant she was not built to protect Kurosaki. Then, without much debate, he lifted her onto his back, as he was not going to let her walk with him that way. Tsugumi completely turned red and begged him to put her down, and he told her to relax. As they walked, Raku asked how long she and Kurosaki had known each other. Tsugumi said about 10 years ago, then casually brought up Kurosaki's first crush. Raku frowned at that because Kurosaki had told him she had never had one. He then turned the question back on Tsugumi, asking about hers. She told him there had never been anyone because looking after Kurosaki had always taken up everything. He thought about that for a moment and told her her commitment would one day make someone fall for her, and that when it eventually happened, she would probably be the happiest person in Japan. Tsugumi did not know what to do with that, so she went back to being difficult as a defense mechanism. That night during training, Claude asked her for an update on Raku. She immediately lost her focus as she thought about him, but quickly pulled herself back and told him there was nothing new to report. The next morning at school, the moment she spotted Raku, something misfired in her brain, and she started behaving strangely around him. During the break, she pulled Kurosaki aside and described what she had been experiencing: racing pulse, overheating face, words refusing to come out right whenever a certain person was nearby. But the idiot heard all of this and concluded that Tsugumi was probably sick. Tsugumi said she did not feel sick, but agreed to see a doctor if it continued. She later brought the same symptoms to Claude, who gave her the exact same prescription. She then worked her way through Shu and a handful of classmates, none of whom gave her anything useful. Finally, she went to Onodera and Miyamoto, who took one look at her and told her she was in love. Tsugumi suddenly looked like she had been hit by a vehicle. She refused to accept this because there was no way she would fall for a moron like that. Miyamoto mentioned that Onodera was dealing with the same thing, shocking her. Tsugumi left the classroom, and on her way, she caught herself picturing a future with Raku. So she turned toward the wall and started headbutting it to wipe out the nonsense in her head. She eventually ended up in the garden, feeling sorry for herself. When Kirasaki found her there, Tsugumi told her what the girls had said, but Kirasaki claimed she had no frame of reference for love since she had never experienced it herself. However, Tsugumi pointed out that it was a strange thing to say for someone currently in a relationship, and Kirasaki quickly took it back. Then Tsugumi mentioned the first crush from 10 years ago, which Kirasaki received with a completely blank expression because she had no memory of it whatsoever. That evening, Kirasaki went digging through her closet for anything that might jog her memory, and she came across an old diary. The entries inside described days spent playing with someone she had clearly been fond of. One talked about the time he stepped in when a wild animal cornered her and came away with a cut on his forehead. Another covered the day he pulled her to safety after she fell onto some rocks. The last entry mentioned a promise the two of them had made to each other the day she was leaving him, but she became frustrated when she realized she hadn't written it. In her frustration, she picked up the diary and a key slipped out from between the pages, shocking her. Kirasaki stared at the key she found tucked inside her diary, trying to figure out what it had to do with the promise she once made to her first love. Tsugumi knocked on her window just then and immediately picked up on her expression, asking what was wrong. Kirasaki told her she wanted to track down the place where she and her first love had first met. Tsugumi agreed but said it would have to wait until after their school camping trip. At school the following morning, their teacher told everyone to sort themselves into groups before heading out. Kirasaki had no idea what was going on, so Raku explained they had already been divided into teams. Once they arrived, the first task was lunch prep. Raku noticed Kirasaki looking unusually cheerful, but had no idea her mind was stuck on her first love. She still could not picture his face, but she knew he had a scar from when he had protected her, and that was her only clue. A few minutes later, she was carrying a bowl of water when she caught her foot on a log and dumped the whole thing on Raku's head. He yelped and spun around, and that was when she spotted it. A scar, right there on his head. She asked about it, and he told her he had hurt himself playing with animals as a kid. While she thought about this, she suddenly remembered his locket had a keyhole and immediately turned red, wondering if he was the same kid from 10 years ago, but she walked off, convincing herself that there was no way. After dinner, a staff member told Raku he had a phone call at the front desk, so he headed over without suspecting a thing, completely unaware Claude had been tailing him the whole time. Kirasaki noticed and knew immediately that something shady was going on. At the front desk, there was nobody on the line. Raku shrugged and headed to the bath, unknowingly walking straight into the female bathroom because Claude had switched the curtains. While he bathed, someone dived in beside him, and he yelled that swimming in the bath was not allowed. He soon found out it was Kirasaki, who started laying into him with a bucket. Once she realized Claude had set the whole thing up, she told Raku to get out before the other girls arrived. He was almost at the exit when the door swung open. Kirasaki pushed him out of sight and told him to stay hidden. While the girls washed up, Raku spotted the staff entrance and made his move. Kirasaki created a distraction by pointing at something on the wall, buying him a window, but unfortunately their teacher walked in with more students. He retreated further into cover, then made the mistake of eavesdropping on the girls' conversation. His nose betrayed him almost immediately. Tsugumi caught the sound and launched a bath gel bottle at the bucket he was hiding behind, splitting it clean in two. Raku had dropped flat just in time, saving him, but Tsugumi was sure she heard something. Kirasaki stepped in front of him to provide cover, but some girls wandered over and started asking about her relationship with Raku. She threw them off by mentioning Tsugumi had a crush on someone. The girls swarmed Tsugumi immediately, but she shut it down and pointed the spotlight at Onodera's crush instead, sending the room into chaos. In the middle of it all, Raku spotted a hole connecting to the men's bath and signaled to Kirasaki that he was leaving through it. But the buffoon heard the girls pressing Onodera about her crush and forgot entirely about escaping. Onodera, trying to dodge the attention, backed up and sat directly in front of the hole. Kirasaki grabbed her to move her, but her wet hand slipped, and Onodera tumbled straight onto Raku. She mentioned something felt strange beneath her, but Kirasaki told her it was her imagination pulling her away. She pushed Onodera aside to free Raku, slipped, and the two of them ended up face to face in the most unfortunate way possible. Raku managed to flee through the hole, and he surfaced at the men's side. Surprised, they wondered how he got there, but he told them he had been underwater the whole time. Somehow, they bought it. Shu invited him to eavesdrop on the girls with them, but Raku said he was tired and went to lie down. Later that night, he found Kirasaki outside and apologized for everything, but she was embarrassed, thinking he had seen her full plot. The next morning at breakfast, Shu filled Raku in on the test of courage happening that evening. The format was simple. A lottery would pair boys and girls together, and they would have to hold hands the whole time. Shu was already losing his mind over it, and dangled the possibility that Raku could end up paired with Onodera. Raku was not convinced his luck ran that deep, so Shu offered to sell him his ticket if he landed her number. Across the dining hall, Miyamoto was giving Onodera the same pep talk, telling her to make sure she ended up with Raku. Onodera knew the odds were not in her favor, but felt hopeful anyway. She turned to leave and spotted Raku by the vending machine, so she went over to say hello. The conversation started normally until the bathroom incident from the night before replayed in his head, and short-circuited him completely, leaving Onodera standing there with absolutely no idea what just happened. When evening came, their teacher announced the test of courage and immediately disappeared to go celebrate with the rest of the staff. The lottery started, and before Raku drew his number, Miyamoto made sure he knew Onodera's was 12. He prayed to every deity he could think of. Every single one of them showed up. He pulled number 12. Kirisaki, on the other hand, drew Shu. Onodera bounced over to him excited, and Raku immediately started struggling to make eye contact without his brain betraying him. She asked why he kept looking away. He told her he was just nervous because it was his first time staying overnight somewhere with girls around. Nearby, Kirisaki watched the two of them and found herself wondering why he was never that warm with her. Before she could sit with that thought, she heard voices coming from the bushes. She went to investigate and found the students assigned to play monsters during the test. Their ghost actress had a stomachache and they were desperate. They begged Kirisaki to fill in. She tried to refuse, knowing full well she was terrified of the dark, but they wore her down, and she caved. They got her into costume, handed her a flashlight, and one of the boys walked her to her spot before heading off and leaving her completely alone. She tried the flashlight. It was dead. She tossed it and decided to tough it out. Then a lizard crawled across her feet, and she screamed, wrapped her arms around herself, and started praying someone would come find her. Back at camp, Raku and Onodera were almost ready to head into the woods. They reached for each other's hands nervously. Raku was sweating and quietly hoping she would not notice. When he glanced at her, her face was red, which told him she was probably just as much of a mess as he was. Then Shu came sprinting over, asking if anyone had seen Kirisaki. Nobody had. A classmate mentioned she had seen her heading into the woods in a ghost costume, which immediately put Raku on edge because he knew exactly how she felt about the dark. Then the second ghost girl came running up, saying she had forgotten to give Kirisaki fresh batteries for her flashlight. That was all Raku needed to hear. He told Onodera he would be right back and took off into the woods. He found Kirisaki right where he expected her to be, barely holding herself together and extremely relieved to see a familiar face. On the walk back, she gripped his jacket and he scolded her the entire way for agreeing to play a ghost when she already knew she was scared of the dark. By the time they returned, the test was already over. Their friends were just glad to see them both. Raku turned to Onodera and apologized for abandoning her. She told him not to worry about it because she had been concerned about Kirisaki too. A few days after the camping trip, Tsugumi tracked down Raku, Onodera, and Miyamoto to let them know it was Kirisaki's birthday and invited them to a surprise party at her place that evening. Everyone agreed, and when Raku brought up getting gifts, Miyamoto suggested he and Onodera go shopping together after school. The two of them panicked instantly. Onodera tried desperately to get Miyamoto to tag along, but she was not having it. After school, they met at a cafe, and Raku spent the entire time fighting the nagging feeling that it was an actual date. After picking up presents, Onodera suggested they take a small detour before heading to the party. She led him to her favorite spot overlooking the city and told him he was the first person she had ever brought there. That landed on him harder than he expected. As they talked, Raku meant to ask when her birthday was, but his brain was somewhere 10 years in the past and completely different words came out. He asked if she was the girl he had made a promise to a decade ago. He caught himself immediately, mortified, but then Onodera said she might be. She pulled out her key and told him she had made a promise to a boy years ago, but could not remember anything about him. Raku stood there trying to process all of that, and just as the moment was building, Miyamoto called and screamed at them to get to Kirisaki's house immediately. When they arrived, Tsugumi, Miyamoto, and Shu, who had invited himself without shame, were already there. The moment Kirisaki spotted them, she dragged Raku aside in a panic, worried their friends would lose their minds once they realized her entire family were gangsters. Raku told her to relax and went to smooth things over. And to Kirisaki's surprise, nobody acted any differently. Tsugumi then led the group to the party room, where the gang members welcomed everyone like old friends. Claude was there too, being unusually pleasant toward Raku, which immediately told Raku he was up to something. Sure enough, when gift time came around, Claude unveiled a brand new car for Kirisaki with the energy of someone who had already won. Kirisaki told him she did not have a license and had no use for it. Claude deflated on the spot but held on to the belief that his gift still wiped the floor with whatever Raku had brought. And this was true because Raku's gift was a gorilla doll that looked remarkably like Kirisaki. The gang members reached for their weapons without hesitation, ready to deal with what they saw as a direct insult to the boss's daughter. Then Kirisaki burst out laughing and said she loved it, and the whole room stood in confusion. Later in the evening, Kirisaki found Raku out on the balcony and took the opportunity to ask if he still had feelings for the girl from his promise 10 years ago. He said yes, already convinced in his head that the girl was Onodera. Kirisaki nodded, then asked if the phrase "Zashin love" meant anything to him. Raku became shocked as the phrase was something he had invented himself on the day he made the promise. So hearing it come out of her mouth was unbelievable. Kirisaki held up her key and asked if he recognized it. He said no, but mentioned that the girl from his promise was the only one who could open his locket. The whole thing sounded too absurd for either of them to take seriously. Raku was convinced his girl had been sweet and gentle, which was the complete opposite of the person standing in front of him. Kirisaki on her end remembered her boy as brave and noble, not whatever Raku was. Still, they agreed to test the key against the locket just to settle it. Kirisaki was so nervous slipping the key in that she snapped it. Raku scolded her for breaking it. She argued it was not her fault, declared there was no way he was the boy from her past, and walked off, leaving Raku standing there trying to make sense of what had just happened. On his way out, he ran into Kirisaki's father, who casually mentioned that Kirisaki and Onodera had both been close friends of his 10 years ago. That landed on Raku like a ton of bricks. The next morning, Shu called his uncle, who already had the locket for repairs, and asked how long it would take. His uncle said it needed time and promised to call when it was ready. Raku felt a knot loosen in his chest. Later, walking into school, Raku and Kirisaki crossed paths, and both played it completely cool, as if the previous night had never happened. The moment they reached their classroom, though, they spotted Claude perched in a tree outside watching them. They both tensed up, but Raku pulled himself together first and reminded Kirisaki they needed to sell the act. Their classmates filed in seconds later, so the two launched into their loving couple routine. Raku led convincingly. Kirisaki's performance, on the other hand, was shaky at best. Later that day, Onodera pulled Raku aside and asked why Kirisaki was acting so off. He told her honestly that he had no idea because Kirisaki was not telling him anything either. Privately, though, he could not stop turning over the possibility that Kirisaki might actually be the girl from 10 years ago. Onodera then noticed his bare neck and asked about the locket. He told her it was in for repairs. That afternoon, their teacher announced that photos from the camping trip were pinned on the notice board. Students just needed to write down the numbers of the ones they wanted. When the class went to look, they found that Shu had quietly set up a separate board featuring his own personal collection. He pulled Raku aside to show him a shot of Miyamoto and Onodera asleep, and Raku bought it on the spot because Onodera looked adorable. Heading back to class, he noticed another photo, this one of Kirisaki. Looking closer, he realized Onodera was visible in the background, barely dressed. He pulled it off the board immediately and headed to return it to the teacher before anyone else could see it. He did not get far before he walked straight into Onodera and dropped the picture. He scrambled, not wanting her to get the wrong idea. When she picked it up, her thumb landed right over her own image, so she missed herself entirely. Raku grabbed it out of her hands and kept moving, completely unaware that Onodera had already drawn her own conclusion, assuming he had taken it because of Kirisaki. That night, Raku brought the photo Shu had sold him into the kitchen, and while cooking, found himself wondering if any photos existed from the day he made the promise 10 years ago. The thought stuck with him enough that he went looking for his father. His father pointed him to the storehouse, said that was where everything old ended up, and left him to it. Raku tore through the storehouse that night looking for the picture, but came up empty. He dragged himself to school the next day running on no sleep, and when Shu swung by to invite him to a study session at a fast food joint after school, he turned it down flat. Then Shu mentioned Onodera would be there. After school, Raku was there. His brain was elsewhere the entire time though, stuck on the question of which girl he had made that promise to all those years ago. When they sat down to order, Miyamoto nudged Onodera to sit beside Raku. Onodera smiled and said Kirisaki should sit there since she was his girlfriend. Miyamoto clocked the strangeness in that answer immediately and asked if something was going on. Onodera insisted everything was fine. Once they settled in, Tsugumi noticed Raku stuck on a problem and wasted no time telling him he was an embarrassment to Kirisaki's name and had no business calling himself her boyfriend. Then she slid over to explain the question. As she did, Raku found himself staring at her. Tsugumi caught him and asked if he had fallen for her. His face turned red instantly. A few moments later, he quietly thanked her, and she went just as red. Shu caught the whole exchange and started grinning because he was the only one who knew how she felt. She responded by sorting him out thoroughly. Once the chaos settled, Shu asked Kirisaki to translate an English passage since she was fluent. While she worked through it, Raku was deep in an internal argument with himself about whose key he actually hoped would open his locket. Then Shu asked what flavor milkshake he preferred, and Raku nearly said Onodera out loud. He caught himself just in time and pivoted by asking Onodera what her favorite flavor was. She said strawberry. He told Shu strawberry was his favorite too. Onodera noticed the slip and spent a moment wondering if he had been about to say something else, then pushed the thought aside. That night, he went back to the storehouse and this time found the picture. One look at it and he froze. The girl in the photo was not Kirisaki. It was not Onodera either. He rushed inside to ask his father about it, but his father had already gone out. The next day at school, their teacher returned everyone's photos. On his way out, Shu quietly slipped an extra one into Raku's bag without him noticing. After school, the rain came down hard. Raku spotted Kirisaki with no umbrella and offered to share his. She refused and walked off using her bag as a shield. He went after her anyway and insisted. They bickered the whole walk home as usual, and when Raku said something that landed wrong, Kirisaki swung at him. Right at that moment, lightning cracked across the sky and startled her badly enough that Raku suggested they find somewhere to wait out the storm. With thunder still rumbling, he proposed they pass the time by looking through their school photos. That was enough to lift Kirisaki's mood, and Raku quietly congratulated himself for having already buried every photo of Onodera before she could see them. Then she pulled out the picture Shu had slipped in. It was a shot of her drooling, and her mood evaporated on the spot. Raku told her quickly that Shu had planted it. She looked at him, decided he was telling the truth, and went back to flipping through her photos. Lightning flashed again. A second later, Kirasaki was in Raku's arms, having grabbed onto him without thinking. He looked down at her and could not look away. Then a limo rolled up to the curb. His father leaned out and grinned at the two of them, saying they looked like a perfectly happy couple. He apologized for the interruption, then told Raku casually that his fiancée would be arriving the next day. Raku was completely thrown off, but wrote it off as his father losing the plot, because there was no way he had a fiancée he knew nothing about. His father insisted he did know her, and that she was the same girl from his promise all those years ago. The next day, a girl named Marie was introduced to the class as a new transfer student. The moment she spotted Raku, she threw herself at him, leaving the whole class frozen. Shu asked if she was an old friend, and she announced proudly that she was his fiancée. Every drop of color left Raku's face. Tsugumi stepped forward and told Marie to back off because Raku was already taken. Raku and Kirasaki backed that up with their usual act, but Marie was unbothered and said she could make Raku happier than Kirasaki ever could. Tsugumi caught the disrespectful way she addressed Kirasaki, pulled out her gun, and demanded an apology. Marie told her to put it away if she knew what was good for her. The next second, police officers crashed through the door and surrounded them. Marie explained that her father was the police commissioner, and that was all Raku needed to understand why his father had not called off the engagement. Doing so would have started another war, this time with law enforcement. Marie then dropped to her knees, faking illness, begged Raku to take her to the nurse's office, and dragged him out of class. In the nurse's office, Raku told her straight that he could not marry someone he had not remembered seeing in 10 years, just because their parents decided it. Marie told him that it did not matter to her because she was in love with him. That caught him off guard, so he asked if she remembered the promise they had made. She said yes. The next morning, Kirasaki walked into the classroom and found Marie already attached to Raku. She ducked behind the door and watched as Marie invited him on a date. Raku turned her down, saying he had a girlfriend. Marie smiled and mentioned that her father would be very disappointed to hear that, which was all it took for Raku to change his mind. That weekend, Raku met Marie near the mall and found a small army of police officers trailing her. She told him her father worried about her safety. As they walked toward the restaurant, they passed Tsugumi, who was dressed as a girl. Neither of them recognized her, so they kept moving, which clearly irritated her for reasons she was not about to explain. Miyamoto, Onodera, and Kirasaki were also tailing the two from a distance, each of them quietly curious about how things would play out. At the restaurant, Marie asked Raku what possessed him to date someone as rough around the edges as Kirasaki. He told her not to talk about Kirasaki that way and suggested that if she dropped the attitude, the two of them could actually get along. Marie said she had a problem with girls who had long hair. Raku pointed out that she also had long hair. They later ended up on a bench in the park where Raku asked her about the picture he had found in the storehouse. Marie told him she would answer every question he had if he ended things with Kirasaki. He told her that was not happening. Marie accepted it but made it clear she had no intention of backing down. She then casually mentioned that Kirasaki was crouched behind the bushes listening to everything, which caught him completely off guard. Kirasaki stepped out, but Marie kept her grip on Raku and declared she was the girl he had truly been waiting for. Kirasaki had heard enough, hit Raku, and walked off. Shortly after, Marie apologized to Raku and left, but her bag stayed behind. He went after her and found her with her butler, stopping just before making his presence known. He overheard the butler scolding her for pushing herself when her health was fragile. When the butler stepped away to fetch her medicine, Raku walked up and asked if she was unwell. Marie brushed it off, so he told her he would not push it, handed over her bag, and turned to leave. She stopped him and asked what he liked about Kirasaki. He told her it was the fact that he could trust her completely. Marie told him he could trust her the same way. He said he could not because he had no memory of ever crossing paths with someone like her. That landed wrong. Before Raku could blink, Marie was raising her voice and cussing at him, and he suddenly remembered who she was. 10 years back, Marie had been stuck in the hospital due to her frail health. Raku found out she could not come outside to play and immediately made it his business to visit her every single day, showing up with little trinkets each time. His consistency got to her, and when her father asked if she would want to marry him someday, she said yes without hesitation. At some point during those visits, she asked him what kind of girl he liked. He told her he was into girly girls with long hair. That answer quietly became her blueprint, and she started working on herself with that image in mind. Back in the present, Marie apologized for the way she had thrown herself at him, and Raku apologized right back for blanking on her existence entirely. Marie brushed it off and said they could just build new memories from here. Then, before he could say anything else, she kissed him on the cheek and walked off. The following week, Raku called a rooftop meeting with Kirasaki, Onodera, and Marie. He dropped the news that all three of them had played together 10 years ago. Both Kirasaki and Onodera were caught off guard, and when they turned to each other and compared notes on the promise, neither of them could remember it. Marie told them the promise had been about marriage, which was what her own promise with Raku had been about. That landed like a brick. Raku then asked her why there were 3 keys if she was the only one who actually remembered anything from back then. She said she had no idea, then stated plainly that she was the one marrying him regardless. She turned to Onodera and asked how she felt about Raku. Onodera said she saw him as a good friend. Later that that day, Marie caught up with Raku and invited him to meet her father. He showed up the next day, and Marie assured him her father was a perfectly nice man. Then the man walked in, and every word of that assurance evaporated instantly. Once they settled in the living room, Marie cheerfully informed her father that Raku had forgotten her completely and had no clue he was her fiancé. Her father's mood darkened. She also mentioned that Raku currently had a girlfriend, then added just as casually that she planned to fix that. Then she excused herself to make tea and left Raku alone with him. Raku used the window. He told the man directly that his feelings were already taken and that he could not go through with marrying Marie. Her father told him the promise he made with his own father was not something he could just walk away from. Raku left after that. Marie caught him in the hallway, and he told her she did not need to change a single thing about herself because she was already fine the way she was. Her face went red. He kept going, piling on the kind words, and it got to be too much for her. She turned and bolted down the hallway, leaving him confused. A few weeks later, summer holidays arrived. The day before they kicked off, Onodera asked Raku if he could fill in at her family's shop since their cook had fallen sick. Raku agreed without needing a second to think about it. He showed up bright and early on the agreed day, and the first person he ran into was Onodera's mother, who looked at him like he had knocked on the wrong door. She would have sent him packing right then if Onodera had not appeared, and introduced him as the replacement cook for the day. Her mother was not convinced. Onodera vouched for him, telling her his cooking could hold its own against a 5-star chef. Her mother decided to put that claim to the test and made it clear that if the food disappointed her, he was out. Raku pulled himself together, focused, and got to work on the snack she requested. He served it. She took one bite and immediately asked him to marry her daughter. Onodera turned red and begged her to stop. Her mother listened, composed herself, and left the two of them alone in the kitchen to handle the day's snack preparation. Onodera apologized for the chaos, then walked Raku through how their signature snacks were made. He pointed out that since she knew every step, she had to be good at making them. She told him she was not. Apparently, the first time she was trusted to prepare the dish was also the last, because everyone who ate it ended up sick. Once they wrapped up in the kitchen, Onodera's mother announced she was heading out to run errands and left them in charge of the shop. After attending to a customer, Onodera asked Raku if he was still going on dates with Kurosaki. He said yes. Then she casually mentioned that Kurosaki had told her a while back that the relationship was not real, which stopped Raku cold and left him quietly irritated. He spent the next stretch of time feeling awkward, unsure whether this was finally his opening to say something to Onodera. Then the rain started, and Onodera's mother called to say she was stuck and could not make it back. She told her daughter Raku was welcome to wait out the storm, which sent both of them into a quiet panic. Onodera rushed upstairs, cleaned her room at record speed, changed her clothes, and flipped a picture frame face down on her desk before calling him up. She excused herself to get tea, and the moment she stepped out, Raku's eyes landed on the frame. He wandered over and reached for it. She walked back in. He straightened up and looked anywhere else. They sat side by side, and the silence got heavy fast. Raku broke it by asking to see her old yearbook. They flipped through it together and ended up talking about the past, which made the awkwardness easier to sit with. When the rain stopped, Onodera walked him downstairs and said goodnight. Raku lingered a moment, realizing he would not see her again until school started back up. He asked for her email address. She gave it to him, and that small thing was more than enough to send him home happy. A few days later, Raku and Kurosaki headed to a festival together. Kurosaki immediately demanded food, so Raku took her to one of the Yakuza-owned stalls, where they were handed everything for free. Something clicked in Kurosaki's head right then. As long as she stayed glued to Raku, she could eat her way through the entire festival without spending a single coin. Onodera was also at the festival, hoping a relationship charm from the shrine would nudge things between her and Raku in the right direction. She ran into Marie, who asked if she was there for the same charm. Onodera denied it. Then she spotted Raku and Kurosaki together and felt a pang of jealousy, considering she had asked Raku to come with her, and he had turned her down. A massive crowd had formed around the charm stall, and Raku was right in the middle of it, convinced a relationship charm was exactly what he needed to move things forward with Onodera. Since Kurosaki refused to budge from his side, he grabbed her hand and pushed through the crowd until he got one. He came out the other side with the charm, but without Kurosaki. He went looking for her, grabbed someone's hand, and turned to find Onodera staring back at him. Both froze. Raku quietly decided the charm was already doing its job. That thought evaporated the moment Onodera asked where Kurosaki was, and the worry hit him immediately. Onodera bent down to pick up the charm he had dropped, and her flip-flops chose that exact moment to fall apart. Raku hoisted her onto his back and carried her to a quieter spot to fix them. Once he was done, they looked up and noticed a cat sprinting away with the charm in its mouth. Raku took off after it. The cat stopped on a fence right beside Marie. He called out to her to stay still. Marie, being Marie, decided this meant something else entirely and stood there with her eyes closed, waiting for a moment that was never coming. Raku reached past her and the cat bolted again. The charm landed on Shu's head next. Shu naturally took this as the universe telling him to go talk to a girl. The girl turned out to be Miyamoto. She corrected that assumption immediately and thoroughly, sending the charm flying through the air in the process. It landed right next to Kurosaki. When she saw Raku running past, she called out to him and handed it back. Raku took it, then actually looked at her and stopped. She had changed into a yukata. Claude had brought her a change of clothes while they were separated. He told her she looked good in it, which she did not hate hearing. As they walked past the shrine, Kurosaki noticed a sign that read, "If a man gives a woman a relationship charm, it counts as a proposal." She laughed, figuring Raku had nobody he wanted to give it to anyway. Then he tossed it in her direction and told her to hold onto it. Kurosaki stared at him and asked if he was sure. He said yes with the confidence of someone who had not read the sign. In her flustered state, her sash came loose. Raku offered to help fix it. She refused for reasons she was not about to explain out loud. Eventually, she turned around and let him sort it out, making sure to blame him for the whole situation while he did. He asked why it was his fault, and she pointed at the sign. Reading it, he instantly turned red and immediately insisted that was absolutely not what he had meant. A few weeks later, the squad headed to the beach and the girls wasted no time getting into vacation mode. When they pulled off their dresses to reveal their swimsuits, Tsugumi immediately looked like she wanted to disappear because her mummy milkers became a site of tourist attraction. Marie then sauntered over to Raku and asked him to apply her sunscreen. Kurosaki shut that down immediately and offered to do it herself. Marie turned her down flat and kept insisting on Raku, who also refused. That should have been the end of it. Later, the two of them got assigned to handle dinner and headed out to grab ingredients before getting to work. At some point, their hands brushed against each other and Kurosaki short-circuited. She internally tore into herself for making a big deal out of nothing, but she was so far inside her own head that she nicked her finger with the knife. Raku helped her clean it up, and somehow that made everything worse because her face went red all over again. At dinner, everyone raved about the food and kept piling praise onto Raku. Kurosaki sat through the whole thing, unusually quiet, and Onodera clocked it. After dinner, Onodera and Raku were sitting by the water talking when Kurosaki walked over to let them know it was time to head back to the hotel. She was almost within earshot when she heard Onodera ask Raku if she could kiss him, and she stopped dead. Onodera could not believe those words had actually left her mouth and immediately started falling apart. It did not matter though, because Raku had dozed off and missed every word. When he opened his eyes, Onodera bolted. Kurosaki stood there for a moment, told herself she had heard wrong, and walked away. The next day, Kurosaki could not stop thinking about Raku, so when Onodera suggested building sandcastles, she grabbed the distraction with both hands. While they worked, she tried asking Onodera about her feelings, but Onodera thought she was talking about Tsugumi and mentioned that Tsugumi had a crush on someone. Kurosaki froze. Then she spent the rest of the conversation refusing to acknowledge what that reaction meant. That night, while the others fooled around with fireworks, Raku looked around and noticed Kurosaki was missing. He went looking and found her alone on the far end of the beach. After he settled beside her, she asked him if things would have worked out if their relationship were real, but Raku said no. He told her plainly that she was not his type, and he would not have pursued her even if the situation had been different. Kurosaki's eyes filled up. Before he could get another word in, she was already gone, leaving him sitting there trying to figure out what just happened. A few days later, school resumed, and Onodera noticed Kurosaki had been giving Raku the cold shoulder. Before he could even ask about it, Shu jumped in and announced their class would be staging a Romeo and Juliet play, then immediately volunteered Kurosaki and Raku for the lead roles. Kurosaki shot that down without hesitation. The role landed on Onodera instead, and Raku could barely contain himself, convinced fate had just done him a personal favor. Later, when Onodera stopped by the teacher's office, she spotted the photo Raku had been holding the day they returned from camp and asked why the teacher had it. The teacher explained that Raku had returned it after noticing Onodera had been half-dressed in the background. Rehearsals kicked off, but Marie kept cutting in and disrupting Onodera's scenes. When Raku brought it up, Marie explained she was Onodera's understudy and had every right to rehearse. He pointed out she was getting the lines wrong. She did not seem bothered. A few days later, they tried on their costumes. When Onodera stepped out of the dressing room, Raku forgot how to function for a moment. Not long after, Raku ran into Kurosaki again, and what started as a conversation quickly turned into an argument. Kurosaki told him she was exhausted from keeping up the fake relationship act and said flat out that they were nothing more than strangers to each other. That landed wrong with Raku. He fired back, telling her that her father had clearly been mistaken about them ever being inseparable. She slapped him. The sound carried far enough that their classmates came pouring outside to see what had happened. By the time they got there, Raku and Kurosaki had already gone their separate ways. On the day of the play, Onodera rolled her ankle and could not perform. Marie was out sick. The teacher gave it to them straight. No replacement, no play. Onodera felt terrible and started blaming herself for the whole thing falling apart. Raku went looking for Kurosaki. He found her in one of the classrooms making pancakes, pulled her outside, and asked her to step in as Juliet. He told her he was willing to set everything aside between them to make sure the play happened. Kurosaki told him she did not believe a word of it. After everything he had said at the beach, she was convinced he could not stand her. That was when it clicked for him. The cold shoulder, the argument, all of it traced back to the beach. So he apologized. He told her he did not think she was girlfriend material, but hating her was a different thing entirely. Kurosaki looked at him for a moment, then smiled and agreed to take the role on the condition that he did not make a mess of it. Before the curtain went up, the two of them spotted their families sitting in the audience. Kurosaki told Raku they had to make it count. The play kicked off and Kurosaki delivered her opening lines without missing a beat. which caught Raku off guard since she had barely glanced at the script. Then she forgot her lines mid-scene and started improvising on the spot. The audience loved every second of it. Things got interesting when Shu, playing narrator, decided the script was too boring and started adding his own subplots. The first one targeted Tsugumi, whose original role was Romeo's maid. Shu announced on the spot that she was secretly in love with Romeo and pushed her to confess. Tsugumi could not get the words out because it felt too much like confessing to Raku for real. She eventually snapped, went after Shu, and had to be physically dragged off the stage. The next curveball came in the form of a girl named Marie, who walked on stage claiming to be Josephine, Romeo's true love. The audience immediately turned on Romeo. Raku tried to shut it down by saying he could not be with Josephine because they were siblings. Josephine insisted that something as small as shared blood was not enough to stop her feelings. Raku switched tactics and told her he cared about her too much to put her through any stress. Marie fainted on the spot. Then Claude appeared, announcing himself as Juliet's older brother, and declaring that Romeo would have to go through him first. He started attacking Raku, who grabbed a brick to defend himself, accidentally pulled one that was holding the set together, and brought the whole thing crashing down on both of them. The audience held their breath. When Raku climbed out of the rubble, they erupted. He straightened up, found his Juliet, and delivered his lines. Kirisaki matched him word for word without a single mistake. When she told him she loved him as Juliet, it was not just Juliet talking. After the show, Kirisaki found Raku outside, and the two of them finally cleared the air, apologizing for the things they had thrown at each other. Back inside, the class was already celebrating when Miyamoto shoved a plate of crepes into Raku's hands and pointed him toward Onodera. When he got to her, Onodera thanked him for saving the show, but admitted she was a little sad she never got to play Juliet. Raku took her up to the roof while they were still in their costumes, and they ran through the final scene together. He threw in a few lines that were not in the script, but Onodera did not mind at all. She was just glad he had given her a new memory to hold on to. Everything started when his ridiculously dense parents took one look at the result of a broken condom and decided to name him NASA because his head was round like the Earth. Unfortunately, his weird name got him bullied all through school because people assumed he would become an astronaut, but he was anything but intelligent. This made him study hard to live up to his stupid name, and by his senior year he told his teacher he was applying to a famous school. As he walked home that night, he admired his almost perfect school transcript that took so much effort to achieve. Just then, he spots an absolutely stunning baddie on the side of the road and decides, right then and there, to abandon everything just to make her the love of his life. Since he had left his brain at school, he kept staring at her while crossing the road to meet her, so Truck-kun plastered him into the snow. As he lay on the ground bleeding, his only regret was his virgin status. However, he soon realized the girl was on top of him, also bleeding, because she had saved him from getting smashed. When the driver checked on them, she said she was fine and asked him to get Nasa to the hospital while she aura-farmed and left. Her behavior reminded Nasa of Princess Kaguya, who didn't find love on Earth and also faced rejection in heaven, so he felt motivated to confess his love. Despite his brain leaking blood like a zombie, he asked for the baddie's whereabouts. The driver tried to stop him, but Nasa said a kiss from her would fill his health bar, so he ran towards her with a broken leg and his testosterone in overdrive. When he finally saw her, he was panting like a half-dead horse while introducing himself and thanking her for saving him. She then told him to sit down, wiped the blood off him, and covered him from the cold, making the fool fall even harder than he already had. She told him to see a doctor while she got up to leave. However, when he tried following her, his broken leg flattened like a gooner whose grandma caught him using her vegetable oil. Once again, his life started flashing before his eyes, but before he lost consciousness, he managed to walk up to her and mustered all his energy to confess his love. For some reason, she actually accepted his love and even promised to marry him. And then he collapsed like a princess. By the time he woke up, he learned he only survived thanks to her. However, he was in a coma for so long that he missed his school exams and had to retake them the following year. Although he got the highest score, he lost interest in life, so he settled into a rented Batman cave and worked a sales job that paid chicken change. While he spiraled downward into depression, he actually saved a lot of money. But the only thing that could solve his gloom and doom was the superhero baddie who ruined his isekai chance. Just then, his doorbell rang, and the baddie showed up and introduced herself as Tsukasa. Once inside, Bro's mind started racing since the cute girl had just entered his bachelor's den alone. After serving her coffee, he kept staring at her like she was the ninth wonder of the world, which caused him to spill his drink. Once things settled down, she randomly gave him their marriage register form, causing him to freak out. He started glitching and making a scene, but when she tried taking back the form, he stopped her and said he still loved her. He said he was just shocked and screamed some cringe things that made her blush. As he filled out the form, he wondered if it was a scam, but he was too down bad to think with his brain, so he completed the marriage form at the speed of light. When she saw the surname she would adopt, she said it was cute when pronounced with her name. Next, they headed to the registry office to submit their form. He wondered if they would be open at night, and she explained that they worked all day long because some celebrities usually came at night to avoid attention. As they walked, she kept singing her new name, which made him make fun of his own name due to past trauma. When he finally realized that she didn't laugh at his name like other people did, she took it a step further by giving a speech about the resilience of the people at NASA and how wonderful his name was. At that point, he felt like he was on top of the world for the first time in his life. When they got to the registry office, everything got approved immediately. They even received a happy married life gift, but NASA still thought he was under a genjutsu. She then asked him to hold her hand, and the moment he did, Bro creamed his pants and was so happy he got married that he squeezed tightly. On their way home, she said she wanted to take care of something. She also asked how many beds he had, and when he said one, she just smiled and left. While he waited for her at home, he thought about all these serious things he could do with her alone.
Yeah, boy.
He kept panicking because his bed was ridiculously small, just like his sausage. He wondered if he could order a bed that night, but he gave up because they couldn't deliver it before morning. He also simulated all the possible angles they could sleep in, and as he was fooling around, Tsukasa walked in on his show of shame, causing him to freak out. When he noticed her luggage, he asked if she was going to go back home, to which she responded that she didn't have one anymore. This had him vibrating nervously as he asked if she would sleep over, and when she said yes since they were married, Bro's brain froze for some seconds. She was worried about his tiny bed, so Nasa said he would sleep on the floor. However, when she said she didn't want him to fall sick and might spend the night in a hotel instead, he became sad, and she had to reassure his insecure butt. Just then, he finally realized that he didn't know why she had agreed to marry him. He knew he fell for her because she saved his life and all, but he didn't understand why she would settle for a social clown like himself. When he finally grew the balls to ask, she threw the question back at him. He said it was because he loved her, and she replied that she wouldn't marry someone she didn't love either. He then asked why she fell in love with him, but she didn't give him an answer. As she got up to find lodging, he didn't want the dream to end, so he begged her to stay while he figured out where to get a new bed. Upon hearing this, she suggested he get memory foam, and when they got to the store, he told her to pick whichever one she liked. Thanks to his experience as a salesboy, he knew all the types of beds and their materials, which she found impressive. As they talked, he suddenly realized they were kind of on a date, so he awkwardly grabbed her hand while she played along to help his virgin life. They eventually got home and she immediately tried out the bed. When she told him to lie beside her, he literally jizzed through his nose from excitement. Before they went to sleep, she noticed his room didn't have a bath or anything else a normal human being needed to survive. He then explained that he usually bathed in the public bathhouse, but he could get any other thing she needed. When she asked if he could get her underwear, Bro lost it, so she volunteered to accompany him and held his hand softly so he would stop overthinking. They eventually got some essentials, and as she changed, he started doubting all his ethics and wondered if things would get out of hand. When she came out, Bro nearly passed out from seeing her cuteness. He also wanted to change inside, but she asked him to change in front of her. Of course, he said he would be too embarrassed to show her little Johnny, and she joked that she wasn't ready to be traumatized by a 2-inch earthworm. After they turned off the light to sleep, she thanked him for helping her all day, and he thanked her for making his dream come true. While she slept, Bro's heart was pounding loudly at 2 a.m., as he couldn't dare sleep next to a cutie. As he kept admiring her, she started moving around until she exposed herself. He decided to cover her up properly and kiss her goodnight, but he chickened out on the kiss with the excuse that she had to be awake for it. A few moments later, she suddenly stood up and went to drink a glass of water, after which she stood behind him. He started freaking out, thinking she was going to make a move on him, but she just collapsed and stole his blanket, leaving him exposed to the dreaded cold. When they woke up, she suddenly started stripping until he stopped her so the show wouldn't be R-rated. He kept thinking about how she had no plot armor, and he wondered if she was really okay with him seeing her parts. Once she was done dressing, she told him to stop calling her name formally, and when he finally called her Tsukasa-chan, she started blushing redder than an overripe tomato. That morning, while Tsukasa got ready to cook breakfast, Nasa couldn't believe how cute his wife looked in her apron and began glitching excitedly around like she was on a sugar rush. Afterwards, when she checked his fridge, she was surprised to find food stacked in it. This led him to explain that since he lived alone, he had created a diet plan where he mixed and mashed everything together to make his daily meals. Tsukasa was disappointed and told him she would cook him a proper meal, unlike the undead potion he was brewing every day. To his surprise, she began cooking like Gordon Ramsay, and when she was done 10 minutes later, the meal tasted delicious, like angel kisses. Tsukasa proudly watched him eat and told him she was glad he liked it, which led Nasa to compliment her cooking. She then told him that she could cook any food, including sushi, as long as she had the ingredients. After the meal, they went to a bathhouse where a girl who was sweeping the entrance welcomed Nasa and was shocked when she saw Tsukasa with him. She admitted that she had always thought he was a femboy who had no hope of getting any booty. This flustered Nasa into claiming that his fire cannon was always active, and this made the girl tease him for saying something so cringe. However, Tsukasa interrupted the roast session and asked who she was, prompting Nasa to introduce her as Kaname, his junior in school and the manager of the bathhouse. Kaname then told Tsukasa that Nasa was an exhibitionist who liked running around in his birthday suit and showing everyone his bunions. This alarmed Nasa, who quickly explained to Tsukasa that Kaname loved telling dirty jokes like an old man. This, in turn, angered Kaname, who called him a limp noodle fraud who was dead below the waist. After her outburst, she asked if Tsukasa was his girlfriend. But when Nasa clarified that she was actually his wife, Kaname was so stunned by the information that her brain short-circuited and she fainted flat on her face. Later, she congratulated them and offered a free bath as a wedding present. Tsukasa thanked her for her kindness and soon went in to bathe. However, when Nasa tried to follow her, Kaname held him back and demanded to know how he had managed to bag a 10 out of 10 baddie like Tsukasa. She then began to cry, explaining that her dream had been for Nasa to remain a pathetic virgin until 30, so he might lose his mind. This prompted Nasa to scold her for having such weird dreams. Just then, Kaname pointed out that Tsukasa looked younger than her, and when he confirmed that she was, Kaname was shocked and punched him for being a lolicon, which caused everyone around them to overhear. After this, Kaname asked him if he had told a girl called Ai that he was married, but he didn't understand why she asked, causing her to call him a cow-brained idiot. She then warned him not to tell Ai about it. When she questioned him further, she found out they hadn't held a wedding ceremony, and he hadn't bought a ring for Tsukasa or even proposed to her. This made her angry when she realized how clueless Nasa was about marriage. Kaname then advised him that as Tsukasa's husband, he was responsible for her happiness every day, even if nobody explicitly told him so. Nasa was surprised at how wise she sounded and got fired up, promising to make Tsukasa happy because he was deeply in love with her. However, Tsukasa came out at that exact moment and heard his confession. This made her blush, and she awkwardly scolded him for being too loud, but to his surprise, she admitted that although it was embarrassing, it made her happy. Later that day, as he walked around the bathhouse, plotless thinking of Tsukasa in her birthday suit, he ran into Kaname, who saw his little snake and smiled. As he ran back to the bath, she began to tease him, telling him she had overheard him when he was fantasizing about Tsukasa's body. Meanwhile, Tsukasa had undressed and gotten into another bath elsewhere, beginning to relax while thinking she was alone. Suddenly, she noticed another girl in the bath who apologized for startling her before revealing that she had fallen asleep while bathing. Tsukasa told her not to worry, but the girl was embarrassed that she had fallen asleep, so she apologized again for intruding on her bath and admitted that she had seen Tsukasa happily relaxing when she thought she was alone. The girl then offered to help wash her back to make up for it, telling her that she was the eldest daughter of the owner of the bathhouse. Tsukasa declined the offer, but the girl insisted that she would use a special bubble treatment just for her. Elsewhere, while Nasa was still in the bath, Kaname refused to leave and swept the floors, telling him that he could just leave the water because she had already seen his microneedle countless times. On the other hand, Tsukasa's hair was washed by the girl, who was amazed at how soft it was. Soon, the girl began to rant like a scatterbrained idiot to Tsukasa's surprise, finally arriving at the conclusion that her hair was sleek like an iPhone 10. The girl then apologized for her awkwardness and introduced herself as Ai. However, when Tsukasa introduced herself as well, Ai was surprised and assumed that she was Nasa's younger sister. Later that day at the bathhouse, Nasa had a dream about how he met Tsukasa, and when he woke up, he was surprised to find her waiting beside him. She then offered him a drink and told him that he looked cute while he slept. Just then, they were joined by Ai, who told him that she had met Tsukasa, his family member, earlier. Nasa, using this as an excuse not to tell her about his marriage, agreed with her. However, Tsukasa asked how they knew each other, and Ai told her that they were classmates. She added that Nasa had been helping them at the bathhouse ever since their granddad had logged into the Shadow Realm, and their dad had noped out of their lives with a thick goth baddie. Just when they were about to become homeless hobos, Nasa had used his exceptional math abilities to help revive the bathhouse. Nasa refused to take all the credit, but Ai insisted that he was the only one who had stepped up when they were in trouble, and thanked him gratefully, making Tsukasa realize that Ai had feelings for Nasa. On their way home, Tsukasa jealously asked Nasa if he thought Ai was cute. Nasa, however, failed the vibe check and began to glaze Ai like a box of creamy donuts, which made Tsukasa gloomy. He noticed this change in her mood, and soon he spotted an ongoing wedding. He thought she was sad because they didn't have a ceremony, but when he asked her about it, she misunderstood, thinking he was asking about Ai. She quickly assured him that she wasn't bothered by it, but Nasa still felt she was upset about the wedding. Then she told him she wished that he would glaze her instead of Ai and call her pretty. However, Nasa, being a negative IQ dunce, thought she wanted to be pretty in a wedding dress right that second and told her to give him some time. He then handed the apartment key to a confused Tsukasa, told her he wanted to do some research to fulfill her wishes, and ran off. Later that day, Tsukasa got home sad that Nasa had run off. As she sat down, she began to wonder when he would return because she had the key and he didn't have a phone to reach him. Just then, she decided to do some cleaning to impress him when he came back, but Nasa had already spotlessly cleaned the house. Tsukasa then went to his wardrobe to clean it too, but decided against it, worried that she might find his femboy gooning materials. Soon, she finally had the idea of cooking because Nasa couldn't cook to save his life. Just then, the doorbell rang, and thinking Nasa had returned, Tsukasa was surprised to find a young girl from her family named Chitose instead. Just as Chitose tried to ore a farm and bash the dump she was living in, Tsukasa slammed the door in her face, much to her surprise. Chitose then banged on the door and pleaded with her to open it, telling her she had come to take Tsukasa back home. After a moment of intense begging, she opened the door, which made Chitose happy. However, Tsukasa refused to follow her. Chitose kept insisting that their great-grandmother Tokiko was worried that she had left and wanted her back. Tsukasa, knowing this was a lie, told her that she knew Tokiko never asked Chitose to bring her back, and she smacked her on the head when Chitose tried to hug her. Tsukasa then advised Chitose to leave and pass along a message to her great-grandma that she was married now. This news stunned Chitose, who demanded an explanation, but Tsukasa slammed the door on her again. Later that day, Nasa arrived home and found Chitose crying on the stairs. She ignored him when he asked if she was okay, but she was surprised when he offered her his handkerchief. Sometime later, after she had told him her story, he advised that she should call the police, but she refused because she didn't want to cause trouble for Tsukasa. He was sad that he couldn't help, which made Chitose tell him that he was very kind. After she thanked him for listening to her story, she then asked what he was up to. Nasa told her that he was looking for the perfect spot to propose to his wife. Just as Chitose was about to suggest a place, Tsukasa appeared and interrupted them. She called Nasa her darling, and this stunned Chitose, who soon realized he was her husband. As they continued talking, Chitose exploded in anger, wondering why Tsukasa had married a lame moron like him and refused to accept him. Nasa was surprised at her outburst and asked how Tsukasa knew Chitose. She then explained that Chitose was from the family she used to live with. Immediately, Nasa turned on glaze mode, introduced himself, and told her that he liked her name, which calmed her down. However, when she tried to get angry again, Nasa used his Riz to get her to chill, and Tsukasa was absolutely impressed by this. Afterward, he invited her to get lunch with them inside the house. Meanwhile, Tsukasa watched the Riz session like a cuck and warned him that Chitose was quite stubborn. Just then, Chitose got mad again when she heard them and snapped her fingers, causing a car with her bodyguard to appear and yeet Nasa away like a sack of rice. As the car drove away, Nasa tried to reason with her, but Chitose seized his phone and told him his gold-digging days were over. Soon, they arrived at a mansion, where Chitose revealed that she was going to wreck their marriage by researching his background for any dirty fetishes he had, intending to give the information to Tsukasa. Just then, she called out her maids, an airhead called Charlotte and another named Aurora, and asked them to look for any pictures of Nasa looking Suze. Charlotte immediately pulled out a maid uniform for him to wear and almost stripped off her own clothes, which caused Chitose to panic and tell her she only needed pictures of Nasa, an OnlyFans starter pack. However, Charlotte pointed out that Nasa had run away when she was strip-teasing, which led all of them to panic. Elsewhere in the house, Nasa wandered into a room that smelled like Tsukasa and discovered a display case holding some moon rock. He was surprised as he examined it, because moon rocks were rare treasures owned only by the American Space Agency. Just then, the door opened, and Charlotte walked in while holding a greatsword. She decided to murk him and began swinging the sword until Chitose appeared and warned her not to destroy the display case. Unfortunately, Charlotte smashed the glass, causing all of them to freak out. Just then, Nasa stepped up, quickly asked for a screwdriver and some masking tape, and began to seal the glass. As he did, he asked why they had a moon rock with them. Chitose was surprised that he didn't know and told him that it belonged to Tsukasa. Just as she was about to reveal who Tsukasa really was, Nasa interrupted her by revealing that the repair was done. Despite his good deeds, Chitose was mad because Nasa didn't know anything about Tsukasa's past, and she crashed out when Nasa talked about Tsukasa's good qualities. She remembered how Tsukasa had saved her when she was young and told him that she was the one who was supposed to marry Tsukasa. At this point, Charlotte swung into action and pushed Nasa's head into her ginormous melons, while Aurora took quality goon-worthy pictures of them and edited the image with Photoshop to make it look like a USB plugging session had occurred. Nasa was shocked at the quality of the image and immediately snatched it from her. Unfortunately, Tsukasa walked in at that exact moment and saw the picture. While Nasa tried to explain to an angry Tsukasa that it was Photoshopped, she took him outside the room, leaving Chitose and the maids satisfied that their plan had worked. However, Charlotte soon pointed out that Tsukasa had actually run off with Nasa. Meanwhile, Tsukasa told Nasa that she wasn't upset because she knew it was fake, and had only pretended to get mad so they could escape. Still, she warned him that she would remove his balls if she ever actually caught him cheating. She then took him into a secret passageway and led him out of the mansion into an abandoned church. There, she explained that no one else knew about the passage, and that she had wanted him to see the beautiful view of the church. Nasa, seeing his chance at this point, proposed to her properly at the church, asking her to be his wife before they began romantically exchanging spit. The next day, Tsukasa was shocked when she noticed that Nasa had no TV, just as she was about to watch her favorite show. When he explained that he didn't really like movies, this amazed her, and she began asking if he had seen some important ones like Star Wars or Terminator, and she was very disappointed when he hadn't. She then began passionately explaining movie franchises, director's cuts, and trilogies to a stunned Nasa, who was surprised because he had never seen her talk so excitedly about anything. Meanwhile, at Chitose's house, Charlotte suggested that they go after Tsukasa's marriage again, but Chitose stopped her, warning her that Tsukasa would end them if they interrupted her while she was watching her favorite show. That afternoon at an electronics shop, Nasa tried to buy a TV but was confused because there were so many options. However, Tsukasa advised him to buy the one that was cheaper so he wouldn't become flat broke because of her. The next day at the bathhouse, Nasa told Konami about the proposal he had made to Tsukasa, but he withheld the fact that they had kissed. Soon, he began smiling like a lecher as he thought about her lips. Konami was disgusted when she saw him acting like a degenerate, but she then reminded him that Tsukasa would need a wedding ring as well. When Nasa told her he didn't think Tsukasa would care for one, she crashed out and angrily pointed out that most married women only turned down a vacation, a date, or jewelry because they were trying to be nice to their broke husbands. Elsewhere at the bathhouse, Tsukasa remembered their steamy kiss while she took her bath and began to blush. Sometime later at the bathhouse, Nasa saw a wedding ring ad on TV and thought about buying a diamond ring for Tsukasa. But as he racked his brain over how much it would cost, she appeared, looking fresh out of the bath. Things grew awkward between them, so Tsukasa suggested that they return home for the day. On their way back, Nasa told her that he had to go to work that day because he had skipped a lot lately. Just then, Tsukasa noticed a park and asked if they could make a quick stop there. While there, she asked Nasa to sit beside her on a bench, and soon things became awkward again as they sat in silence. Nasa began overthinking, but when he took a look at her and noticed how cute she looked, he leaned in and kissed her. Meanwhile, Charlotte and Aurora, who saw the kiss while spying on them, decided against telling Chitose because it might cause her to have another meltdown. Just then, Tsukasa blushed and scolded Nasa for being too aggressive, wondering how embarrassed they would have been if someone had seen them while they were having a go. He admitted he couldn't help himself because she looked very cute, and then they began to playfully fight. On the other hand, Charlotte and Aurora lost brain cells as they watched the couple's cringe fest. Later that morning, as Tsukasa saw Nasa off to work, he was worried that she might disappear by the time he came back. However, she cutely placed her finger on his lips and told him to hurry back home to her. While he was at work, Nasa began to miss her. He thought of the kiss they had shared earlier in the day and decided that a ring on his hand would be a physical reminder of her. On his way home, he recalled how he had worked different jobs while hoping to one day find her again, and how sad and lonely he had been for a long time. When he arrived home, she welcomed him while she cooked dinner. At the table, he asked if she wanted an engagement ring and tried to sell the idea to her. However, she told him she did not want an engagement ring because they were already married. Instead, she told him that what he actually wanted to buy was a wedding ring. She then explained that engagement rings were flashy, diamond rings given to a bride-to-be before the marriage and were only worn on special occasions. On the other hand, wedding rings were less flashy and were worn by both partners every day. When Nasa heard this, he thought he would need to buy 3 rings in total, but Tsukasa shut the idea down. She told him that he was too broke to afford a diamond ring and that she didn't need one anyway. However, he kept insisting that he wanted to buy them both diamond rings as a symbol of their love. This made her realize that he wasn't going to give up, so she decided to take him to a popular store to show him firsthand how expensive diamonds could be. The next day at the popular Harry Winston store, Nasa was shocked when he saw the prices of a single diamond and realized he couldn't afford it even in his dreams. He then asked the receptionist why the rings were so expensive. She explained to him that they sold only high-quality diamond rings of the rarest quality, and since these were premium wedding rings, the price reflected that. Nasa worried over the cost, but just as he was about to use his entire life savings to get a single ring, Tsukasa grabbed his hands and dragged him out of the store. Later at a park, she confessed that she had thought the prices would scare him, but seeing that he was still determined to buy her a ring, she decided to take him to another place. This time, Nasa was surprised at how much cheaper the rings were compared to the previous store. The receptionist there explained that the diamonds in these rings were not as rare. However, Tsukasa told Nasa that the cost was still too much. Later that day, Nasa was still stressed that he hadn't gotten her a ring, and revealed to Tsukasa's surprise that he thought getting her a ring would make her feel less lonely when he was away at work. Suddenly, Tsukasa realized that he wasn't looking for new ice for himself, but rather had been thinking of giving her something to remind her of his love. She was so touched that she gave him a peck on his cheek, thanked him, and told him that she loved him. That night, they ended up getting the cheapest pair of rings that might give them tetanus. On the way home, Nasa worriedly asked Tsukasa if she truly liked her ring. She gladly told him that she did because it reminded her of their day together and how much he loved her, before jokingly adding that she hoped they wouldn't rust in water like his brain cells. Still, they were happy and laughed as they held hands and walked home together. That night, Nasa couldn't sleep because Tsukasa was sleeping next to him, which caused his slumbering dragon to awaken. Before all this, she had fallen asleep in an awkward position on her bed, but she soon sleepwalked to get some water. Instead of going back to her own bed, she pulled off his covers and slept beside him. The cultured Nasa didn't miss the opportunity to pull her close, and soon began examining her cups. This action woke her up, but rather than smack the degenerate, she kissed him and fell back asleep on the floor. The next morning, Tsukasa was surprised that Nasa looked so sleep-deprived and asked worriedly if he was okay. Later that morning, Nasa searched some online stores for a double bed because Bro wanted that fondling experience again, and also didn't like the fact that she had slept on the floor. However, he realized that his apartment was too small for a king-sized bed, and began to think of moving into a bigger apartment where he could pair his Bluetooth to her device during a Netflix and chill session. Soon, Bro allowed his hormones to take over, and began to fantasize about how they would play Doctor Doctor in the showers of their new home. Excited by his dirty thoughts, he ran to her and told her about his idea to move into a bigger place. However, she shut it down, and shyly told the gremlin that a smaller place helped her feel closer to him. Later that day at the bathhouse, while he was checking a housing catalog, Konami casually asked if he was moving into a bigger house, and if he had ever fallen asleep holding Tsukasa's hand. He got excited again, and dreamed of holding her hand while sleeping. He suddenly got all fired up and told Konami he would rizz Tsukasa until she folded and moved into a bigger apartment. Konami encouraged the idea, and even frightened him by saying that no woman would want to stay in a tiny house without a bath with a loser, even if she pretended that she liked it. That night as he walked home, he thought about Konami's advice, but imagined Tsukasa would leave him for a bigger place instead of staying close to her like she wanted. When he got home, he found Tsukasa with her plots down and her dump truck exposed for the world to see. They both got embarrassed, and after a while they headed outside where he pointed out that this was an avoidable issue if they got a bigger house. He then tried to use her love for movies to get her to move, telling her the new house would have a projector and shelves for her movies and manga. She almost gave in, but then he insisted that in the new house they could sleep holding hands. She finally folded and agreed, but as they headed home, she told him that they would need a guarantor if they were to get a new place. Nasa suggested using his parents as guarantors, but to Tsukasa's surprise, he revealed he hadn't even told his parents about their marriage. When they got home, Nasa considered telling his parents about Tsukasa and asking for their help with the house. After she wished him good luck, Nasa called his mother, who was shocked that the little dweeb had gotten married. Nasa finished explaining that Tsukasa was the one who had pulled him out of the road. He was still busy hyping her up to his mom, calling her super cute when Tsukasa walked in and heard the whole thing. After the call, she confronted him and was flustered that he had described her as super cute to his entire family, worrying that meeting them was going to be awkward. However, she insisted that they should go and visit his parents as a couple. The next day, by a pond, he admitted that introducing her to his parents was going to be a hassle because she was cute, and his parents rocked that negative IQ energy, warning her that they were going to do something silly. Just then, he received a text from his mom. She teased him about being married and mentioned she had figured out they needed his parents to act as guarantors for their new place since his current house was too small. Tsukasa was surprised at how fast his mom had figured it out and complimented her intuition. Just then, his mom sent another message demanding that he bring Tsukasa to visit them that week, or they wouldn't be their guarantors. Nasa was sad and about to give up on asking his parents for help, but Tsukasa agreed to go visit them, telling him that they were her in-laws anyway, and she had to meet them. This answer satisfied him, and he took her hand and held it while they watched the quiet pond. Meanwhile, the maids reported this to Chitose and told her about the visit, with Aurora stunning Chitose by hinting that this might also be their honeymoon. On the other hand, Nasa arrived at the same thought and decided to test his back-breaking techniques on her during the trip. Just then, Tsukasa approached and told him that she wanted to buy a camera for their trip. Later that day, after they had bought the camera, she revealed that she wanted to take a picture of them every day because every moment with him was special, and she did not want to forget it. Nasa, excited by the dirty thought of taking cultured photos with her, eagerly agreed with the idea and offered to take a picture of her right there by the pond. Just as he took the picture, he saw how cute it was, and as his mind began to run riot, he asked to take more pictures of her. Soon, he began to take pictures of her while changing positions and breathing heavily like a dog in heat. After a while, she took the camera and took a picture of him looking like a lecher. Nasa tried to take it from her to delete it, but he failed when she evaded him. That evening at a bus park, Nasa told her that he wanted to take a picture of her, and soon Bro discovered that the camera storage was full of Tsukasa-gun material, so he thought of increasing the storage. As they were about to board the bus, Tsukasa told him that a long time ago it would have taken 2 weeks to make this trip, but now it could be done in a single day. Upon getting into the bus, he noticed that it was clean and empty, providing enough privacy for them to get freaky. As they settled in, she told him that she wanted to enjoy the bus ride and meet his parents at the end of the day. Meanwhile, at that exact moment, Chitose arrived at the bus station and was about to follow them in her car, when Charlotte warned her that her great-grandmother would be mad at her if she went after Tsukasa. However, Chitose was so pissed because she didn't respect Nasa as Tsukasa's husband that she refused to listen and followed them anyway. On the bus, Nasa was uncomfortable and couldn't sleep, but he was amazed that she was able to sleep despite the rock-hard chairs. Just then, Tsukasa leaned on Bro, making blood flow to his second head. After a while, the bus made a rest stop. While Tsukasa looked rested, Nasa, on the other hand, looked like he had taken backshots throughout the entire ride. He was surprised when she told him that she had enjoyed the ride despite the uncomfortable chairs, and he began to suspect that she was a freak who liked it rough. Just then, he recalled how she had saved him and had been perfectly fine despite the injuries she had sustained, concluding that she was stronger than a normal person. Meanwhile, Chitose and her maids were spying on them from a nearby bush. The maids scolded her for trying to break up such a cute couple. However, she told them to shut their traps and revealed she had another plan to wreck Nasa's marriage. Chitose then told them of the phrase Narada divorce, where newlyweds ran into little issues that added up and they ended up divorcing by the time they returned to Narita Airport. She added that she hoped this would happen to them. At the same time, Nasa couldn't find his wallet, and when he remembered he had left it on the bus, he dipped to get it, leaving Tsukasa behind. This made Chitose happy because she thought her Narita plan was working. However, Nasa found the wallet on the bus, and instead of Tsukasa getting mad that she was left behind, she went to him, took his hand, and they went on their way. This failure had Chitose frustrated, but she remained convinced that they would soon encounter another problem. Later at a restaurant, Nasa and Tsukasa had an argument over what to eat. At first, she scolded him about the meal he ordered because it was unoriginal, and then she recommended that they get some lime udon, which was not common. On seeing this, Chitose and her goons were disappointed again because the couple did not fight. After ordering the lime udon, Tsukasa told Nasa about a popular dish called soba, which was basically noodles with lime on top, and explained that it was an original dish. However, when she tasted the lime udon she had ordered, she was disappointed by the flavor because it tasted like broken dreams and promises. After he had tasted the lime udon as well, Nasa dared her to take a bite of the lime fruit itself. Initially, she kept hesitating, but as soon as she bit into it, Nasa pulled out his camera and began taking pictures of her like the paparazzi when they see Sabrina Carpenter's bare feet. She was embarrassed when she saw this and begged him to stop, but Bro continued taking shots as if she were a famous supermodel. Later, after the meal, Tsukasa was mad that Nasa had teased her and told him that he had to make it up to her. This made Chitose, who was still spying on them, happy that her plan was finally working. However, Nasa suggested getting some ice cream or anything else she wanted, which immediately improved her mood. Tsukasa then got some melon bread, and as she ate, she told Nasa that she had forgiven him. This made him glad, and after a while he stood up to use the toilet. Just then, Chitose, whose plan had failed again, approached and confronted Tsukasa. She angrily pointed out that Tsukasa was acting like a normal girl who had gotten married to a deadbeat loser, and just as she was about to reveal who Tsukasa really was, a random reporter interrupted them. Tsukasa recognized the reporter as the host of her favorite show and began to panic because she didn't want to be on TV. Just then, Nasa appeared, and Tsukasa grabbed his hands and ran away before the camera could spot them. The maids also appeared and pulled Chitose away, afraid that she might end up on the show as well. Later that night, when they returned to the bus, Tsukasa told Nasa that she was worried his parents might not accept her, just as Chitose did not accept Nasa. However, he told her that he would be able to convince them. At the other end, Chitose was angry and crashed out because the couple had gotten away, blaming her useless minions who were busy stuffing themselves with food. To calm her down, Aurora reminded her that they had a car that could catch up to the couple at any time. Just then, they spotted the host of the early morning TV show interviewing a girl, and they soon had an idea to catch Nasa and Tsukasa. On the bus, Nasa was troubled by Chitose's rejection of their marriage, but he soon fell asleep. Moments later, Tsukasa woke him up because he had fallen asleep on her, and they had reached their station. On their way from the station, Nasa asked Tsukasa if there was any tourist site she wanted to visit. She revealed she wanted to go to a bakery or a manga site. This annoyed Nasa, who began pitching tourist ideas to her like a drug peddler. However, she insisted on going to a manga museum. But Nasa managed to convince her to go to a kimono store with him instead. After she had changed into a kimono, she came outside looking like prime Beyonce. Bro's brain disconnected, and he temporarily forgot how to speak when he saw her, until he finally managed to tell her she looked hot. Just then, Chitose appeared like a Teletubbies villain, and angrily told them to keep it in their pants. She then told Nasa that she still hadn't accepted him as Tsukasa's husband. Nasa, at that point, suggested that he and Chitose should talk things out, while Tsukasa and the maids happily went away in a car to a manga museum. After they had left, Chitose demanded that Nasa treat her like his girlfriend so that she could judge if he was worthy of Tsukasa. After getting her promise to endorse the marriage if he proved himself, he decided to love bomb her with his Riz. Meanwhile, the maids asked Tsukasa how she knew she was in love with him. She shyly told them that he was not only cute, but he had once introduced her to a friend and praised her while doing so. Then they began to tease her, asking if he was her type. and if that was why she had decided to marry him. Elsewhere on a love cart, Chitose was actually impressed by the ride and how Nasa had planned their pretend date. They stopped at a snack stand, and she was stunned at how good peasant food tasted. However, she confronted him and asked how he could love Tsukasa when he knew nothing about her past. To her surprise, he began to list the reasons why he loved his shoddy, which made her crash out even more. She then revealed that Tsukasa was actually athletic and teased Nasa for not knowing about it, but she became frustrated again when he began to fantasize about Tsukasa's body. She got mad and walked away, but he followed her and explained that he had fallen in love with Tsukasa when she saved his life 2 years prior. He told her he was very lucky to have met Tsukasa all those years ago, because when he found her, he felt he had discovered a missing piece of his soul. Then he hit her with some mathematical riz and told her that he might not know her as well as Chitose did, but he had gotten married to Tsukasa to prove his love. Later that day, as they continued on their journey, Tsukasa asked him why his parents lived so far away from Tokyo since they originally came from there. He then told her that his dad was an archaeologist who used to teach at a university in Tokyo, but had suddenly woken up one morning and decided that he wanted to go to Nara to dig for bones like a dog. And when she asked about his mother, he told her his mom was a nitwit who loved animals and loved Nara as well. She was worried that they wouldn't like her, but he immediately made her blush when he told her he had cooked up a plan where he would introduce her to them as the hottest girl in the universe. Soon, they arrived at his parents' house, and after mustering her courage, she went to the door. At the door, they found his mother peeping at them like an old man in a woman's bathroom. After she welcomed Nasa, he then introduced her to his mother, who began to act like she had the IQ of a paperclip. After she regained her composure, she introduced herself as Kanoka. Meanwhile, Nasa's dad sat in the corner shivering like a scaredy cat who had been caught beating his disco stick, while his wife ran around the house chasing after her brain cells. After the awkward welcome from his parents, his dad then introduced himself nervously as Anishi to Tsukasa. Nasa at that point tried to get his parents to accept a present from them, but then their IQs immediately dropped into the minus, and soon they began to emote like Fortnite characters. However, Tsukasa understood that they were nervous and tried to ease the tension, but then his dad suddenly asked him to go and take a bath. Nasa didn't understand the odd request and refused. However, his mother joined in and insisted that he take a bath, until finally his dad admitted they just wanted to talk to Tsukasa alone. He immediately declined the request and was about to crash out when she told him that it was fine and she would be okay. Once he was gone, she then asked what they wanted to privately tell her. After his bath, Nasa asked her about what his parents had told her, but she refused to tell him, claiming that it was a secret. Then she changed the subject and began to talk about his room and how he didn't have much stored there. He then told her that he had kept his important documents in a safe and his laptop backup of goon files in the cloud in case of an emergency. Just then, his mom came into the room and asked if they were staying the night. After he told her they were, she informed him that they had an extra bed and warned him not to overdo any backbending activity with Tsukasa that night. This was because the soundproofing in the house was poor, and then she skedaddled away like a Looney Tunes character. After she left, Nasa then realized that this was the first night he would be spending with Tsukasa in his parents' house, and soon his second head began pounding in anticipation. However, he remembered his mother's warning about the soundproofing and began thinking if he should unleash his mystical dragon that night. Just then, Tsukasa interrupted his thought and told him she was going to bathe. After she had taken her bath, she came out looking like a delicious meal and began to tease him about their first night there together. Unfortunately, that night he couldn't sleep because his plot had thickened, and while he debated giving Tsukasa a new plot opening, he thought about his parents in the next room. Still, he woke her up and invited her to sleep on his arm. But soon he regretted that decision because her head weighed heavier than billing from an entitled baddie. Tsukasa noticed his discomfort and asked if his arm was okay, but he tried to bluff and act macho. After she teased him a little, she decided to go back to her bed, but then to her surprise, Nasa demanded a goodnight kiss. She shyly agreed and soon mounted him like a bicycle and gave him some suckface action. Meanwhile, in the next room, his parents were worried that he had torn Tsukasa a new hole. The next morning, she woke up and remembered last night. Just then, she decided to get changed and hoped that he was asleep and wouldn't see her bunions. Unfortunately, he sensed her cheesecakes the moment she undressed. He got a sneak peek and quickly turned around. Later that morning, she was approached by his dad, who began to glitch after she called him Daddy. After regaining his composure, he asked after Nasa, and then realized he had nothing else to chat with her about. However, when she saw he had lost his brain cells, Tsukasa carried the conversation and asked to see his library of history books. At the library, she was impressed by the number of books he had and complimented him, saying that Nasa got his intelligence from him. She then began flipping through an old manuscript and started to read it. This surprised him, and when he asked if she understood the words, they were then interrupted by Nasa, who was surprised that she was interested in history at all. She got flustered and told him she indeed loved history, pointing out the manuscript she had been reading as a love letter. Just then, Nasa's mom called everyone to breakfast, and before she left, she thanked his dad for showing her his books. At breakfast, she suggested that she wanted to go touring with Nasa to an old Buddhist temple, adding cutely that Chitose and her maids interrupted their outing in Kyoto. Later that day at the temple, they took pictures and went sightseeing at the temple. Nasa was then surprised that she knew a lot about the history of the place as she began to lecture him about the buildings. Later on, he shyly asked that they take a cute selfie together like a couple in front of a palace. However, after taking the romantic selfie, Nasa suggested that they head to a place called Heijo Palace, but she informed him that there wasn't anything there. He didn't believe it and insisted that they go, and when they arrived there, he was shocked that she was right. She then explained the history of the place to him and how people had lived at the spot 1,000 years ago, but their history had disappeared, unlike the present where people could live forever on YouTube by uploading a video. Then she took the camera and began to record a video of him for his parents. Nasa was surprised by her actions, so he once again asked her what his parents had told her, but she refused to tell him. The previous day, when they spoke to her, his dad had thanked her for saving his life, telling her he was truly grateful that she saved his virgin son. After he had thanked her, he congratulated her on her marriage and pleaded that she should help take care of Nasa. This gesture touched Tsukasa so much that she thanked him for welcoming her into his family. A few days after they had returned to Tokyo, they found out that their house had been razed. Tsukasa began to admire Nasa, who was so calm as he checked to make sure everyone was okay. When they got to their own apartment, they saw that all that was left was a potted plant. However, Nasa reminded her that his important documents were at the bank, and all his files were backed up in the cloud. He then suggested that they go to the bathhouse for a bath and would figure out their next step from there. On the way to the bathhouse, Tsukasa noticed he wasn't mad that he had lost all his things and was actually calm, so cheered him up by saying she loved him. At the bathhouse, Nasa began to rack his brain for where they would stay, and finally arrived at the idea of staying at a hotel with Tsukasa. However, this thought awakened his kraken, and just then, Kaname walked into the bathroom and saw his shield hero rising out. She began to tease him and told him that she had been watching him since his dragon had begun to rise. After his bath, she then asked about his housing situation and invited him to live with her family until he sorted out his housing issue. Just then, Tsukasa came in, and he told her about Kaname's offer. After they had thanked her, she decided to show them around the house. She led them to an unused building and told them that they could live there. However, he asked Kaname to get her mother's permission before they moved in. After she left them, Tsukasa told him that they were able to get a place to stay because he was kind and well-liked by people. At that moment, he thought that he loved it when she complimented him. Just then, Kaname came in and told them that her mother had given her permission for them to stay. Later that evening, Kaname began to worry that her sister Ai was in love with him, but still hadn't realized that he was married. That evening in the kitchen, Nasa ran into Ai and thanked her for letting them stay at the house. As they talked, Kaname was shocked that her sister was an egghead and hadn't noticed the ring on his finger. Meanwhile, Ai asked him about his recent visit to his parents, and he told her he had taken Tsukasa to introduce her to his parents. When she heard this information, tried to process why he would do that, but to Kaname's surprise, she ran out of brain cells and just told him that it was good that he visited his parents. This left Kaname stunned because she realized her sister had ascended to cosmic levels of stupidity. At that moment, their mom walked in and told him that she liked his wife, Tsukasa, whom she claimed was actually a sweet girl. On hearing this, I slowly processed the word wife, like an old laptop from the 70s. Just then, it finally clicked, and she was shocked that he was married. Her mother was amazed she hadn't noticed and announced that I had a crush on Nasa to his surprise, and then scolded her for not protecting her man from freaky shotties. I became upset and remembered the first day she met him at school and how he had solved a very difficult problem that no one could do. However, her mother disregarded her feelings, telling her to get over it quickly by either chasing a new guy or going to another school. I then got mad that her mom thought her feelings were invalid and were something that could easily be fixed, but her mother angrily reminded her that their dad had actually dumped her for a goth baddie who could hit high notes. As they compared their sad backstories and competed for Most Miserable Woman of the Year, Nasa and Kaname just observed them in the background, with Kaname apologizing for her family's cavewoman behavior. After sorting out her feelings, I congratulated Nasa and advised him to take care of his wife. Then she revealed that her next goal was to become a gaming YouTuber that men would goon to and offer money for foot pics. However, Nasa and her family did not receive her new objective warmly. Several days later, Tsukasa shyly told him that she wanted to go to the laundromat, and when he asked to help, she declined his assistance. He then tried to tell her that laundry wasn't only a woman's chore, but then she blushed and told him that she wanted to wash her undies. This caught him off guard because he realized that she probably didn't want anyone looking at her plot armor. Just as they discussed how they would do the laundry from then on, Kaname came in to ask Tsukasa for her help. After she had left him alone, Nasa took her clothes and began to sniff her booty sweat. Unfortunately for Bro, Kaname walked in and caught him red-handed. She then began to tease him for being a lecher and wondered what he would do to Tsukasa that night. Later that day at the laundromat, they both sat down and waited while their clothes were washed. Just then, he pointed out that she was wearing a tracksuit he had never seen before. However, she got embarrassed and admitted that she had lost most of her undies in the fire, and the last one was in the machine. The information stunned Nasa, who screamed because she was currently plotless under the tracksuit, and as she shyly blushed, he began to think with his lower head, and then took a picture of her wearing it so that he could goon later. That afternoon, Kaname advised him to immediately get her some clothes, adding that buying new clothes was the only way for Tsukasa to remain super cute. The next day, he asked her if she needed new clothes, so she told him she did, but warned him that women's clothes were pretty expensive. However, he insisted that he didn't mind because he wanted to add new cute pictures of her to his goon collection. The next day at the store, she tried on a new dress, but after he admired it, he told her he was worried that her hot body was exposed. Seeing that he was getting jealous, she asked him to pick the dresses for her. After a while of selecting some cute dresses, Tsukasa decided to head into the lingerie section with Nisa. Inside the store, he was stunned to see melon wrappers and plot coverings, and soon he began to imagine how Tsukasa's lingerie would look. But she immediately sensed his dirty thoughts and left him to sit in a corner while she went shopping. Soon, he found out that the lingerie in stock was quite expensive, but on the way home, he discovered that Tsukasa had actually bought the cheap disposable ones. After he had asked her if those were okay, he then shyly asked her if she could give him a little striptease in her plots at home. Nasa's strange request sent her brain into overdrive, but then she told him she could show him a little since they were married. That evening, Nasa was surprised when Tsukasa prepared tonkatsu, which was a very difficult meal to cook. After he took a bite of it, he was shocked because it tasted delicious. He then asked her if she had ordered some premium pork to cook the meal, but she told him that she had used normal meat from the supermarket. As he continued eating, he complimented the sauce but was surprised when she also revealed that she had made it as well. At this point, she told him that she wanted to make him all kinds of food and make sure his tongue belonged to her alone, which caused his head to explode. After the meal, Kaname visited them and gave them a muskmelon fruit that a customer had brought. But before she left, she told them to have fun that night. After she had gone, they decided to try the fruit and found it to be extremely delicious. After taking a few slices, Nasa decided to feed her a spoonful of fruit, which she initially declined, but after a while she allowed him to spoon feed her. The next day, he received a call from his old landlord, and when Kaname asked him about it, he told her that his landlord had asked him if he was interested in getting a new place. He told her that they couldn't stay there forever, and she agreed, adding that Nasa wouldn't be comfortable slapping Tsukasa's fondle bags in such a public place like their home, and teasing him by saying she could help them during their night wrestling sessions. Later that morning, he told Tsukasa about the landlord's offer, and asked if she would like to check out the new place. She agreed to go, but was shocked when they found out that the new house was in an expensive building. Tsukasa didn't believe the arrangement the landlord had made and told Nasa that the whole thing felt sus. However, he confirmed that this was the building and asked her to follow him so that they would verify. Inside the building, they were shocked at how elite and sophisticated the interior looked. Tsukasa began to wonder if the residents were celebrities or YouTubers because of how expensive it looked. Soon, they arrived at their new apartment and were shocked at how beautiful the view from it was. Just then, Nasa began having dirty thoughts when she climbed into the bathtub to test it and began to dream of how they would take shared baths together. However, when she invited him to join her in the tub, he quickly declined and told her he was saving the experience for later. In the bedroom, they kept admiring the queen-sized bed, and he asked her if they would share the same bed in their new room. She then shyly replied and told him that she would love to. That evening, Nasa received a message that there had been a mistake, and that the house was not available to poor lowlives like him. However, Tsukasa told him not to worry, adding that she didn't care if they lived in a large or small house, as long as they lived together. The next morning, Kaname got ready and prepared for a normal day at the bathhouse when she was approached by Tsukasa, who offered to help her clean up. Kaname, however, refused her help and told her not to bother, but Tsukasa insisted on helping because she didn't want to be seen as a shameless freeloader living off them. Kaname finally agreed and asked to call her a less formal nickname because Tsukasa sounded too serious. Then she gave her a cleaning bot which Nasa had bought for them, and revealed that he was probably like Tony Stark because of the innovations he had made at the bathhouse. Sometime later, Kaname split the cleaning duties between herself and Tsukasa, but when Tsukasa actually put her back into it, she was shocked since the bathhouse was absolutely spotless. Tsukasa then praised her because Kaname always cleaned the bathhouse alone every morning. Just then, Kaname began to realize why Nasa had fallen in love with her. Later that day, Kaname showed her a furnace that Nasa had made and told her that he had helped them at the bathhouse a lot. She then thanked her for saving his life a while ago because his death would have affected them. After they had finished their chores, Kaname thanked her for the help and went to school. Just then, Nasa came out and asked Tsukasa when she and Kaname had gotten so close. She then told him that it was because they both cared about him. Meanwhile, Ai overheard this conversation and began to panic because her role in Nasa's life was being threatened. That evening, when Tsukasa asked Nasa what his favorite meal was, he told her he had done some analysis earlier and discovered that he liked curry a lot. She initially wanted to cook it for him, but told him that she had no curry powder. Nasa then suggested that they go on a stroll to the supermarket and get some. However, after they had informed Kaname's mother that they were going out, she advised Nasa to take a secret route that would be empty at that time. and no one would hear them if he decided to rearrange Tsukasa's gut. This made Nasa get all worked up and told her he wasn't planning on using his magic stick on Tsukasa that night. Later that night, while they headed back from the shop, Nasa accidentally passed by the route Konami's mom had mentioned earlier. Tsukasa noticed it and began to tease him for planning to put his zoom zoom in her boom boom. However, he told her he had only wanted a kiss from her, but she told him her breath stank because she had eaten garlic. Bro got shocked when he heard this and wished she had eaten red beans instead. Suddenly, he ran and hugged her from behind before asking if she was happy being married to him. She then confessed that it was quite strange being married, and although she was new to it, she liked the way she felt with him. Some days later, Chitose went to check on Nasa just to ensure he hadn't bred Tsukasa like a horse. Upon arriving, she was shocked to find that the building had been razed. Chitose, uncharacteristically, asked about Nasa, worried that he had been logged out of the server. However, her maid informed her that Nasa and Tsukasa were fine because the fire had occurred while they were away visiting Nasa's parents. Just as Chitose was about to erupt because she could not find Tsukasa, the latter randomly appeared on the street. Chitose immediately pestered her sister about the house, asking what had happened and where they were staying. However, Tsukasa brushed her off like a pesky housefly, yet Chitose would not let up. Tsukasa finally led Chitose to a park and trolled her into believing that she lived there. After she tricked Chitose into getting on one of the rides, Tsukasa pulled a disappearing act, while Chitose's maids simply stared in disappointment. Later that day, Tsukasa returned home with her groceries and found Nasa surrounded by a pile of items they had brought from their old house. He was staring at a takoyaki plate as if it were a golden Rolex. She had to explain to him what the plate actually did, and she then flatly told him that he was as dumb as he was smart. Since he was so fascinated with the plate, Tsukasa offered to make him takoyaki for dinner. This got Nasa excited, as he wanted to throw a takoyaki party. However, they both had to ask Kaname for permission. Fortunately, she was not against the idea, but she did not know how Ai would take it because of her feelings for Nasa and his marriage to Tsukasa. At that moment, Chitose burst in like a landlord collecting rent to catch Tsukasa. She was initially confused about where she was, but Kaname informed her that this was a bathhouse and that both Tsukasa and Nasa lived there. Tsukasa then tricked Chitose again, telling her that she slept on the bathhouse floor using milk bottles as pillows. However, Nasa told his wife to chill, because it was not nice to make fun of stupid people. Soon the maids wanted to try out the bathhouse, but Chitose snapped at them, reminding them that they did not come there for fun. Nevertheless, Kaname insisted they go ahead, and as usual, the maids ignored their master. Later, they all had a nice, steamy bath, forgot why they were there in the first place, and left afterward. Chitose, however, returned to her senses and came running back to ask Tsukasa to stay at her place rather than freeload with random strangers. Tsukasa responded that she stayed there because they had a Sega Mega Drive console. Surprisingly, this was all the reason Chitose needed, and she promised that she would get all the consoles if Tsukasa came to stay with her. From nowhere, Ai screamed that she would stay with her instead. She then introduced herself to Chitose and said that she wanted the console games. Kaname, at that point, suggested they all attend the takoyaki party since they were all already there. The maids, having foresight, knew this would happen and had already bought more groceries. Then, Ai began to doubt if Tsukasa could actually cook based on what she had seen on TV. She told them that a wife who could not cook was not good enough for Nasa, even though she could not cook herself. Chitose immediately snapped, claiming that it was Nasa who was not good enough for Tsukasa. The takoyaki party took off later that day, and all Chitose and Ai cared about was the food and whether Tsukasa could cook. At some point, Ai was gushing over the food, and she soon realized her entire argument was trashed, so she yelled that it took more than cooking to be a good wife. Then she challenged everyone to a Street Fighter tournament, a challenge that Tsukasa accepted. Meanwhile, Nasa had never played before, and revealed that all he had ever played was Solitaire and Minesweeper. So Tsukasa offered to teach him, except he was horrible at the game. And after Tsukasa beat him with a perfect knockout without even trying, Nasa shamelessly blamed the game for not having super moves, even though he did not know any of them. After Tsukasa beat him again, Kaname said that she could even attempt to beat Tsukasa, a challenge that made Tsukasa's ears stand up. Kaname put up more of a fight, but still lost, which made Tsukasa grow tired of the small fries and ask for a real challenge. One of the maids suggested a prize since everyone was going to play. Since they did not have anything worthwhile, they decided the prize would be any kind of favor from Nasa. Since Kaname had already lost, it was between Chitose, Ai, and Tsukasa. Chitose wanted Nasa to walk around the neighborhood plotless so that Tsukasa would dump him. She then immediately got flustered, thinking about Nasa plotless. After talking smack, Chitose got completely destroyed by Ai and blamed the controller before shamelessly asking for a rematch. However, she was destroyed again, leaving only Tsukasa, who then picked her strongest character to fight Ai. Unfortunately, Ai whooped her, but Tsukasa was a sore loser, and challenged Ai to play the original Street Fighter just to have a chance. After whooping Ai in the first match, Ai began adapting like Maharaga and started fighting back. In the end, it was a double knockout, and since there was no clear winner, no one won the prize. Then they all remembered they were supposed to be eating takoyaki, and as they did, Chitose spotted Tsukasa and Nasa making takoyaki together and finally realized that they were happy together. Later that night, while Tsukasa and Nasa finished their dinner, Nasa received a call from his workplace regarding an issue that required his attention. Although he assured her that he would handle it right away, Tsukasa advised him not to overdo it since he usually overworked himself. He told her that he understood her concern, but he proceeded to completely ignore her warning and worked until the following morning. By the next day, he had fallen ill and nonchalantly tried to brush it off, but when Tsukasa took his temperature, she found that it was through the roof, which prompted her to drag Nasa to the hospital. They returned with some medication, and after Nasa was put to bed, Tsukasa steeled her resolve and declared that she was going to take care of him like the ultimate waifu. Being the model wife she was, she did everything possible to look after him, until there was nothing left to do but take pictures of Nasa while he slept. Nasa woke up a while later feeling much better thanks to Tsukasa, who did not even let him get up before asking what else he wanted. Nasa did not know how to take the hint, so he simply asked for a change of clothes. Tsukasa came to his rescue by telling him that she needed to wipe him down first, and she forced him to take off his shirt. Nasa was starting to get bricked up as Tsukasa wiped him down, and when Tsukasa wanted to wipe his little pecker as well, the idiot was too scared and backed out. He told her that she would be embarrassed if the roles were reversed, but she shut him down by telling him that she would not mind if he were the one wiping her. They both lost their nerve and changed the subject, after which Tsukasa fed Nasa some fruit like a baby before getting ready for bed. Nasa thanked her and apologized for making her worried, but she shut him down again by telling him that she was not worried at all. He spoke about how he usually did not get sick, but Tsukasa snapped at him, telling him that he did not notice when he was hurt. She reminded him how he was almost dead when they first met and told him that he only had one life. When they went to bed, Tsukasa held Nasa's hand while she slept. The dunce thought he had imagined it and brushed it off, but then she hugged him from behind. She told him that she had lied about not being worried, and he admitted that he was an idiot when it came to his health. He talked about how he wanted to go to the summer festival with her, and they kissed afterward. However, Nasa did not stop there and wanted to make little Tsukasas that night, but Tsukasa had to push him off because she was not in the mood. She then snapped at him and told him to go to sleep already. The next day, Kaname suggested they get yukatas for the festival, telling Tsukasa that wearing one would make Nasa feel much better. She even provided them both with yukatas for free. Back home, Tsukasa told Nasa that she wanted to change, so he should turn around. Nasa could not keep it in his pants and begged to watch her change, but although she finally let him watch, she changed at the speed of light by the time he turned around. He got up to get dressed but stopped when he saw how cute Tsukasa looked. He told her that the yukata looked really good on her and kissed her, but Tsukasa had to push the randy goblin off again and told him to get dressed. While they walked through the festival, Nasa asked Tsukasa what she wanted, and she told him that she wanted takoyaki. Nasa reminded her that they had just had a takoyaki party a short while ago, but Tsukasa went on a rant about how takoyaki was better when it was not homemade, until Nasa bought some for her. They then ran into Yae and Chitose running a goldfish stall with the maids. Chitose remarked on how Tsukasa was good at everything, so Tsukasa suggested that Nasa try it instead. Everyone hyped him up, only for a goldfish to break his net instantly. Tsukasa led him away and shamed the shrine, where they decided to make a wish. Tsukasa wished for a lot of things, including that Nasa's net would not break anymore. When it was Nasa's turn, he spoke about how not a lot of people worried about him like that. She talked about how if he decided to survive off ramen and post about it, nobody but her would stop him because she actually cared about his health. Nasa knew that only a few gave a damn about him, so he hugged Tsukasa and thanked her. He then went in for a kiss, but Kaname blue-balled him by calling out that the fireworks were about to start. Nasa then suggested that they take some photos together and showed her the previous ones he had taken of her. She suggested that he should delete the ones that looked ugly, but he refused, telling her that she looked cute in all of them. Do you think the marriage between Nasa and Tsukasa would work out? And can you guess what her secret was? If you got this far and enjoyed the recap, comment moon boobs. Also, don't forget to check out the next video.